All or nothing. Systematicity, transcendental arguments, and skepticism in German idealism. Paul W. Franks. Why are the German idealists primarily, Johann Gottlieb Fichte, Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph von Schelling, and George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel so obsessed with the construction of a philosophical system of what they would call the philosophical system? Why do they think it impossible to contribute to the resolution of a philosophical problem without attempting to resolve them all within an interconnected whole? Even if it is important or at least worthwhile to connect one's philosophical views into a systematic unity, why should systematicity require the strong degree of connection in virtue of a single principle insisted upon by the German idealists? Why, for that matter, should it be the pursuit of systematicity that gives German idealist philosophy its distinctive shapes, as if systematization were the first priority in philosophy rather than, say, the last? In short, why do they seek, with so much urgency, to say everything about everything, which is unlikely to succeed, instead of being content to say something about something, which might avoid total failure? Must it be all or nothing? For many philosophers from the Anglo-American tradition, these unanswered, indeed, mostly unasked questions prevent the incorporation of German idealists into the canon of great philosophers who illuminated problems with which we are still concerned. Their systematic project seems not only immodest but, to speak frankly, Joran. To be sure, the German idealists are responsive to the perennial problems of philosophy, such as the possibility of knowledge, the freedom of the will, and the nature of morality and justice. But, we are told, their responses to these problems are so closely intertwined with their attempts to construct the system that we cannot even understand these responses, let alone assess them, before we have learned to grasp the system, or some version of the as a whole. Confronted with such a demand, which seems not merely excessive but impossible to justify in advance, as well as incompatible with rigorous standards of clarity, most Anglo-American philosophers are content to leave the German idealists out of their conversations with the dead. At the beginning of the analytic tradition that is still characteristic of Anglo-American philosophy, the exclusion was deliberate. Empowered by unprecedented developments in logic and confronted by unimagined revolutions in physics, the founders of Anglo-American analytic philosophy rejected the post-Kantian idealist tradition of their teachers as both outdated and confused. In its methods and concerns, analytic philosophy could seem as detached from its prehistory as astronomy from astrology, or chemistry from alchemy. Insofar as it had any historical affinities, analytic philosophy seemed largely pre-Kantian, as if the options were, once again, to be either a Leibnizian metaphysician or a Humean naturalist, but this time with a far more powerful logic. The Kantian revolution and its various continuations, including German idealism, now seemed a massive and unnecessary detour into a dead end. The German idealists, no longer even the targets of criticism, were mostly ignored, ascribed to the foreign, so-called continental side of contemporary philosophy. In contrast to Anglo-American analytic philosophers, those who are called continental philosophers typically see themselves neither as members of some relatively unified tradition nor as contrasts with their counterparts across the English Channel and the Atlantic. Still, British and American educations in philosophy are likely to be closer to each other than to German and French educations, and vice versa. One difference is that a German or French philosopher is typically expected to know something about German idealism, whereas a British or American philosopher is not. Whether as cause or effect, continental philosophy is also far more likely than Anglo-American philosophy to be in conversation with German idealism. Indeed, some of the continental philosophers who are best known in Britain and America, such as Jacques Derrida on the French side and Hans-Georg Gadamer on the German, seem to take it as obvious that the construction of what German idealists call the system, if successfully executed, would be the culmination of philosophy as traditionally conceived. But, unlike the German idealists, continental philosophers may think either that the system cannot be completed or that it can be completed only through an exclusion whose cost is to be measured, not only in intellectual but also in ethical and political terms. The failure of the German idealist system or the disappointment of its success becomes the new topic of philosophy, or else the topic that constitutes some post-philosophical discipline. In these continental contexts, systematicity is not an unasked question, but rather an unquestioned answer to the question of the nature of reason's fundamental demand, as if the fact that reason demands totality were obvious without justification, and as if the import of such a demand were clear without explanation. Thus the German idealist conception of systematicity and its value stands between the Anglo-American and continental traditions, which still, for the most part, pass each other by in mutual incomprehension. So great is this incomprehension that the very idea of two traditions, as well as the nomenclature, reflects only one point of view. In recent decades, however, the Anglo-American/continental divide has come to seem less absolute than before. One symptom of this change has been a striking revival of Anglo-American interest in German idealism. In the wake of the re-emergence of Kant, since the 1960s, as both the subject of serious commentary and the inspiration for contemporary positions in almost every area of philosophy, there has been a more tentative re-emergence of Hegel, followed by an even more tentative re-emergence of Fichte. Schelling's day has not yet come. He is still often invoked as the principal illustration of what German idealism must not be if it is to deserve contemporary interest. An impressive Anglophone literature has arisen in which German idealist texts are subjected to critical interpretation of a sort that typifies exchanges between analytic philosophers and their forebears. In Germany, too, it is no longer unheard of to regard, say, Fichte's conception of self-consciousness or Hegel's conception of logic as contributions to contemporary analytic debates in philosophy of mind and engage. At the same time, prominent Anglo-American philosophers such as Robert Brandom, Tyler Burge, Stanley Cavell, John McDowell and Hilary Putnam, who have worked their way to positions in manners that seem internal to their own tradition, have come to see themselves as retrieving insights from German idealism, insights that have been forgotten, along with the German idealists themselves, by the analytic mainstream. In these discussions, too, the question of systematicity remains unasked. Analytic commentators tend to organize their studies around the central figures of German idealism rather than around the problems and methods characteristic of the tradition. Moreover, they often tacitly assume and occasionally make it explicit that German idealist insights can be taken seriously only to the extent that they are liberated from an obscure idiom, and that the project of constructing the system is something outdated, confused, and to be left behind. One major reason for this neglect is that German idealism tends to be viewed, understandably enough, through its relationship to Kant, on whom there is already a significant Anglo-American literature with acknowledged contemporary implications. But Kant seems to accord systematicity neither the meaning nor the urgency ascribed to it by German idealists. If German idealism is seen exclusively as responsive to problems internal to Kant's critical project, then either German idealist assumptions about systematicity must be read into Kant, or German idealism must be reconstructed without one of its signature concerns. For a variety of reasons, then, the meaning and significance of the German idealist interest in systematicity remains unthematized. Consequently, so does the cost of either discarding it, as Anglo-American readers are apt to do, or of retaining it, in the way favored by many continental readers. To my mind, this failure to investigate and evaluate the problems to which German idealism responds, the problems to which the German idealist system, if constructed, would offer a solution, runs the risk of missing an opportunity to learn from engagement with German idealism. For the value of the history of philosophy understood as a historical mode of philosophy, not as a part of history that is concerned with philosophical and works, lies not only in the fact that we can learn from our predecessors how to address in different ways the questions that concern us, but also in the fact that we can learn from them how to ask different questions, or how to ask our questions differently. If we assume that historical figures are asking or answering our questions as we do, then we run the risk of both distorting what they say and missing an opportunity to learn from them, whether positively or negatively. Anachronism is problematic in the same way as projecting one's own assumptions onto the person with whom one is speaking, it is rude, it is bad for conversation, and it makes it hard to learn anything new. In the history of philosophy, however, anachronism is also problematic for another reason. Here, our conversation partners are our predecessors. Their ways of asking and answering questions continue to exercise an effect indirectly and, almost always, unconsciously on the ways we ask and answer questions. If we project our self-understanding onto them, then we lose the opportunity for self-criticism and development. It is crucial, then, to examine how problems arise for a philosopher or philosophical tradition. Moreover, it is only in light of the constitution of the problems addressed that we can expect to form an accurate conception of the methods that a philosopher or tradition may reasonably hope to employ. Whereas recent Anglo-American interpreters of German idealism have largely ignored the constitution of the tradition's problems, they have addressed the tradition's methods, which have sometimes been characterized as transcendental arguments, using a term that emerged within the Anglo-American response to Kant. It is surely worthwhile to compare German idealist methods to those of Kant and to consider the pertinence of Kant's Copernican or transcendental turn. But to suggest that Kant focuses on transcendental arguments in the contemporary sense is already anachronistic. It compounds the difficulties still further to suggest that the German idealists follow Kant in this respect, without an adequate reconstruction either of the German idealist problematic, or of the Kantian problematic, or of the complex relationship between them. Consequently, the first goal of this book is to investigate the constitution of the problems to which the German idealist systematization project is a response, and to assess the relationship between these problems and the questions motivating Kant. The second goal is to examine the characters, aspirations, and vulnerabilities of the methods employed by the German idealists. My hope is that this twofold account prepares the ground for work that must occur elsewhere, more detailed comparisons of German idealism with both Kantianism and contemporary projects in analytic and continental philosophy, and critical assessments of specific attempts to implement the German idealist project. The approach I adopt here may be described as historically constrained reconstruction. Insofar as I seek to avoid anachronism, I operate under historical constraints. But my project is also reconstructive in at least three senses. First, and following more or less standard practice among Anglo-American interpreters, I try to develop, on the author's behalf, the most philosophically powerful arguments and considerations compatible with their texts. Second, I do not limit myself to what the authors explicitly say, rather, I try to present their projects with maximum charity by developing arguments and considerations that were available to them. Although this mode of reconstruction is perhaps also standard, it plays an unusually prominent role in this book. For the little that the German idealists say about why they engage in their systematic project in the first place is not even close to sufficient to motivate the project for a reader educated in the Anglo-American tradition. Consequently, I draw heavily on arguments and considerations from texts that were known to the German idealists, texts that helped form them and the context in which they worked, texts by figures such as Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi, Salomon Maimon, and Karl Leonhard Reinhold. One of the great recent improvements in the study of German idealism has been a twofold widening of focus, so that the development from Kant to Hegel is no longer seen as teleological and inevitable, and the so-called minor figures are no longer ignored. It is only when we attend to the problems motivating German idealism that we see just how crucial the contributions of these figures really are. This book is also reconstructive in a third sense that concerns the interpretation of Kant developed in Chapter 1. The German idealists' relationship to Kant is at once both the obvious way to approach them and the stumbling block that us from entering into their thought. For the idealists recognize Kant as their most immediate philosophical influence and initially describe their own project as the completion of Kant's unfinished revolution. Yet Kant himself repudiates the idealist project. It is a gesture that some contemporary Kantians continue to repeat. On the one hand, there is no question that the German idealists misunderstand Kant in ways that no sophisticated Kant reader can miss. Sometimes they attribute to Kant a view of the cognitive faculties that cannot be his, such as the view that the faculty of understanding cannot be exercised unless the faculty of sensibility is also exercised, or the opposite view that there is no necessary connection whatsoever, but rather an unbridgeable dualism, between the two faculties. Similarly, they sometimes ascribe to Kant a view that makes little sense of his commitment to the existence of things in themselves as the grounds of the matter of our sensible intuition, such as the view that things in themselves must be independent not only of the distinctive forms of human cognition, but of reason as such, which makes them unthinkable. On the other hand, Kant sees German idealists solely through their deformations of some of his central concepts and, by insisting that their use of these concepts be understood according to his own standards, he foists upon them projects that cannot be theirs, such as the attempt to generate empirical objects from the empty forms of general logic alone. Much of the literature sympathetic to German idealism assumes some German idealist interpretation of Kant and thereby fails to engage Anglo-American philosophers with a sophisticated and charitable understanding of Kant. At the same time, much of the literature critical of German idealism takes pains to detail the ways in which the idealists are wrong about Kant, and thereby fails to engage with the German idealist project in its own right. I will say more about the reasons for this hermeneutical tangle later in this introduction. In the body of the book, however, I develop an interpretation of Kant or, at least, of some central strands in Kant's critical philosophy that represents neither Kant as T think we should read him nor Kant as the German idealists actually read him, but rather Kant as the German idealists should read him. It is an interpretation of Kant that aspires to maximize, as far as possible, both compatibility with Kantian texts and conduciveness for the motivation of the German idealist project. Thus it is more compatible with Kantian texts than the actual Kant interpretations of the German idealists, but it is also more compatible with the German idealist project than some other Kant interpretations that might be equally or, arguably, more compatible with Carmen texts. Two contentions central to this book merit some advance warning. The first concerns the problems to which I take German idealism to respond, and the second concerns my interpretation of their response. The problems that motivate philosophers seem to me to have a stratified structure. A problem that appears to be resolved or irrelevant can nevertheless continue to underlie the problems that motivate philosophers in a particular epoch, as strata of earth and debris continue to underlie the surface we currently inhabit. New considerations, or the rediscovery of old considerations, can then return the supposedly obsolete problem to the surface, perhaps altering its structure or giving it new import. If two philosophers overlap partially in the problems that they find compelling, sharing lower strata of problems, while differing with respect to higher strata, then, unless this partial overlap is made explicit, they will be peculiarly liable to talk past one another. For they may use identical ionulations, the identity being rooted in the stratum or strata problems that they share without realizing that they understand these formulations differently or accord them different imports, the difference being rooted in the stratum or strata of problems that they do not share. So it is, I contend, with Kant and the German idealists. They share some strata of problems and differ with respect to others, which is why they talk past one another. To see this, I argue, one must first see that the problems to which Kant responds are already stratified. At the lowest level lies the ancient worry that there can be no genuine justification because any putative justification is vulnerable to the Agrippine trilemma. If challenged, it turns out to lead either to an arbitrary assumption, or to a vicious circle, or to an infinite regress. This ancient worry takes on new import for Kant because, on the one hand, he takes modern rationalism developed by Leibniz and Maud Heidby Kant himself before his critical tome to have shown with unprecedented clarity what would be required to escape from the trilemma and to achieve genuine justification. On the other hand, Kant takes Newtonian not Leibnizian physics both to have realized the modem aspiration to natural science and to be unable in principle to meet the aforementioned requirements for an escape from the trilemma. Kant's response to this renewed problem gives rise to Kantian dualism, as I interpret it in Chapter I, commitment to two orders of grounding, such that the noumenal escapes the Agrippine trilemma while the phenomenal does not, and such that the phenomenal is grounded in The Agrippine trilemma I not in the sense that the phenomenal is reducible to or even supervenient upon the noumenal, but rather in the sense that the fundamental categories that structure the phenomenal can and must be derived from the fundamental categories that structure the noumenal. An adequate understanding of the relationship between these two orders can be attained, according to Kant, only from the transcendental standpoint that characterizes his own philosophy. Not from the empirical standpoint appropriate to everyday life and to natural science, the standpoint that, in his view, pre-Kantian philosophy has failed to abandon. 50 Far, both the problems motivating Kant and the German idealists and their responses to those problems overlap. Indeed, as I see it, the German idealists never cease to inherit some version of Kantian dualism, represented by the distinction between the transcendental standpoint required for philosophy and the empirical standpoint presupposed in everyday life and natural science. However, crucial differences emerge in the way that German idealists understand both the structure of a justificatory system adequate to escape the Agrippine trilemma and the nature of the problem raised for empirical knowledge by Agrippine skepticism. One deal with the former in 2 and with the latter in chapter 3. These differences have much to do with the momentous event initiated by Jacobi in 1785, which has come to be known as the Spinozism controversy. The German idealists accept Jacobi's contention that it is Benedict Spinoza, not Leibniz or the pre-critical Kant, who has shown what would be required for a genuine justification that escapes the Agrippine trilemma. Thus they are all committed, in various ways, to the view that genuine justification can be achieved only within a system that meets two conditions: the holistic condition that every particular object, fact, or judgment be determined through its role within the whole and not through any intrinsic properties, and the monistic condition that the whole be grounded in an absolute principle that is immanent and not transcendent. Now, Jacobi himself thinks that, whereas the demand for such a system is the rigorously derived culmination of philosophical rationalism, the attempt to fulfill this demand must be disastrous not only in theory but also in practice. For such a system would not only be incapable of accounting for the individuality of persons and everyday objects, but it would also tend to annihilate the individuality of any person who actually came to believe it and live according to it. Rejecting Jacobi's fideist alternative, the German idealists face the problem of developing a version of Spinozism that escapes not only the Agrippine trilemma, but also what Jacobi calls nihilism. Hence, for the German idealists, it is indeed a matter of all or nothing. In these two lessons learned from Jacobi, the German idealists differ from Kant. For them, the problem of escaping the Agrippine trilemma becomes the problem of achieving a Spinozist system that meets the holistic and monistic requirements, to which Kant does not subscribe. At the same time, the stakes have risen dramatically. For Kant, although skepticism about empirical knowledge is of crucial importance for setting philosophy on the secure path of a science, it is nevertheless a merely academic problem. Moral life is unthreatened by it, and, indeed, it does not concern everyday knowers or natural scientists, who have clearly achieved genuine justification. Rather, skepticism should be of concern only to philosophers, who need to explain the success of everyday knowers and natural scientists, and to replicate it in their own case, to the extent that this is possible. For the German idealists, however, skepticism now transformed into nihilism, thanks to Jacobi, threatens every putatively justificatory practice, extending beyond the philosopher's chamber to the natural scientist's laboratory and, beyond the academy, to everyday life. What complicates the relationship between the German idealists and Kant is the fact that all of them read Kant's critical works in the wake of the Spinozism controversy, although the publication of the Critique of Pure Reason predates that controversy by 4 years, and although Kant is not concerned with the all-or-nothing problematic due to Jacobi. Indeed, widespread interest in Kant's critical project arises precisely because Reinhold, soon to become the first German idealist, presents it to the public as resolving the Spinozism controversy, in a way that is quite different both from the traditional rationalism of Moses Mendelssohn and from the radical fideism of Jacobi. Partly because of this, and partly because of Jacobi's own references to Kant's critique, the German idealists assume wrongly that, like them, Kant is concerned to achieve a system that avoids nihilism. So, in light of this difference with respect to a stratum of problems, it is hardly surprising that the German idealists soon feel compelled to move beyond Kant's explicit formulations in order to pursue a project that they assume is implicit in his work, or that this leads to a breach with more orthodox Kantians and ultimately with Kant himself. Of course, the German idealists are also responsive to problems internal to Kant's critical project, problems by which one could be moved independently of Jacobian concerns. But even these problems, or one's sense of an attractive response to them, can be transformed in the context of the Spinozism controversy. With respect to the response to these problems which I ascribe to the German idealists, I want to draw attention to my thesis that this response may be characterized in terms of a single project, or rather, a single family of projects, within which there are significant differences and disagreements. Since they share the need to respond to post-Jacobian problems, and since they share the sense that Kant's critical philosophy provides the resources for such a response, the German idealists tend to draw upon a shared set of ideas and methods, transformed once again by the exigencies of the Spinozism controversy. These resources, in my view, go far beyond those that tend to be appealing to contemporary analytic interpretations and appropriations of Kant. Thus, in addition to themes drawn from the transcendental deduction and the refutation of idealism, the German idealists also draw upon, for example, the metaphysical deduction and the transcendental ideal from the critique of pure reason, as well as the appeal to the factum of reason in the critique of practical reason and the idea of intellectual intuition in the Sygidikie of judgment. See chapters 1,4 and 5. One contend that, in light of their shared problems and shared resources, it is possible to characterize in schematic terms a systematic project to which all the German idealists subscribe, and to characterize the differences between them as disagreements about how to realize this schema. On these differences, see chapter 6, where I argue that, although I have drawn largely upon resources developed before 1800, none of the undeniably important developments after 1800 renders my reconstruction of the German idealist project irrelevant to that period. I am sure that this contention, like much else in this book, is open to objection, indeed open to objection on many fronts. I hope that it will also serve as a provocation. In other words, I am sure that some readers will think that my account applies, more or less, to some idealists but not to Fichte, or to some but not to Schelling, or, most likely, to some but not to Hegel. Other readers may well think that I am right about none of the above. My hope is that those who believe that Fichte, Schelling, or Hegel is distinctive in a way that my account does not acknowledge will be moved to say in what this distinctiveness consists, and that this will in turn give rise to a debate that goes beyond the familiar stereotypes of Fichte the subjectivist, Schelling the proponent of an absolute in whose night all cows are black, Hegel the all-consuming dialectician, and so on. To counter the traditional and still prevalent orientation towards the major figures in the development of German idealism, especially Hegel, and towards the post-18DD versions of the system, one have deliberately focused in this book on the contributions of minor figures before 1800. This approach is not intended to minimize the importance of the major figures or of developments after 1800, but rather to place these figures' arid developments in what I hope will prove to be an illuminating context. 1. Kantian dualism. Not to mention the task that touches the interest of philosophy most nearly at the present moment, to put God back again at the peak of philosophy, absolutely prior to all else as the one and only ground of everything, the unique principium essendi and conoscendi, after all this time in which he has been put beside other finite things, or put off right to the end as a postulate that springs from absolute finitude. Hegel, 1970, WGM, 2:195. How it could happen that a whole epoch of philosophers, from Reinhold to Hegel, was of the opinion that philosophy must be deduced from a proposition, this has still remained unclear to me, and one have as yet found no answer for it in the literature. Ratgers, 1975, 93, and 28, cited by Amerix, 2000a, 1. 0. Be sure, it seems odd that we can determine our concepts of things in themselves appropriately only insofar as we first lead back redudrin all reality to the concept of God, and that we should apply it to other things as things in themselves only insofar as it finds its place within that concept. Hat alone is properly the means of separation of everything sensible and of appearance from that which can be considered through the understanding as appropriate to things in themselves. What is German idealism? It is not, I suggest, a philosophical position, but rather a family of philosophical programs. What, then, do members of this family have in common? What are the topics about which, like members of every family, they tend to argue? In the first place, German idealist programs share a common origin in Kant's critical philosophy. More specifically, German idealists are post-Kantians. They seek to complete the revolution begun by Kant, which, they believe, requires them to go beyond Kant himself. For the time being, the following will suffice as an expression of Kant's revolutionary insight: the truth of the claims to knowledge classified by Kant as synthetic a priori knowledge of mathematics, and of metaphysics, including the foundations of physics, does not consist, as has been assumed hitherto, in conformity to things as they are in themselves, independently of the human mind. It consists rather in conformity to the a priori conditions of human knowledge, which constitute the objects of human knowledge, objects that are thus mind-dependent. Just as Copernicus proposes that the motions we observe every day are not absolute motions independent of us, as has always been assumed, but are rather motions relative to our own standpoint, so Kant proposes that the objects with which we interact every day are objects relative to our own standpoint. Any Kantian or post-Kantian should agree to this form of words. But, like Copernicus's astronomical revolution, it is open to many interpretations. Kant's understanding of his revolution will be the theme of this chapter and the next. The German idealist understanding of the Kantian revolution will be the implicit theme of this entire book, to which I will return explicitly in the final chapter. To go beyond Kant is, at some point, to part company with Kant. Where, then, is the parting of the ways? It is often said that Kant is a dualist, whereas German idealists are morists. But, as it stands, this is nothing but a slogan. First, there are many different senses of dualism and monism, not all of which conflict. Second, without an understanding of the complex of problems to which it responds, a philosophical doctrine is a dead letter. To determine where Kantians and German idealists accompany one another and where they part ways, it is necessary to determine the complex of problems to which each responds and to examine the relationship between the two complexes. The topic of this chapter will be the overlap between the problems confronting Kant and the problems confronting German idealists. As we shall see, this is a delicate matter. There is an overlap, but even a slight shift in one direction or another is sufficient for the overlap to all but vanish. Some complications must be acknowledged in advance. First, it will not be helpful to begin with what the German idealists themselves say about Kant or with what Kant himself says about them. For they interpret Kant's revolution in the wake of another major philosophical event, the Spinozism controversy initiated by Jacobi. Consequently, much of what the German idealists say directly about Kant would be rightly rejected by contemporary Kant interpreters. Meanwhile, Kant's understanding of what came to be known as German idealism is mainly second-hand, derived from the letters and reviews of some of his followers who are hostile to the new developments. It is on the basis of this unsympathetic interpretation that Kant publicly repudiates German idealism in 1799, after 10 years in which it has appeared to have his support. Thus my topic in this chapter will not be the ways in which either Kant or the German idealists understand their commonality. For their understandings are too partisan to serve as a starting point for charitable assessment. Only in the second chapter will I begin to thematize the differences between the Kantian and German idealist problematics, attending to the transformative effect of the Spinozism controversy on German idealist readings of Kant. At this point, a second complication arises. For Kant is a moving target. Far from being static, his thoughts continue to develop and transform, even after the revolution marked by the publication of the Critique au Pure Reason in 1781. To be sure, this is also true of each German idealist. But Kant's development is especially pertinent to the assessment of the relationship between Kantianism and German idealism. For a certain picture of his development can be suggested when Kantians accuse German idealists, as they often do, of regressing to a pre-critical, hence of undoing the very revolution they intend to complete. Kant's own letter of repudiation may be read in this way. But while there is certainly something to the distinction between critical and pre-critical philosophy, what there is to that distinction should be no more clear than what the Kantian revolution amounts to, and that is exactly the bone of contention. In particular, it should not be assumed that the emergence within German idealism of some element of Kant's pre-1781 philosophy is a symptom that the revolution is coming undone. In fact, as I will show in this chapter, elements of Kant's pre-1781 philosophy re-emerge within the development of Kant's own post-1781 thinking, and it is an open question whether such elements should be discarded or preserved in some revolutionized form. Indeed, as I will show in the next chapter, Kant's assessment of the adequacy of the transcendental idealism he is developing requires him to continue asking himself what he would now think if he were still pursuing his pre-critical project. Only then can he be sure that his philosophy is preferable to the best possible version of the transcendental realism that is its rival. Yet a third complication should be acknowledged. Contemporary interpretations of Kant and German idealism tend, understandably enough, to be motivated by the problems that press contemporary philosophy. Many discussions assume without argument that a desirable philosophical position should be non-metaphysical, certainly in the sense of eschewing autological commitment to any supernatural entity, and perhaps in the additional sense of eschewing any ontological commitment whatsoever, restricting itself to the exploration of our conceptual scheme. The warrant for this assumption is presumably that it would be uncharitable to ascribe a position that contemporary naturalist philosophers would reject out of hand to a philosopher with whom one sympathizes. Thus one finds that those who sympathize with Kant seek either to isolate a non-metaphysical strand within his philosophy or else to interpret his philosophy in its entirety as non-metaphysical, whereas those who sympathize with German idealism tend to interpret Kant's philosophy as containing a metaphysical residue that is best eliminated by the endorsement of German idealism, interpreted as non-metaphysical. However, I do not wish to assume that the problems pressing contemporary naturalists are the problems confronting either Kant or the German idealists. In what follows, I will not avoid questions about whether Kant and the German idealists turn out, in some sense, to be metaphysicians. I will consider these questions in some detail in the conclusion to this book. But I will begin from the problems that I take to motivate them. Although these may not lie at the heart of contemporary concerns, I will do my best to relate them to and also to distinguish them from contemporary analogues. 1.2. German idealists seek to complete Kant's revolution through a program of systematization. They are committed to derivation monism, the view that, in an adequate philosophical system, the a priori conditions of experience must somehow be derived from a single, absolute first principle. Such a program is often said to be incompatible with Kant's own understanding of his revolution, specifically with the dualism said to be fundamental to his critical philosophy. But I am going to argue that derivation monism and the core of Kantian dualism are responses to a shared set of problems, and that, under an important restriction, derivation monism is compatible with Kantian dualism and is even suggested, at a certain stage of his development after 1781, by Kant himself. To understand the problems to which both Kantian dualism and German idealist derivation monism are responses, it is helpful to begin with a set of issues that is at once both ancient and contemporary, the issues raised by Agrippan skepticism. Suppose you are asked to respond to a why question. For any answer you give, the Agrippan skeptic undertakes to show that it is either a brute assertion that itself lacks justification, or a justification that raises a further why question, or a justification that presupposes that it is supposed to establish. £1 This can be done, then any response you give to the why question will either terminate arbitrarily, or lead to an infinite regress, or move in a circle. Collectively, these three alternatives constitute what is known as the Agrippine trilemma. Here are three possible responses to the trilemma. 1. You have failed to answer the question until you manage to answer the why question in a way that falls into none of the three options. Unless that happens, there is no reason to assume that you have given any justification whatsoever, and indeed there is no reason to assume that any justification whatsoever is available. 2. In at least some cases, there must be an answer to the question that falls into none of the three options, even if you have not yet succeeded in giving it. For if there is no reason to assume that justifications are sometimes available, then there is no reason for anything. 3. Even if you answer the question in a way that falls into one of the three options, your answer may still be satisfying. The two previous responses assume that no adequate justification can be, without further reason, infinitely regressive or circular. But this assumption is mistaken. The fact that some line of response to a why question is vulnerable to the Agrippine trilemma does not mean that it is an inadequate line of response, and it provides no ground for skepticism. The Agrippine trilemma is often discussed as if it were an exclusively epistemological topic. Thus foundationalist epistemologies are cited as examples of the second response and coherentist epistemologies as examples of the third. But in fact the trilemma can arise whenever what is at stake is the nature of reasons, which need not only be reasons why someone believes something, but may also be reasons why someone should do some thing, or reasons why something is the something it is. When one wants to be neutral between epistemic, practical, and antic reasons, one will speak of grounds. Let us say, then, that the first and second responses agree that a genuine grounding must terminate in an absolute ground. However, while the first response sees the failure to produce an absolute ground as motivating one to doubt, the second response sees that failure as a challenge that must, in some cases, be capable of being met. Meanwhile, the third response rejects the view that genuine grounding must terminate in an absolute ground. On this view, genuine groundings may be ungrounded or infinitely regressive or circular, or some subset of the above. Both derivation monism and Kantian dualism are fundamentally responses to a problem thematized by Leibniz, who made it central to 18th-century German philosophy. The problem arises from the combination of two demands. First, there is the monistic demand. This is the demand that every genuine grounding participate in a single systematic unity of grounds, terminating in a single absolute ground. This is an expression of the second response to the Agrippine trilemma. Second, there is the dualistic demand that physical grounding and metaphysical grounding be kept rigorously separate. What motivates this demand is the thought that the evident promise of modem physical explanation depends on the assumption of necessary physical laws governing all natural phenomena. This assumption entails the explanatory closure of physics. Physical phenomena are not to be explained in terms of non-physical factors, causes that are not bound by physical laws. The two demands can be seen to be in apparent conflict once the following observation, which may be justified in a variety of ways, is added: physical explanations do not and indeed cannot terminate in an absolute ground. Physical laws and the fundamental properties of matter they articulate are not plausible candidates for absoluteness. This observation entails that physical grounding, considered on its own, is vulnerable to the Agrippine trilemma. In contrast, metaphysical grounding may be conceived as escaping in the Leibnizian tradition, is conceived in order to escape the Agrippine trilemma. Thus properties are grounded in substances, conceived as property bearers that are not themselves borne by anything else, and substances are in turn grounded in God, who is their absolute ground. The monistic demand would seem, then, to amount to a demand that physical phenomena be grounded in metaphysical substances and ultimately in God. However, neither metaphysical substances nor God may be introduced as the grounds of physical phenomena. For this would contradict the closure of physical explanation, hence the dualistic demand. The problem, then, is to find a way to satisfy both demands simultaneously. How can explanations that cannot themselves terminate in an absolute ground, nevertheless be genuine groundings, on the assumption that genuine groundings must terminate in an absolute ground? How can physics be kept rigorously separate from metaphysics, while being grounded in it? 12. Leibniz's response to this problem is what I will call derivability monism, the explanatory conditions to which modern physics appeals, namely, the primary properties of matter must be in principle derivable from a set of metaphysical conditions, namely, the intrinsic properties of the substances whose coexistence constitutes the best of all possible worlds that are grounded in an absolute first principle, namely, God, who is infinite in his knowledge, wisdom, and power. Thus physical phenomena are grounded in physical conditions, ere no metaphysical condition is introduced to explain those phenomena, in accordance with the dualistic demand. However, the monistic demand simultaneously to be met through the derivability of physical conditions from metaphysical conditions, which is not a straightforward continuation of physical grounding beyond the physical. It will of course be crucial to say more about what derivability could amount to. Now, Leibniz explores many variants of this response, and each variant is open to multiple interpretations. Without entering the thicket of Leibniz's interpretation, for Kant and German idealism are thorny enough, I want here to give one further articulation of Leibniz's derivability monism, which I find particularly helpful for the illumination of Kant and German idealism. On this articulation, the explanatory conditions appealed to in modern physics involve relational properties. But only non-relational or monadic properties can be derivable from an absolute first principle. What is a relational property, and what does Leibniz think is problematic about them? As a first approximation, a relational property is one whose instantiation requires the existence of more than one subject, whereas a monadic property is one whose instantiation requires the existence of only one subject. Thus, to say that Socrates is wiser than Gorgias is not to ascribe a relational property to either Socrates or Gorgias. It is rather to ascribe the monadic property of wisdom to both Socrates and Gorgias, and to compare the degrees to which they possess that property. To say, however, that the sun and the earth are a certain distance apart, and that one exerts a certain force upon the other, is to ascribe to both of those bodies properties that are relational and are not equivalent to any conjunction or comparison of monadic properties. To see what is problematic, consider the question, what is the ground of a relational property? It cannot be either the nature of one subject or the nature of the other. For neither is sufficient on its own. But if you say that the ground consists in the natures of both subjects, as well as the fact that they are in relation to one another, then your explanation is circular. For the fact that they are in relation to one another is just what you were trying to explain. On the Leibnizian view in which I am interested here, 1. To ascribe to some subject X the relational property stands in relation R to Y is to presuppose that there is some substance that represents itself as standing in the relation R to Y, and, 2. Necessarily, if there is some substance that represents itself as standing in the relation R to Y, then there is some substance that represents itself as being such that X stands in relation R to it. With respect to the first clause, I note first that, on this view, to say that X represents some fact is to ascribe to X a monadic property. This is what contemporary philosophers sometimes call an intimalist view of representational content. Second, I am here using the phrase X represents itself as standing in the relation R to Y in such a way that there is no guarantee that X is capable of self-consciously ascribing any representation to itself. In Leibniz's terminology, not every perceiver need be an apperceiver. In addition, if X is capable of self-consciously ascribing any representation to itself, there is no guarantee that it will be right about how it thinks it represents itself. So it is possible that, although some substance represents itself as standing in the relation R to Y, no substance correctly ascribes to itself the representation of itself as standing in the relation R to Y. 13. With respect to the second clause, it is crucial that the necessity mentioned in the second clause is not what Leibniz calls absolute necessity, but rather what he calls hypothetical necessity. 14. Absolute necessity pertains to eternal truths, which subsist in the divine intellect, independently of the divine will. Thus the relationship between the nature or complete concept of a substance and all monadic properties instantiated by that substance is a matter of absolute necessity, although it is not absolutely necessary that any substance be actualized. Hypothetical necessity, in contrast, depends on the divine will, which, though all-powerful, is always guided by the divine and all-beneficent wisdom. God could create a world in which one substance represents itself as standing in relation R to Y, but there is no substance that represents itself as such that X stands in relation R to it. But God would not create such a world, for His will determines itself to actualize the best of all possible worlds, and the best of all possible worlds is maximally harmonious. Thus the necessity with which each substance's representations of relational property instantations match the representations of every other substance is not absolute but hypothetical, dependent on the divine will. This is what Leibniz calls pre-established harmony. God chooses to actualize, in His creative act, exactly set of possible substances whose representations harmonize maximally with one another. Important consequences follow from this last point. In principle, all relational property instantiations are derivable from monadic properties of substances, which are in turn grounded in God as their absolute ground. But in fact, only God could perform such a derivation, for He alone knows what substances represent in virtue of their complete concepts. Still, all we need to know, in order to escape Agrippan skepticism, is that the derivation is in principle available. At the same time, however, the monadic properties of substances do not determine relational property instantiations. Instead, God makes it the case that there is no variation in relational properties without some appropriate variation in monadic properties. So the relationship between relational properties and monadic properties is covariance grounded in a third factor, the harmonizing will of God. Some contemporary philosophers would hesitate even to call this supervenience. 15. I will add one more complication to the Leibnizian picture because it is of special importance for the story about Kant towards which I am making my way. So far, I have distinguished two levels, the physical and the metaphysical. Leibniz calls that which occurs at the physical level well-founded phenomena. For, although only what is on the metaphysical level, God and the substances with their monadic properties, is truly real, what occurs on the physical level is not an illusion, but rather a derivative manifestation of the real. In Leibniz's late writings, however, he introduces a third level, the ideal. Space and time are, he argues, neither real nor phenomenal but ideal. This is because space and time are neither substances, nor monadic properties, nor are they relational properties. Space and time are orders OJ relations. In Leibniz's view, they are nothing more than imaginary constructions that enable us, with our finite minds, to represent relational property instantiations, thus to represent in a confused way the harmoniousness of the world. Thus space and time lack reality, even derivative reality altogether. 16. Leibniz's way of maintaining both the monistic thesis and the dualistic thesis is strikingly elegant. On the one hand, it seems correct to say that, on this view, there are, at the metaphysical level, no relational property instantiations at all, only monadic property instantiations. Yet pre-established harmony entitles us to speak just as if there were relational property instantonans. On the other hand, the supposition of God's will to harmony safeguards the closure of physical explanation. For God Himself decrees in His creative act that the world will operate just as if there were relational property instantiations, and indeed just as if there were physical laws governing those instantiations. So, although any true claim to the effect that some relational property is instantiated will be ultimately grounded in an absolute ground, it would be wrong to bypass the physical laws and to ground such a claim directly in a special act of divine will. Thus, to say that the reason why the sun and the earth are a certain distance from one another is that God so wills it, while true, would be no substitute for physical explanation. Physical explanation in terms of relational properties constitutes a closed system. Yet physical explanation is grounded in metaphysical explanation and, ultimately, in theology. Without metaphysical and theological foundations, physical explanation would be vulnerable to Agrippan skepticism. Thus Leibniz can maintain at once both that physics and metaphysics are genuinely distinct disciplines and that metaphysics deals with reality, whereas physics deals with the merely phenomenal manifestation of that reality. Leibniz can acknowledge the duality of physical and metaphysical grounding, while at the same time affirming the monistic view that there is, from the metaphysical point of view that only God can fully occupy, only one series of grounds, which terminates in the absolute intellect, wisdom, and will of God. Notwithstanding the elegance of Leibniz's solution, it is never straightforwardly an option for Kant, even at his most Leibnizian, early in his career. For Kant assumes from the outset that Leibnizian physics has been surpassed by Newton's. However, Newtonianism also has its difficulties. Only hints are to be found in the Newtonian corpus about how to respond to the problem of Agrippan skepticism, and these hints are deeply troubling to anyone who, like Kant, follows Leibniz in taking that problem, as well as the integrity of physics, seriously. Two types of trouble may be distinguished, on what Leibnizians would regard as the physical and metaphysical levels. On the physical level, the trouble concerns the notion of force. Both Leibniz and Newton see that physics cannot be purely mechanical but can also be dynamic. This shared insight, arising in both cases from a critical encounter with Cartesianism, leads them in radically different directions. As I have said, Leibniz is committed to the closure of physical grounding but is simultaneously committed to its derivative unease from metaphysical grounding, which terminates in an absolute ground. To be sure, only God could carry out the derivations in detail. Hence only God could construct the system whose possibility is demanded by derivability monism. But if we, who are incapable of constructing the system, are nevertheless to be saved from Agrippan skepticism, then we must be capable of grasping the constructability of the system. Our grasp of the constructability of the system is twofold. On the one hand, we have a progressive grasp that starts from the metaphysical foundations and tends, as it were, forward towards the physical phenomena. Thus we grasp a priori the existence of God and certain principles of his activity, as well as the existence of created substances and certain principles of their activity. On the other hand, we have a regressive grasp that starts from the phenomena and tends, as it were, backward towards their metaphysical foundations. We cannot regress to these foundations in, as it were, an uninterrupted line, for that would contradict the closure of the physical. But we can find the place where the physical shows its lack of self-sufficiency, and we can find the place where the metaphysical promises to fill that lack. In particular, the basic notion of Leibniz's mature dynamics is what he calls derivative force, which points backwards to the metaphysical notion of primitive force. Certainly derivative force is relational and is not equivalent to any monadic predicate directly ascribable to a metaphysical substance. Thus, although it plays a fundamental role in the explanation of physical phenomena, derivative force is, like any relational property instantiation, insufficient to explain itself. It is a mere modification, yet physics cannot tell us what it is a modification of. However, derivative force is fundamentally asymmetric, it is exerted by an active body upon a passive body. This asymmetry indicates that, although derivative force is manifest only in physical interactions, it is grounded in a monadic primitive force that pertains to the metaphysical substance manifesting its activity through the activity of the active body. Within the mature Newtonian dynamics of Principia Mathematica, force is equally fundamental but is conceived of in an incompatible and radically new way. In particular, gravitational force relations are conceived of as symmetric and reciprocal. To be sure, we may speak of agents and patients for the sake of convenience. But in reality, every body is equally both agent and patient, since each part of matter exerts gravitational force upon every other and has force exerted upon it by every other. In the absence of asymmetry, force no longer points backwards to the metaphysical foundations of physics. Kant's recognition of the innovative character of Newton's conception of force and of the resulting incompatibility between Leibnizianism and Newtonianism plays a central role in his thinking, first, in the formulation of his pre-critical project of synthesizing Leibniz and Newton, later, in the idea that dynamic community is a categorical concept and, indeed, as we shall see shortly, in the formulation of transcendental idealism. Would Newton nevertheless acknowledge the derivative status of gravitational force? With this question, we move to metaphysical level. Newton is notoriously cagey about the foundations of physics, especially in his published writings. As we shall see, there is some reason, from a Leibnizian point of view, to worry about whether there could be genuinely metaphysical foundations of Newtonian physics. Yet, it does seem that, like Linus, Newton cannot accept the idea that physical force is primitive. If Newton's views are put into the framework of a response to the Agrippine trilemma, then it seems that Newton must join Leibniz in giving the second response: brute facts, infinite regresses and circles cannot be the whole story, there must be genuine groundings, which terminate in an absolute ground. Gravitational force must, then, be derivative, because it would otherwise constitute a brute fact. Newton's conception of the absolute ground differs radically from that of Leibniz. While, in Leibniz's view, the divine will must play a role subordinate to the roles of divine intellect and divine wisdom, Newton privileges divine will. He regards God primarily as the pantorator, the one who exercises dominion over all through the supremacy of his will. Thus, Newtonians like Samuel reject the idea of hypothetical necessity, which they see as restricting the exercise of divine will. From a Leibnizian point of view, however, this rejection is disastrous because it is precisely the idea of hypothetical necessity that grounds the explanatory closure of physics. Once the divine will may be invoked, not as the ground of the natural order which, once actualized, is law-governed, but as the ground of particular events, what will become of the very notion of physical law? The physicist who runs out of ingenuity may simply invoke the divine will. Indeed, Newton seems to do just that in his correspondence with Richard Bentley, where Newton suggests that the inability of physics to explain every feature of the universe, and the consequent need to invoke the divine will, for example, to explain the formation of the solar system, counts as proof of God's existence. Moreover, 011 at least one occasion, Newton publicly envisages a direct invocation of the divine will as the ground of gravitational force. To Leibniz, this is not merely an ad hoc explanation. It is a transgression of the boundary between the physical and the metaphysical, hence a threat to the integrity of physics. Kant seems to have shared this Leibnizian response. Indeed, his major contribution to physics is arguably his attempt to show that, despite what Newton had written to Bentley, the formation of the solar system can be explained by means of Newtonian forces alone. Indeed, the Newtonian transgression of the boundary between the physical and the metaphysical endangers metaphysics no less than physics. And the theology of dominion, at which Newton's published work only hints, Leibniz rightly sees a threat to the absoluteness of God. In Newton's view, infinite space is the domain within which infinite divine dominion is exercised. When, in unpublished thoughts, Newton considers the possibility that the divine will is the ground of gravitational force, his idea seems to be that divine omnipresence underlies the universality of a force that does not require contact. It follows from Newton's view that the existence of infinite space is a necessary condition for the exercise of divine dominion. But then what makes it the case that God's existence is the absolute ground of the existence of space, rather than it being the case that the existence of infinite space is the ground of the existence of God? The difficulty is not merely that Newton's theology is unorthodox, although it certainly is. Rather, the difficulty is that it is unclear how Newton's theology can play the role required for an adequate response to Agrippine skepticism, a response in which God is the ultimate and absolute ground. Kant also accepts this Leibnizian criticism of Newton. Consequently, a centerpiece of his critical project is a new a priori demonstration of God as existent, absolute ground. Like Newton, Kant rejects the ontological proof of God's existence developed by Anselm and revived by Descartes. But, like Leibniz, Kant cannot rely, as Newton does, on a regressive argument from particular failures of physical explanation, because he seeks to safeguard both the integrity of physics and the absoluteness of God. Kant's precritical project is based on an ingenious idea about how to be a Newtonian while giving a derivability monist response to agrippanticism. The idea, as one understands it, is to preserve an approximately Leibnizian account of what is absolutely necessary, while developing a new account of what is hypothetically necessary that can serve as the for Newtonian physics. Thus Kant's central point is that, while God indeed wills the maximally harmonious world, that world consists, not of a pre-established harmony between substances that do not interact with one another, but rather of a harmony between substances that are continually and reciprocally interactive. In short, although there is no substantial interaction in virtue of absolute necessity, there is a dynamic community among substances in virtue of hypothetical necessity. Thus Kant restores the human ability to grasp the systematic derivations which God alone can carry out. On the one hand, Kant provides a progressive demonstration of the existence of God as a absolute ground of substances with monadic properties, all of which is a matter of absolute necessity. On the other hand, he shows that Newtonian physics, with its fundamental notion of a dynamic community, points backwards to its foundation in the harmonious community of these metaphysical substances, which is a matter of hypothetical necessity. Through these two moves, Kant seems to have shown how to be a Newtonian in physics, while maintaining the Leibnizian duality of physics and metaphysics. He also preserves the Leibnizian idea that, although physical grounding is both closed and vulnerable to the Agrippan trilemma, it is nevertheless comprised within a single system, along with metaphysical grounding, which terminates in an absolute first principle. As Kant himself comes to realize, his precritical synthesis of Leibnizianism and Newtonianism has serious problems. This realization provides part of the motivation for his Copernican revolution. One will argue, however, that Kant continues throughout to respond to the Leibnizian problem of simultaneously satisfying both the dualistic demand and the monistic demand. As one have said, Kant restores the regressive linkage between Newtonian physics and its metaphysical foundations by developing a Newtonian account of hypothetical necessity that neither Leibniz nor Newton ever envisaged. However, as he himself comes to realize, the constructability of the system of grounds is our ability, not to perform, but at least to grasp the possibility of the derivation remains problematic. For there remains an unbridgeable gap between the metaphysical substances with their monadic predicates posited at the metaphysical level of absolute necessity and the reciprocally interactive community of those substances posited at the metaphysical level of hypothetical necessity. Under the influence of Newton's conception of inherent force as inertial, Kant regards substances at the level of absolute necessity as wholly inactive. Without interaction, he argues, in a way quite foreign to Leibniz, substances would be static. Only as a matter of hypothetical necessity do substances change. But now it is impossible to grasp the possibility of change, hence the derivability of physical events from the complete concepts of substances. Indeed, although Kant continues to posit the monadic properties that comprise complete concepts, and although he posits what he calls physical monads which express substances at the physical level, for he continues to affirm with Leibniz that relational properties can only be instantiated by substances that have non-relational properties, these non-relational properties have no other role whatsoever. They satisfy a necessary condition for substantial existence, but they make no grounding contribution whatsoever. It is mysterious what they could be, since, unlike Leibniz, Kant appears to take an extremalist view of representations. In Kant's precritical project, monadic properties play the role of prime matter, inheriting its status as an enigma. To see the difficulty, let us again consider Leibniz's pre-established harmony. On this view, the monadic properties of substances are principles of activity which make a crucial grounding contribution. To imagine the possibility of grasping the complete concepts of substances is at the same Time to imagine the possibility of grasping the pre-established harmony underlying physical law. For what God does, in his act of creation, is to actualize the set of substances whose monadic properties match. Consequently, although there is a distinction between absolute necessity and hypothetical necessity, God performs a single act of creation, and, if we could grasp the complete concepts of substances at the level of absolute necessity, then we could also grasp the set of substances comprising the best possible world. In contrast, on Kant's precritical view, the reciprocally relational properties that substances have once they are actualized within the best possible world cannot be known on the sole basis of the monadic predicates of those substances. It seems that God must perform two acts of creation. He must actualize a certain set of substances with their monadic predicates, and he must also institute a dynamic community of those substances that gives rise to reciprocally relational properties in no way derivable from monadic properties. To be sure, Kant says that God performs a single creative act. But this is nothing more than a promissory note that he lacks the resources to redeem. He attains this realization himself in 1764, when he sees that what he calls real ground-consequence relations, that is, hypothetically necessary or physical causal relations, cannot be grasped on the basis of what he calls logical that absolutely necessary relations. To employ a term Leibniz used in criticism of Locke, Kant's Newtonian metaphysics of community is suprad to his Leibnizian metaphysics of substance. 28 So Kant has not succeeded in meeting the monistic demand. Nor has he succeeded in meeting the dualistic demand. Kant thinks that, unlike Newton, he can avoid the physicalization of theology. Like Newton and Gassendi before him, Kant rejects Descartes' version of the ontological proof of God's existence. But if our knowledge of God's existence were to rest solely on a priori grounds, we would be unable to resist the temptation to make God part, to be sure, the supreme part, but part nevertheless of nature. Thus Kant develops his own a priori proof, or at least the basis for such a proof, which can alone constrain the analogies by which we characterize God. The argument which, as we shall see, continues to be important after the critical turn and, indeed, continues to be important for the development of German idealism is, in brief, as follows. Concepts of things are composed of real determinations, that is, predicates signifying properties capable of composing essences. If concepts of things are to be possible, one might say, if conceptualizable things are to be possible, then real determinations must be available. There must therefore be a stock of available real determinations, the sum total of whose possible combinations would be the sum total of possible concepts of things. This stock must be available prior to the actual existence of anything, for it constitutes the possibility of anything, and things are possible before they become actual, if indeed they ever do. However, this omnitoclo realitatis, sum total of reality, as Kant calls it, is itself merely a stock of possible thoughts, possible properties, and cannot subsist without some actual basis. That basis, Kant argues, must be God, considered as ens realissimum, most real being, the unique being from whose real determinations all other real determinations may be derived. This demonstration of God's existence as absolute ground enables Kant to avoid the problematic character of Newton's theology, which runs the risk of subjecting God to spatial and ultimately sensible conditions, hence of undermining the absoluteness of God required for an adequate escape from the Agrippine trilemma. But an analogue or the problem emerges in Kant's philosophy of mind, as he himself comes to see. As the Newtonian God is supposed to be omnipresent in space without being a space-filling body, so the precritical, Kantian mind is supposed to be omnipresent in the human body without being the body that fills that space. But just as Newton has no way to explain the special, non-corporeal way in which God is supposed to inhabit space, so Kant has no way to explain the special, non-corporeal way in which the mind is supposed to inhabit space. Only analogies with the corporeal are available. In the absence of a progressive demonstration of the mind's existence and character, there is no constraint on those analogies. But, in the absence of constraint, analogy may run riot. The mental becomes, not an immaterial but rather a quasi-material realm in which we are free to postulate quasi-physical forces for the sake of explanation, although sensible phenomena may neither verify nor falsify our postulations. As Kant relates in 1766, he makes the disconcerting discovery that Emanuel Swedenborg, whom he regards as a fanatical visionary, has described a world in which there is a dynamic community of minds, a world to which Kant's pre-critical project might equally lead. The idea of mental community represents an illicit intrusion of the physical into the metaphysical, whereas the idea of a physical monad represents an illegitimate incursion of the metaphysical into the physical. The duality demand has not been met. Kant's response to this realization focuses first on the duality demand. He insists on a rigorous separation of the sensible and the intellectual, and he seeks a diagnosis of the fallacies of subreption into which he himself has fallen. The result is the inaugural dissertation of 1770, with its initial version of the Kantian dualisms between appearances and things in themselves, and between sensibility and understanding. As we shall see when we consider Kant's mature versions of these dualisms, they are subject to a range of interpretations that vary considerably with respect to their ontological commitments to things in themselves. On the ontologically weakest interpretation, Kant is said to make only non-referring uses of the phrase thing in itself, involving no ontological commitments whatsoever. On the ontologically strongest interpretation, Kant is said to use the phrase to refer to entities that exist in some supernatural world where they have their own metaphysical characters about which we can know something, if not much. We may presume that, however one interprets the mature versions of these dualisms, it will be agreed that Kant's 1770 view must be interpreted in the ontologically strongest fashion. Through the faculty of understanding, we know things as they really are in the intelligible or noumenal world, where they constitute a dynamic community. Through the faculty of sensibility, we know things as they appear in the sensible or phenomenal world. At stage, much of Kant's mature account of sensibility is already in evidence. Until 1768, Kant has held, along with Leibniz, that space is not phenomenal but merely ideal, an order of relations that serves as a convenient means of representation for finite minds who lack an adequate grasp of divine harmony. Indeed, although the details are never fully worked out, Kant has a more promising view in this respect than Leibniz. For space is a whole in which the position of each object is related to the position of each coexistent object, which is structurally similar to the dynamic community that Kant regards as maximally harmonious, but not obviously similar to the pre-established correspondences that Leibniz regards as maximally harmonious. In 1768, however, Kant becomes convinced that, as Newton maintains against Leibniz, space cannot be adequately understood as an order posterior to dynamic relations, but must be understood rather as a framework prior to dynamic relations. This does not mean, however, that Kant becomes a Newtonian absolutist, ascribing metaphysical reality to space. In 1770 he argues that, through prior to dynamic relations, space is nevertheless ideal. But the priority of space alters the meaning and significance of the term ideal. For Kant no longer distinguishes, like Leibniz, between the phenomenality of the physical and the ideality of the spatial. Instead, the physical is, as such, spatial and hence ideal. At the same time, space is no longer derivable from anything real to which it is posterior, not even from the derivative reality of physical force. Thus space is subjective, a form that cannot be presumed to have any import beyond its necessity for our human sensibility. And thus Kant accords to space and to the sensible objects that inhabit it a status less even than the derivative reality of Leibnizian phenomena. Although sensibility enables mathematical and physical knowledge of phenomena or things as they appear, the understanding, according to Kant's dissertation, yields metaphysical knowledge of noumena or things as they are. 34. And things come out to be just as Kant's earlier account of hypothetically necessary harmony, inspired by Newtonian physics, says they are, in a dynamic community that is grounded, not in the existence alone. 36 That is, the monadic predicates of the constituent substances, but rather in their common, divine, and absolute creator. Now, there can be no question that Kant is making a sustained effort to meet the dualistic demand. Indeed, one might be forgiven for thinking that he has entirely abandoned all hope of simultaneously meeting the monistic demand. After all, sensible phenomena inhabit one world, intelligible noumena another, and it is to these distinct worlds that the cognitive faculties of sensibility and understanding are oriented. In what sense, then, could phenomena be said to be ultimately grounded in the absolute ground? Within the framework established by the Agrippan trilemma, if Kant gives up the monistic demand, he must either become an Agrippan skeptic about knowledge of phenomena, or else he must say that such knowledge is genuine despite its lack of absolute grounding. But I think that there is evidence that Kant has not adopted either of these positions and that he remains committed to the monistic demand. Indeed, Kant's account of the intelligible world known by the understanding is introduced for the express purpose of grounding the dynamic community of phenomena. What is the principle upon which this relation of all substances itself rests, and which, when seen intuitively, is called space? 38 It is not enough that we have intuitive knowledge of all-encompassing space as the ground of physical community. We also need to have conceptual knowledge of this ground. In other words, we need to be able to grasp, if not some principle from which space is progressively derivable, for if were derivable then it would retain some degree of objectivity, and at least some principle of which space is a derivative or dependent. Even if we cannot grasp the possibility of a progressive derivation of space, we should at least be able to grasp the regressive indication by which space points back to metaphysical reality. In the dissertation, the monistic demand is satisfied by a structural analogy between the phenomenal and noumenal worlds. As space is the ground of physical community, so God is the ground of metaphysical community. To be sure, space is not an absolute ground. There is no reason why space is as it is. But space may be regarded as the phenomenal omnipresence of God, the derivative expression of the absolute ground. And armed with his progressive proof of God's existence, which Kant does not repudiate and at which he hints when he says that God, as the ideal of perfection, is the principle of cognizing. There is no danger that God's absoluteness will be compromised by confusion between his virtual presence and the local presence of bodies. It remains the case, then, that physical community is an appearance of and to that extent dependent upon metaphysical community, which has an absolute ground. We might call this, not derivation monism, but dependence monism. Project. The dissertation is not very satisfactory. Kant avoids any intrusion of the metaphysical into the physical that would transgress the duality demand. But he does so mainly by refraining from saying anything about the mind and its relation to nature. Meanwhile, he attempts to meet the monistic demand by claiming that space, the non-absolute ground of physical community, is derivative from God, the absolute ground of metaphysical community, where this does not mean that space is progressively derivable from God, but rather that, once one knows the structure of both the phenomenal and noumenal worlds, one will realize that the role of space in the former is suggestive of the role of God in the latter. What remains entirely unclear, however, is how we are supposed to know that the intelligible world is a community of substances. Indeed, no warrant is given for this claim, beyond the fact that metaphysical community would conveniently undergird physical community. As Kant says, echoing his earlier work, community could not be known from the existence alone of metaphysical substances, which is presumably still to be understood in a roughly Leibnizian fashion, as involving only monadic properties. But if the only justification for Kant's account of the intelligible world consists in a regression from the sensible world, then he can still be accused of allowing the physical to intrude into the metaphysical. In that sense, the duality demand remains unmet. Unlike Kant's dissertation account of sensibility, not much of his dissertation account of the understanding survives the revolution and makes its way into the Critique of Pure Reason in 1781. As Kant writes to Marcus Herse in 1772, the dissertation lacks any account whatsoever of the relationship between the understanding and its objects. However, the dissertation already contains hints of two central features of the critical account of the understanding. First, when Kant addresses the tricky question of why, given that phenomena are things as they appear but as they are not, nonetheless cognition of them is in the highest degree true, he suggests that there are common laws according to which the agreements of subject and predicate in judgments of phenomena may be assessed. That is to say, the subjective and ideal realm has its own standards of truth. By 1781, this has become the distinction between two meanings of the contrast between the real and the ideal. Space and the physical objects inhabiting it are transcendentally ideal but empirically real. Second, Kant hints at an intimacy between sensibility and understanding that must come as a surprise within the dualistic context of the dissertation. Namely, there is a certain concept which in itself, indeed, belongs to the understanding but of which the actualization in the concrete requires the auxiliary notions of time and space. This is the concept of number. 43 by 1781, this has become a general claim about the pure categories that constitute the heart of Kant's new account of the understanding. The categories belong to the understanding, but their concrete actualizations are possible only by means of what is given to sensibility in the forms of space and time. The development of the first hint suggests a strengthened tendency towards dualism. The phenomenal has its own standard of reality. But the development of the second suggests a strengthened tendency towards monism. This standard of reality, articulated as a table of categories or corresponding principles, belongs to the understanding, which, however, has no objects of knowledge apart from those that are sensibly given. Does the strengthened tendency towards dualism suggest an abandonment of the demand for absolute grounding? And does the strengthened tendency towards monism suggest that only physical grounding is of concern, not its relationship to some metaphysical structure of grounding which, it turns out, is not epistemically available to us? If so, then it would seem that Kant's Copernican revolution involves a move beyond the Leibnizian problem of trying simultaneously to satisfy the dualistic and the monistic demands. If so, then it would seem that Kant now accepts the Agrippine trilemma as the condition of human knowledge, without, however, becoming an Agrippine skeptic. There is much to recommend such a reading of the Critique oj Pure Reason, which ascribes to Kant the third response to the Agrippine trilemma. We cannot escape it, but that is no reason for doubt. Certainly, Kant regards empirical knowledge as grounded in the brute and underivable forms of space and time, as incapable of escaping from the circle of dynamic community, in which every object depends for its determinations on every other object, which in turn depend on the first object, and so on, and also as inescapably driven to infinite regress in its causal explanations. And, surely, there is no reason to impute skepticism to a philosopher who insists that the epistemic success of the mathematical and natural sciences may be taken as a fact and needs no demonstration, and upon whose genesis he wishes to model his own attempt to set philosophy on the sure path of a science. If one reads the Critique thus, then one will find no overlap whatsoever between its problematic and that of the German idealists, whose derivation monism will be judged pre-critical. However, I want to argue that it remains possible to read the Critique as a response to the Leibnizian problematic, and even to find versions of dependence monism arid, within crucial limits, derivation monism that survive Kant's Copernican revolution. Of course, quite different interpretations of that revolution will be given by those who think the critical Kant gives the third response to the Agrippine trilemma and those who think that he gives the second response. Everyone will have to agree to some verbal formulas say, that our knowledge is of appearances, not things in themselves, and that the standards of reality and truth by which our knowledge is to be assessed come from the forms of our minds, not from the forms of mind-independent substances. But these words alone do not compel us to abandon the thesis that there are things in themselves with an absolute ground, or even the thesis that physical grounding is somehow derivative from metaphysical grounding. I will argue, however, that these theses can only be ascribed to the critical Kant if their meanings undergo revolutionary transformation. It is in the light of these issues that one want to consider the more familiar questions more familiar to Kant interpreters of how to understand Kant's critical dualism between thing in itself and appearance and, most immediately, of how to understand Kant's critical use of the term thing in itself. A range of options have been canvassed, which might be arranged as follows, in order of increasing ontological commitment. 1. The two methods interpretation. On this view, Kant speaks of things in themselves non-referentially and thus without any ontological commitment whatsoever. The point of the distinction between things in themselves and appearances is not to pick out some realm of entities beyond the reach of our knowledge. Instead, the point is to pick out a method for thinking of the very same objects that are accessible to our knowledge, a method for thinking of them as independent of the necessary conditions of our knowledge. But there is nothing metaphysical corresponding to this method of thinking, not even a non-phenomenal aspect of the objects we know. Our knowledge is finite without being confined. There is nothing, no thing we cannot know. 2. The two aspects interpretation. On this view, Kant speaks of things in themselves referentially, but he is referring to a non-phenomenal aspect of the very same objects that are accessible to our knowledge. Thus there is something we cannot know. But this something is not an entity distinct from the entities we can know. Here a further range of options opens up, varying with respect to how much we are entitled to affirm of the non-phenomenal aspect of things. Are we entitled to affirm only that such an aspect exists, or also that it has certain negative characteristics, or even that it has certain positive characteristics? 3. The two existence interpretation. On this view, Kant speaks of things in themselves referentially, and he is committed to the existence of entities distinct from the sensible objects of our knowledge. These entities inhabit the intelligible world, which is distinct from the sensible world. Again a further range of options opens up, now varying with respect to how much we are entitled to affirm of things in themselves. Are we entitled to affirm only that such entities exist, or also that they have certain negative characteristics, or perhaps even that they have certain positive characteristics? The two methods interpretation's total lack of ontological commitment accords well with the idea that Kant accepts the Agrippan trilemma without skepticism, abandoning the requirement for absolute grounding. For things in themselves cannot supply any such grounding if they do not exist. However, the idea of a method for thinking of things as independent of the conditions necessary for us to know them sounds exceedingly odd. What could be the point of such a method if it does not pick out a way things are independently of the conditions necessary for us to know them? To this question, the third and second critiques enable the following responses. First, the idea that physical grounding as derivative from metaphysical grounding plays an indispensable role in science. This is not because it constitutes objects of possible knowledge. Rather, it is because, as Kant argues in the Critique oj judgment, it gives us hope that a shared absolute ground renders nature and our cognitive capacities fit for one another, without which hope the pursuit of theoretical knowledge would not seem worthwhile, and because it gives us hope that nature has a unity that is at least a pale reflection of the unity we imagine the metaphysical to have, without which hope we would not find it worthwhile to seek ever greater unity in our scientific explanations. However, the reflective and regulative employments of the method involve no cognitive claim whatsoever, hence no ontological commitment to things in themselves underlying natural phenomena. Second, the method for thinking of things as independent of the conditions necessary for our knowledge of them turns out, as Kant argues in the Critique oj practical reason, to be exactly the right method for practical reasoning, for we have to think of ourselves in this way if we are to act as free agents, capable of morality. However, the practical employment of this method involves no cognitive claim whatsoever, hence no ontological commitment to ourselves as things in themselves. This thoroughly non-metaphysical account of Kant's critical philosophy has recently been developed with great subtlety and elegance. It can account for much that Kant says about things in themselves in all three critiques. However, I do not think that it can account for everything Kant says about things in themselves. There are passages that affirm the existence of things in themselves, seeming to acknowledge some ontological commitment. For example, at the end of the first critique's analytic, Kant writes, "Doubtless indeed, there are intelligible entities corresponding to the sensible entities, there may also be intelligible entities to which our sensible faculty of intuition has no relation whatsoever, but are concepts of understanding, being mere forms of thought for our sensible intuition, could not in the least apply to Thurn. At the end of the first critique's dialectic, he says, thus, if one asks, in respect of a transcendental theology, first whether there is anything different from the world which contains the ground of the world order and its connection according to universal laws, then the answer is, without a doubt. For the world is a sum of appearances, and so there has to be some transcendental ground for it, i.e., a ground thinkable merely by the pure understanding. In the second and third critiques, Kant also speaks of our practical self-understanding, our understanding of agency as independent of the conditions necessary for human knowledge as a practical cognition. If this understanding, along with the moral theology it is supposed to warrant, is wholly without ontological commitment, then Kant should not regard it as cognitive at all. 49. The proponent of the two methods interpretation may dismiss such passages as residues of Kant's pre-critical past or as signs that even he is not free from the dialectical illusions he diagnoses. For my purposes, however, it is worth exploring what view emerges if one does not dismiss these passages, and what affinities such a view might have with German idealism. Set for the time being, the question of whether the in itself is an aspect of the entities available for our knowledge or whether it is existentially distinct. Can we know of the in itself, as I will say for now, in the service of neutrality only that it is, or also what it is not, or perhaps even what it is? On this score there is an apparent conflict in Kant's thinking, for which I am going to propose a resolution that I hope will illuminate Kantian dualism. On the one hand, there are passages that strongly suggest that we can know some positive characteristics of the in itself. Primary among these are texts in which Kant adds an auxiliary consideration to his usual battery of arguments for the transcendental ideality of space. Everything in our cognition that belongs to intuition, contains nothing but mere relations, namely, of places in one intuition, extension, alteration of places, motion, and laws in accordance with which this alteration is determined, moving forces. But what is present in the location, or what it produces in the things themselves besides the alteration of place, is not given through these relations. Now through mere relations no thing in itself is cognized, it is therefore right to judge that since nothing is given to us through outer sense except mere representation of relation, outer sense can also contain in its representation only the relation of an object to the subject, and not that which is internal to the object in itself. It is exactly the same in the case of inner sense. 50. But if, however, I realize, as has been shown in the Metaphysical Foundations O.J. Natural Science, that of corporeal nature we cognize nothing other than space, which is nothing at all existent, but rather merely the condition for locations outside one another, thereby for merely external relations, the thing in space except for the fact that space is also in it, i.e., it is itself ex rendo has no effect other than motion, change of location, thereby of mere relations, consequently no force or passive property other than motive force and mobility, alteration of external relations, is given for cognition. 51. Here Kant seems to argue as follows. The in itself must have certain positive characteristics, namely, the in itself must have monadic properties. Anything that is given to us through sensibility can have only relational properties. Therefore, anything that is given to us through sensibility is not the in itself. This argument surely presupposes that the in itself is the substantial ground of relational properties, a ground that must have at least some monadic properties, according to a metaphysical principle inherited from the roughly Leibnizian side of Kant's pre-critical project. 52. On the other hand, there are passages that strongly suggest that we cannot know any positive characteristics of the in itself. Consider, for example, this passage from the end of the dialectic of the first critique, cited above but now given in a longer form, thus, if one asks, in respect of a transcendental theology, first whether there is anything different from the world which contains the ground of the world order and its connection according to universal laws, then the answer is, without a doubt. For the world is a sum of appearances, and so there has to be some transcendental ground for it, i.e., a ground thinkable merely by the pure understanding. If the question is second whether this being is substance, of the greatest reality, necessary, etc., then I answer that this question has no significance at all. For all the categories through which I attempt to frame a concept of such an object are of none but an empirical use, and they have no sense at all when they are not applied to objects of possible experience, i.e., to the world of sense. Outside this field they are mere titles for concepts, which one might allow, but through which one can also understand nothing. 53. Kant is speaking here of God, the absolute ground of the in itself, not of the engrounded in God, which is under discussion in the previously cited passage. But if the categories do not have any non-empirical use that could enable us to say that God is substance, then they surely do not have any non-empirical use that could enable us to say that the in itself is substance. The point is also made more generally if after all this discussion anyone still has reservations about denying the categories a merely transcendental use, then he should test them in any synthetic assertion, such as, everything that exists as substance, or a determination dependent on it, everything contingent exists as the effect of another thing, namely its cause, etc. Now ask, whence will he derive these synthetic propositions, since the concepts are not to hold of possible experience but rather of things in themselves, noumenat? Where is the third thing that is always requisite for a synthetic proposition in order to connect with each other concepts that have no logical, analytical, affinity? 5f. What is to be made of this conflict? I propose to resolve it by means of a distinction between two ways in which Kant commits himself to the existence of the in itself. One mode of commitment does not warrant positive characterization, while the other does. To illustrate the first which I will call the analytic mode of commitment, consider the following passages. We can have cognition of no object as a thing in itself, but only insofar as it is an object of sensible intuition, i.e., as an appearance, from which follows the limitation of all even possible speculative cognition of reason. To mere objects of experience, yet the reservation must also be well noted, that even if we cannot cognize these same objects as things in themselves, we at least must be able to think them as things in themselves. For otherwise there would follow the absurd proposition that there is an appearance without anything that appears. But the cause on account of which, not yet satisfied through the substratum of sensibility, one must add noumena that only the pure understanding can think to the phenomena, rests solely on this. Sensibility and its field, namely that of appearances, are themselves limited by the understanding, in that they do not pertain to things in themselves, but only to the way in which, on account of our subjective constitution, things appear to us. This was the result of the entire transcendental aesthetic, and it also follows naturally from the concept of an appearance in general that something must correspond to it which is not in itself appearance, for appearance can be nothing for itself and outside of our kind of representation. Thus, if there is not to be a constant circle, the word appearance must already indicate a relation to something the immediate representation of which is, to be sure, sensible, but which in itself without this constitution of our sensibility, on which the form of our intuition is grounded, must be something, i.e., an object independent of sensibility. 56. Nevertheless, if we call certain objects, as appearances, beings of sense, phenomena, because we distinguish the way in which we intuit them from their constitution in itself, then it already follows from our concept that to these we as it were oppose, as objects thought merely through the understanding, either other objects conceived in accordance with the latter constitution, even though we do not intuit it in them, or else other possible things, which are not objects of our senses at all, and call these beings of understanding, noumena. 57. Here the central point is analytic. It is a feature of the concept of appearance that to apply that concept to some existent is to imply that there is some existent to which applies the concept of the in itself, the concept of a ground of appearance that is in some way independent of the appearance. At most, this analytic thesis could yield what Kant calls a noumenon in the negative sense, and any attempt to characterize it positively would be illicit. For example, it would be fallacious to infer that, because there must be a ground of appearance that is in some way independent of the appearance. That is, independent of relation to the forms of human sensibility, therefore this ground of appearance must be substantial and have some properties that are not only unrelated to the forms of human sensibility but that are wholly non-relational. Note, however, first, that analytic commitment to the in itself involves commitment to a far from negligible negative characterization. The in itself is not spatial, and is therefore not material. Second, since this mode of commitment is analytic, it cannot be negated without contradiction or, as Kant puts it, absurdity. The analytic mode of commitment, I want to claim, represents what has become of the absolutely necessary level of metaphysics, transformed and emptied of all but existential commitment, but therefore not abolished, by the Copernican revolution. 59. For the second, which I will call the synthetic mode of commitment, consider the following passages: in an object of the pure understanding only, that is internal, that has no relation, as far as the existence is concerned, to anything that is different from it. The inner determinations of a substantia phenomenon in space, on the contrary, are nothing but relations, and it is entirely a sum total of mere relations. Substances in general must have something inner, which is therefore free of all outer relations, consequently also of composition. The simple is therefore the foundation of the inner in things in themselves. V above we noted limits of reason with respect to all cognition of mere beings of thought. Now, we can also determine the boundaries of pure reason, for in all boundaries there is something positive. Example: a surface is the boundary of corporeal space, yet is nonetheless itself a space. A line is a space, which is the boundary of a surface. A point is the boundary of a line, yet is nonetheless a locus in space. Where limits contain mere negations, the limits announced are still not enough after we have found that something lies beyond them, although we will never cognize what that something may be in itself. For the question now arises: how does our reason relate to the connection of that with which we are acquainted to that with which we are not acquainted, and never will be? Here is a real connection of the known to the wholly unknown, which it will always remain, and if the unknown should not become the least bit better known, as in fact is not to be hoped, the concept of this connection must still be able to be determined and brought to clarity. We should, then, think oro yourselves an immaterial being, an intelligible world, and a highest of all beings, all noumena, because only in these things, as things in themselves, does reason find completion and satisfaction, which it can never hope to find in the derivation of the appearances from the homogeneous grounds of those appearances. And we should think such things or ourselves because the appearances actually do relate to something distinct from them, and so entirely heterogeneous, in that appearances always presuppose a thing in itself, and so they provide notice of such a thing, whether or not it can be cognized more closely. 62. Kant's thinking here may, I believe, be expressed as follows. The requirement that genuine groundings terminate in an absolute is an unavoidable demand of reason. This demand gives rise to certain necessities in the way we conceive the in itself, thus to what may be called a conception of the noumenon in the positive sense. On the one hand, this conception is empty as far as theoretical cognition is concerned. No intuition that is possible for us could enable us to apply the conception to any object, or even to determine whether it is in principle applicable to any object. But a synthetic judgment is often object, involving the application of concepts to that object via some appropriate intuition. So we cannot make the affirmative judgment, say, that the in itself is substantial. However, we can and indeed must think that the in itself is substantial. Although empty in the sense of lacking application to an object given in intuition, and therefore falling short of Kant's requirements for a synthetic judgment, this thought has propositional content. And the necessity that links the idea of the in itself with the idea of the substantial with the idea of a non-relational ground for relational properties is not analytic but synthetic a priori. If the in itself were not substantial, then there would be no contradiction. But there would be a conflict with reason's demand for grounding that terminates in an absolute. What links the subject and predicate concepts is neither conceptual, necessity nor intuition, but rather the supposition that there is an escape from the Agrippan trilemma. This supposition is not negligible. We cannot, as rational beings, be satisfied with mere limits of our theoretical cognition, but must determine boundaries. Still, there is a logical possibility that reason's demand could fail to be met. So, to questions about how the in itself is, we cannot answer without a doubt, as we can to questions about whether the in itself is. The synthetic mode of commitment, I want to claim, represents what has become of the hypothetically necessary level of metaphysics, transformed and of applicability, but not of meaning and use, by the Copernican revolution. Thus we find ourselves in the following situation. At the ground of appearances, there must lie the in itself, on pain of logical contradiction. As a matter of absolute necessity, the in itself can be said to exist, but can be given no positive characterization whatsoever, although it can be given certain negative characterizations, since it is not spatial and is therefore not material. However, as a matter of hypothetical necessity, that is, on the supposition that reason's demands are met, which is by definition reasonable, we must think of the in itself as positively meeting reason's demand for absolute grounding. The content of hypothetical necessity may be determined neither progressively from the content of absolute necessity, for the synthetic a priori has been thoroughly severed from the analytic, nor regressively from the structure of the empirical world, for the pitfall of subreption must be avoided. Nevertheless, hypothetical necessity has some content, however thin, and it remains a matter for speculation to which Kant occasionally returns, throughout the critical period. Thus Kant may still be seen as responding to the problem that seemed to Leibniz to call for derivability monism. For Kant is still responsive to two demands, which are in apparent conflict. The first is the dualistic demand for a rigorous separation of the physical and the metaphysical, or the sensible and the intellectual. Although the Copernican revolution leaves little of speculative metaphysics and denies it the status of theoretical cognition, it does and, in Kant's view, must leave something. So the dualistic demand does not collapse into the demand that the metaphysical be exiled from the foundations of physics. It remains, at the same time, the demand that the physical be rigorously excluded from the metaphysical realm of the I-11, itself. The second is the monistic demand that every genuine grounding participate in a single systematic unity of grounds, terminating in a single absolute ground. Although the Copernican revolution evacuates this conception of systematicity almost entirely, commitment to the intelligible world to a grounding that is ultimately absolute survives. How should the resulting Kantian dualism of the in itself and the appearance be characterized? The two methods interpretation, I contend, cannot account for either the analytic or the synthetic mode of commitment to the in itself. Which, then, is to be preferred, the two aspects or the two existence view? Neither. The correct view would be more accurately called the two essences view. 6.3 Properly understood, it renders the question two aspects or two existence unescapable. To understand the two essences view, we need to consider one of the major innovations of the critique of pure reason, the distinction between the transcendental and the empirical. This innovation, hinted at but not developed in the dissertation, gives the Copernican revolution another formulation. Appearances, which are the sole objects of our theoretical cognition, are transcendentally ideal, yet empirically real. In contrast, the in itself is transcendentally real. 64 But what is the import of these terms? Let us first consider the contrast between the transcendental and the empirical. There are two applications of the contrast. The first picks out two kinds of cognition. I call all cognition transcendental, that is occupied not so much with objects but rather with a priori concepts of objects, b, modes of cognition of objects insofar as this is to be possible a priori. A system of such concepts would be called transcendental philosophy. P. Here the contrast is between transcendental and empirical cognition. Empirical cognition, or, equivalently, experiences theoretical cognition of objects. Transcendental cognition is cognition of the a priori necessary conditions for the possibility of cognition of objects. For example, transcendental cognition is concerned with a priori concepts of objects or categories, and with corresponding principles. Note that, although investigation of the necessary conditions of experience counts as transcendental cognition, the possibility is not excluded that there is also an investigation of the necessary conditions of practical cognition that counts equally as transcendental cognition. So it would be imprecise to identify transcendental cognition with cognition of the necessary conditions of experience. In its second application, the contrast picks out two registers of meaning, but since the expression outside us carries with it an unavoidable ambiguity, since it sometimes signifies something that, as a thing in itself, exists distinct from us and sometimes merely something that belongs to outer appearance, then in order to escape uncertainty and use this concept in the latter significance, we will distinguish empirically external objects from those that might be called external in the transcendental sense, by directly calling them things that are to be encountered in space 66. Here the contrast is between two of meaning of the further contrast, real versus ideal, or outer versus inner. At a first pass, one might suggest that the contrast between real and ideal is the contrast between that which is independent of us, or that which is mind independent, and that which is dependent upon us, or mind dependent. Then, empirically inflected, the contrast will pick out, on the one hand, that which is in space, and, on the other, that which is within an individual mind. Transcendentally inflected, it will distinguish between, on the one hand, that which is independent of the necessary conditions of human cognition and in this respect mind independent, and that which is subject to those conditions or mind dependent. But more than this can be said. Specifically, consideration of the term real enables more to be said about the use of the verb to be in formulations such as that which is mind dependent and that which is mind independent. For it has been pointed out that Kant does not use the term real interchangeably with the due, for example, when, in his criticism of the ontological argument, Kant objects that to he is not a real predicate, he does not mean that it is not actually a predicate at all, which might be meant by a contemporary logician who follows Gottlob Frege in thinking that existence statements should be expressed through the apparatus of quantificational, not merely propositional logic. Kant's point is that to be is not a predicate signifying a property that could be properly included in an explication of the reality or substantial being or essence of a thing. In the post-Leibnizian tradition, reality or substantial being or essence is explained within the framework of a metaphysics that seeks to respond to the Agrippine trilemma. Thus something's degree of reality or substantial being corresponds to its contribution to a genuine grounding that terminates in an absolute ground. As the absolute ground, God is the ens realissimum, for he grounds all things while, as a necessary being, needing no ground outside himself. Among created beings, substances have the most reality for, although they depend for their existence on God, they have essences or complete concepts comprised of properties that enable them to serve as grounds for other properties. Real properties are those that can comprise an essence. However, properties that are grounded in a substance but that cannot themselves serve as grounds may be called ideal. Mental representations are paradigmatic instances but not necessarily the only ones. Underlying this usage is the assumption that grounding is an asymmetric and context-independent relation that structures a hierarchy. When Kant says that to be is not a real predicate, his point is that no light is shed on the place of something in the hierarchy of grounding when one says that this something is or exists. Such a predication is equivalent to the assertion that something is actual, and therefore actually plays the role in the hierarchy of grounding assigned to it through its real predicates, which comprise its complete concept independently of whether or not it is actualized by God. It follows that the contrast between, on the one hand, transcendental reality and ideality, and, on the other, empirical reality and ideality, is a contrast between two hierarchies of grounding. The transcendental hierarchy of grounding is appropriate to the in itself. The empirical hierarchy of grounding is appropriate to appearances. Put another way, the contrast between the in itself and appearances is a contrast between two constant rules of substantial being or essence. This interpretation coheres well with the point that the Kantian dualism of the in itself and the appearance constitutes a response to the dualistic demand and the monistic demand, and ultimately to the Agrippine trilemma. As in Leibniz, there are two orders of grounding, such that one is subject to the Agrippine trilemma while the other is not, and such that the former is in some way dependent upon an appearance of the latter. However, the former or empirical order is not phenomenal in Leibniz's sense of the term because it has its own standards of reality, the necessary conditions of human content. Thus the Copernican revolution transforms but does not abolish the Leibnizian duality. It is now possible to see why the question to spex or to existence is high-formed. Only when dealing with existence possessing the same kind of essence, or participating in the same grounding hierarchy, does it make sense to ask whether two descriptions pick out one existent or two. Kant himself points out that the individuation of appearances, which may involve nothing more than spatial location relative to time, cannot provide a model for the individuation of the in itself, which is neither spatial nor temporal. To ask whether the in itself and the appearance are two aspects or two entities is to presuppose falsely that a method of individuation and counting may be applied to both the noumenal and the phenomenal. V. At this point, two objections are likely to be raised. The first, textual objection, is that I have said nothing to account for the passages that seem to support the insistence on one realm of existence by proponents of both the two methods and two aspects views. These are passages where Kant speaks of the very same objects considered as appearance and as thing in itself. The second, philosophical objection, is that I have said nothing to explain in what sense appearances are supposed to depend upon things in themselves, a thesis objected to by all proponents of the two methods view and by some proponents of the two aspects view. My response to the second objection will enable me to respond to the first. But this response requires an investigation of the more articulated versions of Kantian dualism available only through the development of an account of the faculties. The Agrippine trilemma enables an elegant sketch of Kant's doctrine of the faculties. Sensibility is the faculty concerned solely with grounding relations subject to the Agrippine trilemma. Understanding is the Janus-faced faculty concerned either with grounding relations subject to the Agrippine trilemma, insofar as it is employed in the determination of empirically real objects, or with grounding relations that escape the Agrippine trilemma, insofar as it is employed in the thought of transcendentally real things in themselves. Reason is the faculty concerned solely with grounding relations that escape the Agrippine trilemma. Finally, judgment is the faculty concerned simultaneously both with grounding relations subject to the Agrippine trilemma and with grounding relations that escape it. Two familiar ways in which German idealists and other post-Kantians interpret Kantian dualism are incompatible with my thesis that Kant, like Leibniz and the German idealists, is responsive to the problem of simultaneously satisfying the dualistic demand and the monistic demand. One approach, pioneered by Karl Leonhard Reinhold, denies in effect that Kant is responsive to the dualistic demand. The other, pioneered by Salomon Maimon, denies in effect that Kant is responsive to the monistic demand. Both of these remarkably influential interpretations of Kant, I am going to argue, are incorrect and misrepresent Kant's doctrine of the faculties, obscuring the relationship between Kantian dualism and German idealism. It is helpful to begin with Maimon because his response to Kantian dualism provides a helpful framework within which to situate a range of possible interpretations, and because his remarks show that what is ultimately at stake is Kant's ability to respond to Agrippine skepticism about empirical cognition. One of Maimon's most suggestive formulations is that the fundamental problem of transcendental philosophy, the question quid juris concerning our right to apply the categories to sensuously given objects 7 degree, is equivalent both to the question of creation, which was central to the concerns of medieval philosophers like Moses Maimonides, and to the question of the community of soul and body, which was central to the concerns of early modern philosophers like Descartes. As Maimon explains, the question of the explanation of the unification of soul and body is reduced to the following question: how is it conceivable that forms a priori should agree with things given a posteriori? and the second question is reduced to the following: how is the coming to be of matter, as something merely given but not thought, conceivable through the assumption of an intelligence, since they are indeed so heterogeneous? Maimon takes the question quid juris to be primarily the question: how is it possible to apply forms of intelligibility to given matter? Now Maimon famously claims that the question is simply unanswerable on the Kantian assumption that sensibility and understanding are two wholly different sources of our knowledge. However, he says, the question is answerable on what amounts to a twofold assumption, ascribed by Maimon to Leibniz and Christian Freiherr von Wolff. The first assumption, as Maimon puts it in the verse Lo LCH, is that the cognitions of sensibility and understanding flow from a single source and differ only in degree of completeness. Or, as Maimon puts it in his commentary to Maimonides' Guide of the Perplexed, the understanding and sensibility are not things distinct from one another with a real distinction, but rather with a merely formal distinction. V. The second assumption is that our finite intellect is exactly the same as an assumed infinite intellect, only in a limited way. Or, as Maimon puts it in his commentary, the difference between the infinite intellect, may it be exalted, and our intellect is be merely formal. What is at stake should be clear, in light of my earlier discussion. Maimon worries that Kant is committed to two wholly distinct kinds of grounding, one subject to the Agrippine trilemma and the other not. But there can be an adequate answer to Agrippine skepticism only if a kind of grounding that is subject to the Agrippine trilemma can be shown to be derivative from some kind of grounding that escapes the trilemma and terminates in an absolute ground. So, adopting a version of Kant's transcendental method, Maimon wants to show that a certain kind of grounding that terminates in an absolute ground whose details do not concern us here is a necessary condition for the knowability of sensuously given objects. For my purposes here, what is important is Maimon's invocation of the scholastic doctrine of distinctions, which he uses to frame his difference from Kant, not the details of Maimon's own position. For that doctrine provides an extremely useful framework for the discussion of Kantian dualism, of misunderstandings of that dualism, and of alternatives to it. A real distinction, the sort of distinction that Descartes sought to demonstrate between body and mind, is a distinction between terms that are intelligible independently of one another, such as distinct substances, or modes of distinct substances. When Maimon speaks of formal distinctions, he may mean either modal distinctions or rational distinctions. 77.2. Terms are modally distinct if one is unintelligible without the other, but not vice versa. For example, a mode may be unintelligible without reference to the substance of which it is a mode, but the substance may be intelligible without reference to the mode. Two terms are rationally distinct if each is unintelligible without the other. For example, a substance is intelligible only with reference to its essence and vice versa. If, like Maimon, we are going to apply the set of distinctions to Kantian faculties, then we must make a crucial further distinction which, unfortunately, is not drawn by Maimon or by Reinhold or, for that matter, by many others. Namely, we must distinguish between distinctions between faculties, that is, capacities, and distinctions between exercises of faculties, that is, actualizations. Now, any interpretation of Kant's account of the faculties should satisfy both of the following desiderata. The desideratum is that each of the faculties considered in the first two critiques, sensibility, understanding, and reason, must have a distinctive exercise, by means of which its tinctive a priori principle can be discerned. Thus sensibility finds its tinctive use in geometry, understanding in logic, reason in practical deliberation with the categorical imperative as its highest principle, and judgment in aesthetic judgment. 79. The second desideratum is that the possibility of some collaborative exercises of faculties must be guaranteed. Most famously, experience is possible only if it is guaranteed that sensibility and understanding can be exercised collaboratively in synthetic a priori judgments. This does not mean only that we must necessarily presuppose such a possibility as a condition for the possibility of experience. It means also that there must be a necessity in the collaboration itself, Anything that can be given through sensibility must necessarily be subject to the categories, that is, to the fundamental concepts of the understanding. Maimon and Reinhold exemplify two ways of misunderstanding Kantian dualism by construing one of the desiderata in a way that makes the satisfaction of the other impossible. Maimon thinks that, since Kant is committed to distinctive uses of faculties, he must be committed to really distinct iaculties. If this were so, then one could have sensibility without reason and vice versa, and one also could have understanding without reason and vice versa. Then Kantian dualism would be comparable to Cartesian dualism. We would have sensibility insofar as we are corporeal beings and understanding insofar as we are rational beings, and it would be extremely difficult to see how human beings with both faculties could constitute substantial unities. Indeed, we might well conclude, as Maimon does, that the second desideratum cannot be satisfied, hence that the problem of the transcendental deduction cannot be solved on Kantian assumptions. But the mistake here lies in the inference from distinctive exercises to really distinct faculties. For there is no contradiction in the thought that faculties that are modally or ration distinct may have distinctive uses. Indeed, there is no contradiction in the thought that modally distinct faculties may have really distinct uses. Reinhold thinks that, since Kant is committed to necessary collaborations of faculties, he must reject exercises of faculties that are more than rationally distinct. Although Reinhold takes himself to be defending Kant's views, he in fact renders impossible the satisfaction of the first desideratum, and he distorts Kantian dualism into a kind of monism. Thus, on Reinhold's interpretation, things in themselves are not thinkable yet unknowable, as they are for Kant. Instead, things in themselves are unthinkable and incomprehensible, and therefore by a trivial inference unknowable. For Reinhold does not leave room for distinctive uses of either understanding or reason that could yield either a negative or a positive conception of a noumenon. P. How, then, should Kant's own view about the relationship between sensibility and understanding be characterized? Certainly each of these faculties must be accorded its own distinctive use. But, as I have said, this is not sufficient to foreclose any of the possible distinctions between the faculties. However, satisfaction of the second desideratum, the project of the transcendental deduction, rules out, as Maimon sees, the possibility of a real distinction between the faculties. So the distinction must be either modal or rational. I will argue that it is modal. Now, in section 26 of the B edition Transcendental Deduction, Kant says that the unity of the formal intuition of space was ascribed in the transcendental aesthetic merely to sensibility, only in order to note that it precedes all concepts, although to he sure it presupposes a synthesis, which does not belong to the senses but through which all concepts of space and time first become possible and through which the understanding determines the sensibility. Why he also says that it is one and the same spontaneity that, there under the name of imagination and here under the name of understanding, brings combination into the manifold of intuition. Here Kant ascribes primacy to understanding over sensibility. For it is the former that determines the latter, not vice versa. In addition, Kant offers what he claims to be a strict deduction of the determinate forms of judgment, while offering no such deduction of the determinate forms of sensibility. This suggests that a finite rational being essentially has a discursive understanding with determinate forms of judgment, whereas, while such a being must also have some faculty of affection, it is neither essential nor necessary to have our forms of sensibility, space and time. 88. We must distinguish between receptivity in general and specifically human sensibilio. Discursive understanding is rationally distinct from sensibility in general. For we cannot make discursive understanding intelligible without reference to receptivity in general, although no reference to specifically human sensibility is required, and we cannot make receptivity in general intelligible without reference to discursive understanding. However, discursive understanding is modally distinct from specifically human sensibility. For we can make discursive understanding intelligible without reference to specifically human sensibility, but we cannot make specifically human sensibility intelligible without reference to discursive understanding. It is on this last point that Kant's resolution of the transcendental deduction problem ultimately rests. However, to say in this sense that understanding determines sensibility is not to say that the forms of specifically human sensibility, space and time, can be derived from the forms of understanding. Such a derivation would be impossible, Kant thinks, because as we have seen, through forms of the understanding alone one can think things in themselves, which, supposing reason's demands to be met, must constitute non-relational grounds or relational properties. But through the forms of specifically human sensibility the only objects that can be given are nothing but relations, objects that are what they are in part because of their careers within the relational framework of space and time. There is no possible derivation. Forms of understanding, that is, from conceptual forms either of synthetic a priori truths about the space-time framework, such as the truths that render it Euclidean rather than non-Euclidean, or of the natures of the objects that are what they are within that framework. Unlike the forms of the understanding, which are necessarily determinate and hence the same for any species of finite rational being, the forms of sensibility and hence the forms of finite intelligibility, which express guaranteed collaborations between understanding and sensibility, that is, the skernatized categories, are contingently determinable. 89. In other words, the distinction between understanding and specifically human sensibility is modal but not derivational. Thus Kant's account of the relationship between understanding and sensibility suggests dependence monism, but not the derivability monism of Leibniz, let alone the derivation monism of the German idealists. Nevertheless, if Kant is a dependence monist, then he is still responsive, like Leibniz and the German idealists, to the problem of simultaneously satisfying the dualistic demand and the monistic demand. But this overlap in problematics is lost on Maimon and Reinhold, along with those who follow them. The real distinctions between the faculties that Maimon mistakenly ascribes to Kant are incompatible with the monistic demand. However, Maimon himself repudiates this real distinction. So Manon's own attitude to the fundamental dualism remains untouched by what has been said here. Reinhold, however, affirms the rational distinctions between the uses of the faculties that he mistakenly ascribes to Kant. These rational distinctions are surely incompatible with Kant's doctrine of faculties, since, I have claimed, Kant's first critique faculties are faculties only insofar as they have really distinct uses. More generally, these rational distinctions seem incompatible with the dualistic demand. But does that entail that Reinhold cannot inherit Kant's dualism in any way? It entails at least that he cannot inherit it as a dualism between two orders of grounding. For, if there is no use of the understanding that is really distinct from any reception through the senses, then things in themselves are not merely unknowable but unthinkable. Indeed, Reinhold seems committed to a dualism between the intelligible and the unintelligible being the proper object of faith. As we shall see in Chapter 4, Fichte's central criticism of Reinhold's pioneering version of the German idealist project is that it fails to adequately acknowledge the crucial dualism of the empirical and the transcendental. Reinhold's position is opposed to Kantian dualism, but it has not yet been shown that German idealism in general must inherit this hostility. The overlap between the problems to which Kant is responsive and those to which both Leibniz and the German idealists respond has been lost on dominant traditions of Kant interpretation, on both the Anglo-American and continental sides of the divide. For they have seen themselves as forced to choose between a real distinction between the faculties, mistakenly ascribed to Kant by Maimon, and rational distinctions between the uses of the faculties, mistakenly ascribed to Kant by Reinhold. Since, as Maimon is the first to argue, the former view makes it impossible to solve the problem of the transcendental deduction, sympathetic interpreters have proposed various versions of the latter. Still, it will be said, despite the overlap of problems, a fundamental difference between the responses remains. After all, Kant is committed only to dependence monism and rejects the derivability monism of Leibniz, let alone the derivation monism of the German idealists. This is true, if derivation monism is concerned with the relationship between understanding and sensibility. However, I am going to argue that there is a version of derivation monism to which Kant himself is attracted, a version that concerns the relationship between reason and understanding. 1.7. It is in his descriptions of the metaphysical deduction of the categories of the understanding that Kant sounds most like the German idealists in his conception of systematicity. Thus he says that his pure consideration of the understanding can succeed only if the categories he adduces entirely exhaust the entire field of pure understanding. Now this completeness of a science cannot reliably be assumed from a rough calculation of an aggregate put together by mere estimates. Hence it is possible only by means of an idea of the whole of the a priori cognition of the understanding, and through the division of concepts that such an idea determines and that constitutes it, thus only through their connection in a system. 92. Consequently, transcendental philosophy has the advantage but also the obligation to seek its concepts in accordance with a principle, since they spring pure and unmixed from the understanding, as absolute unity, and must therefore be connected among themselves in accordance with a concept or idea. Indeed, Kant claims that his table of categories is systematically generated from a common principle. These categories, systematically derived from a first principle, then provide Kant with the clue that guides him through every region of the critical philosophy. It may not sound very promising to appeal to the metaphysical deduction. For neither German idealists nor, for the most part, Kantians have claimed to discern its common principle and to trace the systematic generation of the categories from it. At the very dawn of German idealism, Reinhold views the metaphysical deduction as a preeminent symptom of the need to carry out that systematic generation from a single principle that Kant himself had called for but had failed to provide. Maimon also levels against Kant the very accusation that Kant levels against Aristotle's doctrine of categories, that the list is arrived at rhapsodically and not systematically. Since Klaus Reich's classic 1932 study, however, the metaphysical deduction has been taken far more seriously by interpreters of Kant. It is now clear, thanks in large part to transcripts of logic lectures that were not previously available, that Kant does not merely appropriate, for the sake of transcendental logic, the forms of judgment made available in the now outmoded general logic of his times. Instead, he rethinks both general and transcendental logic on the basis of his far-reaching reconception of judgment as the exemplary act of a finite understanding. Still, the first principle of the metaphysical deduction is surely not an absolute first principle in the way that derivation monism requires. Rather than starting from an absolute first principle, some fourth alternative that enables one to escape from the Agrippine tunnelmoracy, the metaphysical deduction surely begins from the purely phonal principle of the transcendental unity of apperception, which expresses the finite character of a subject whose thought remains empty without data given to its receptive faculty. So it seems implausible that the metaphysical deduction could help respond to Agrippine skepticism by invoking an absolute ground. It is the faculty of reason that is concerned with absolute grounding. Could there be a modal distinction between reason and understanding, in which reason has primacy? This hope is dashed by the critique of pure reason, where it seems, on the contrary, that reason depends for its intelligibility on understanding, but not vice versa, and even that the forms of reason are derivable from the forms of understanding. For, we must note that it is only from the understanding that pure and transcendental concepts can arise, that reason really cannot generate any concept at all, but can at most only free a concept of the understanding from the unavoidable limitations of a possible experience, and thus seek to extend it beyond the boundaries of the empirical, though still in connection with it. 98. Thus the ideas of reason are derivable from the categories of the understanding. To be sure, Kant says that the law of reason to seek unity is necessary, since without it we would have no reason, and without that, no coherent use of the understanding, and, lacking that, no sufficient mark of empirical truth. But this suggests only that the use of the understanding would be seriously deficient without guidance by reason, not that, without reason, one could possess no understanding at all. From this point of view, could any sense be made of the notion that Kant still regards natural grounding, which is subject to the Agrippine trilemma, as derivative from the supernatural grounding that escapes it, with which reason is concerned. It seems that the most one could say is that Kant's doctrine of the highest good commits him to the view that we have reason to hope that progress is occurring towards a condition in which, with divine assistance, the natural order is in harmony with the moral order, and happiness is distributed in accordance with virtue. In such a condition, the extent to which moral agents meet reason's demands for absolute grounding will determine the natural events which we can know in a way that does not allow for absolute grounding. But the determination is not direct, it is a covariance established by God. Still this might suffice for a version of derivability monism, since we could grasp the constructivity of the highest good we could see why, given a certain degree of virtue, a certain degree of happiness should be distributed to an agent, although we could never grasp the actual connection, which would be accessible only to God. Still the harmony is a goal towards which we can rationally hope to progress. It is hard to see how a teleological version of derivability monism could provide a response to Agrippan skepticism about empirical knowledge prior to the attainment of the goal. We must not forget, however, that Kant's thinking does not remain static after 1781. As Eckhart Forster has pointed out, one significant shift is a reconception of the relationship between understanding and reason. Thus, in the Opus Postulum, Kant writes, reason precedes, with the projection of its forms, and ideas precede appearances in space and t. Of course, this is very late evidence from a highly problematic source. Nevertheless, there is evidence, I believe, that Kant is taking steps towards this reconception much earlier than the bulk of his work on the Opus Posthumum. This evidence suggests the possibility of a reworking of the metaphysical deduction which, however, Kant himself did not carry out. The evidence I have in mind comes from one of Kant's responses to the Spinozism controversy that gave rise to German idealism, in particular, from Kant's 1786 response to Moses Mendelssohn's last word on behalf of the pre-Kantian Enlightenment, the Morgenstunden. Although Mendelssohn confesses that he has not been able to study Kant's critical philosophy, he makes a remark that, as Kant notices, challenges the meaningfulness of the distinction between empirical and transcendental reality, and thereby questions the meaningfulness of Kant's transcendental idealism. If I tell you what a thing does or undergoes, then ask no further what it is. If I tell you what sort of concept you have to form of a thing, then the further question, what that thing is in itself and sich selbst, has no more sense. 102. In response, Kant first makes what should by now be a familiar point. He notes that, as demonstrated in his metaphysical principles oj natural science, we can know only irreducibly relational determinations within the empirical world, and we cannot know anything inner. Then Kant makes some surprising comments on proper procedure in metaphysics. Consider only how you form the concept of God as highest intelligence. You think pure, true reality in him, i.e., something that is not merely opposed to negations, as one commonly maintains, but rather and eminently something that is opposed to the reality as an appearance, real as phenomenon, to all those that must be given to us through the senses, and for just that reason called rea as apparens, albeit not in an entirely appropriate expression. If one now diminishes all these realities, understanding, will, blessedness, power, etc., with respect to degree, then they remain ever the same realities with respect to manner, quality, and then you have properties of things in themselves, which you can also apply to other things besides God. You can think no other properties of things in themselves, everything else is only reality in appearance, property of a thing as object of the senses, whereby you never think a thing as it is in itself. To be sure, it seems odd that we can determine our concepts of things in themselves appropriately only insofar as we first lead back reducer and all reality to the concept of God, and that we should apply it to other things as things in themselves only insofar as it finds its place within that concept. That alone is properly the means of separation of everything sensible and of appearance from that which can be considered through the understanding as appropriate to things in themselves. 103. Kant's general point is clear. It makes sense to distinguish empirical reality from transcendental reality, and so it makes sense to say, for example, that we can know only appearances but not things in themselves. For empirical reality is irreducibly relational and hence subject to the Agrippine trilemma. In contrast, reason demands that we think things in themselves as escaping the trilemma by providing a non-relational ground for relational properties. When one contrasts empirical reality as it is known in Newtonian physics with transcendental reality as it is positively conceived in metaphysics, that is, with Narnina in the positive sense that is hypothetically necessary, then it is unquestionable that one is drawing a meaningful distinction. Indeed, it is clear that things in themselves can never be known through the study of empirical objects, and that, even if one has complete knowledge of what a thing does or undergoes, there will still be a meaningful question about what it is in itself. For my purposes, however, what is important is Kant's point that the absolutely infinite God must not be conceived through a negation of the limits of finite substances. Rather, the reality of finite things in themselves, that is, in Kant's terminology, transcendental reality, must be conceived through a limitation of the reality pertaining to or grounded in the absolutely infinite. Before Kant, Descartes and Newton also insist that the finite must be viewed as a negation of the infinite, not vice versa, and, after Kant, this insight is also central to the thinking of Levinas. But is it not surprising to hear Kant make this metaphysical point? Is it not doubly surprising to hear him say that this alone is the key to the separation of the sensible from the intelligible, a separation whose significance for the critical project could hardly be overestimated? According to the critique of pure reason, our concepts of things in themselves are ultimately derived from the a priori structure of the understanding. In the negative sense, our indeterminate concept of things in themselves is an abstract concept of a thing in general or a transcendental object. In the positive sense, our concepts of things in themselves are categories that are extended to the unconditioned. But according to this 1786 text, our concepts of things in themselves, presumably of things in themselves in the positive sense, are derived from the idea of God, hence from an idea of reason. Clearly, a shift in Kant's thinking has occurred. And this shift creates a new possibility, the possibility of a metaphysical deduction of the categories whose first principle is not the concept of a finite, discursive understanding, but rather the idea of God as ens realissimum. But this is the possibility of derivation monism. I am not suggesting that the reconceived metaphysical deduction, suggested by Kant's 1786 response to Mendelssohn, is to be found within the critique of pure reason. There Kant thinks of the principle of the transcendental unity of apperception, expressive of the discursive character of finite understanding, as the first principle of the metaphysical deduction. Indeed, he seems to think that the demand for an omnitudo realitatis grounded in the ens realissimum is itself a dialectical illusion. Thus he writes: "Now in fact no other objects except those of sense can be given to us, and they can be given nowhere except in the context of a possible experience. Consequently, nothing is an object for us unless it presupposes the sum total of all empirical reality as condition of its possibility. In accordance with a natural illusion, we regard as a principle that must hold of all things in general that which properly holds only of those which are given as objects of our senses. That we subsequently hypostatize this idea of the sum total of all reality, however, comes about because we dialectically transform the distributive unity of the use of the understanding in experience into the collective unity of a whole of experience, and from this whole of appearance we think up an individual thing containing in itself all empirical reality, which then be means of the transcendental subreption we have already thought is confused with the concept of a thing that stands at the summit of the possibility of all things, providing the real conditions for their thoroughgoing determination." ROS here Kant suggests that the idea of an omnitudo realitatis is illicitly formed from the legitimate idea of the sum total of empirical reality. This latter sum total is a distributive unity. That is to say, the whole of possible experience is a unity in virtue of the categorical principles that make any given empirical object possible, but this unity is merely distributive because the principles enable the anticipation only of the form of possible experience, while the matter of possible experience must be given and cannot be anticipated a priori. Log in contrast, the omnitudo reoluaus, as a sum total of transcendental reality, would be a collective unity. That is to say, it would be a unity in virtue of principles that make possible the anticipation not only of the form but also of the matter of cognition. One cannot legitimately derive the idea of a collective unity from that of a distributive unity. In a similar vein, Kant wrote the following in his own copy of the A edition of the Critique, at A266, when he is discussing the distinction between form and matter: the thoroughgoing determination as principle is grounded on the unity of consciousness. On this picture, we abstract from the specific finite intelligibility of objects to humans, thereby forming an indeterminate concept of a thing in general, whose intelligibility does not depend on any condition peculiar to human knowers. However, this yields at most an idea of a noumenon in the negative sense. When we subsequently imagine the realization of that idea by a completely determinate thing in itself as a noumenon in the positive sense, we are falling prey to a dialectical illusion. It is not clear, however, even within the Critique of Pure Reason, why Kant should take this dim view of the idea of an omnitudo realitatis grounded in an ens realissimum. Since it does not appear to lead to any antinomy, why should he not hold, rather, that such an idea expresses a synthetic a priori demand of reason, which, however, cannot he assume to be actualized? Then falling prey to the dialectical illusion would consist, not in reason's demand, but rather in the thought that reason's demand must be met by actuality. Contemporaneous readers are justifiably confused about Kant's attitude towards a way of thinking about God that is central to Kant's thinking as late as the inaugural dissertation of 1770. 108. By 1786, Kant has attained a more appreciative view of the idea of an omnitudo realitatis grounded in an ens realissimum without returning to his pre-critical view that it can serve as the only possible ground for proof of the existence of God. For in his more famous response to the pantheism controversy, what does it mean to orient oneself in thinking? He writes, since reason needs to presuppose reality as given for the possibility of all things, and considers the differences between things only as limitations arising through the negations attaching to them, it sees itself necessitated to take as a ground one single possibility, namely that of an unlimited being, to consider it as original and all others as derived. Since also the thoroughgoing possibility of everything must be encountered within existence as a whole, or at least since this is the only way in which the principle of thoroughgoing determination makes it possible for our reason to distinguish between the possible and the actual, we find a subjective ground of necessity, i.e., a need in our reason itself to take the existence of a most real, highest, being as the ground of all possibility. Here Kant acknowledges this line of reasoning as a need in our reason itself. As one would expect, he criticizes the thought that this need constitutes a demonstration of the existence of God, a thought underlying, he says, all of Mendelssohn's proofs in Morgenstunden, but he does not say here, as he does in the first Critique, that the line of reasoning is itself entangled in dialectical illusion. His reservation is, rather, that we must not give out what is in fact only a necessary presupposition as if it were a free insight. The suggestion is that the reconceived metaphysical deduction should be seen as a rethinking whose possibility is first made clear by post-1781 developments in Kant's thinking. No, such a rethinking would not be without parallel, for the insight one acquires in the transcendental analytic into the determination of sensibility by the understanding enables a rethinking of the transcendental aesthetic. V. Indeed, the general possibility of such rethinkings is illuminated by what has been said about the modal character of the distinction between the faculties. Supp 9 Se there are two modally distinct faculties, each with a really distinct use. If one examines the dependent faculty first, in light of its really distinct use, then one may be said to examine it as if it were a really distinct faculty. When, however, it is subsequently established that the dependent faculty is unintelligible without reference to the faculty on which it is dependent, then one's previously attained view of the lower faculty will have to be rethought in light of one's new insight. Since, as I have argued, there are modal distinctions both between the faculties of specifically human sensibility and understanding, and between understanding and reason. It should be clear why, in both cases, the examination of the latter faculty enables a deeper insight into the former. What would a metaphysical deduction from the idea of God be like? As far as I know, Kant never attempts to carry it out. However, without attempting a complete reconstruction, we can see what the shape of the derivation would be if we pay attention to connections between three regions of the critique of pure reason: the metaphysical deduction, the transcendental ideal, and the amphiboly. There is an implicit connection, made explicit in several reflexionen, between the metaphysical deduction, in which the categories are derived, and the transcendental ideal, in which the idea of God is derived. This connection can be brought out through consideration of Kant's argument for the distinction between negative judgment and infinite judgment within transcendental logic. Kant agrees with George Friedrich Meyer, whose book provides the basis for Kant's lectures on logic, that there is no distinction to be made, within general logic, between an affirmative judgment and an infinite judgment, such as the soul is non-mortal, in which the predicate involves a negation, but the copula is not negated, as it is in a negative judgment such as the soul is not mortal. Tp. For general logic abstracts from all content of the predicate, even if it is negative, and considers only whether it is attributed to the subject or opposed to it. 1L4. That is, general logic is concerned only with the forms of the synthesis of subject concepts and predicate concepts, and with the combinations of those forms in syllogisms, without paying any attention whatsoever to the content of the concepts involved, in particular to whether those concepts are real, that is, capable of rendering objects intelligible. However, Kant argues, transcendental logic must distinguish infinite from affirmative judgments. For transcendental logic is concerned with the forms of synthesis of subject concepts and predicate concepts into judgments insofar as the resulting judgments are capable of rendering objects intelligible. So transcendental logic must pay attention to the contents of concepts, to their reality. And the object intelligibility achieved through infinite judgments differs from the object intelligibility achieved through affirmative judgments. In an affirmative judgment, such as the soul is simple, the sphere of the subject concept is included in the definite sphere of the predicate concept, and the soul is posited within a definite region of the space of real possibilities or possible entities. Thus, we might say, the soul is rendered definitely intelligible. But this is not the kind of intelligibility achieved through an infinite judgment such as the soul is non-mortal. Now, by means of the proposition the soul is non-mortal, I have certainly made an actual affirmation as far as logical form is concerned, for I have placed the soul within the unlimited domain of undying beings. Now, since that which is mortal contains one part of the whole domain of possible beings, but that which is undying the other, nothing is said by my proposition but that the soul is one of the infinite multitude of things that remain if I take away everything that is mortal. But the infinite sphere of the possible is thereby limited only to the extent that that which is mortal is separated from it, and the soul is placed in the remaining space of its domain. But even with this exception, this space still remains infinite, and more parts could be taken away from it without the concept of the soul growing in the least and being affirmatively determined. Through an infinite judgment, we might say, a real possibility is rendered indefinitely intelligible. For it is posited within what Kant thinks of as the space of real possibilities. But it is posited outside a definite region of that space, in an indefinitely large area. In Kant's logical terminology, the sphere of the subject concept is included in the infinite sphere external to that of the concept whose negation constitutes the predicate concept. Now, when Kant speaks of the exhaustive division of the whole extant Xion of possible beings into the mortal and the non-mortal, he is implicitly invoking what, in the transcendental ideal, he calls the principle of thoroughgoing determination 116, and he makes this connection explicit in R 3063. As Kant puts it in the Critique, everything, however, as to its possibility, stands under the principle of thoroughgoing determination, according to which, among all possible predicates of things, insofar as they are compared with their opposites, one must apply to it This does not rest merely on the principle of contradiction, for besides considering everything in relation to two contradictorily conflicting predicates, it considers everything further in relation to the whole of possibility, as the sum total of all predicates of things in general, and by presupposing that as a condition a priori, it represents everything as deriving its own possibility from the share it has in that whole of possibility. The principle of thoroughgoing determination thus deals with the content and not merely the logical form. It is the principle of the synthesis of all predicates which are to make up the complete concept of a thing, and not merely of the analytical representation, through one of two opposed predicates, and it contains a transcendental presupposition, namely that of the material all possibility, which is supposed to contain a priori the data for the particular possibility of everything. 117 Clearly, Kant is concerned here, once again, with the difference between general and transcendental logic. There are two significant differences between the transcendental principle of thoroughgoing determination and the general logical principle of contradiction. First, the transcendental principle is concerned with real, not merely logical, possibilities. It concerns everything as to its possibility. Thus the opposing predicates to which it applies must express reality or intelligibility of some being. Kant illustrates this point by means of a familiar example taken from Meyer. He uses the expression non-mortal to draw a distinction between a general, log 5 cal negation of a copula and the transcendental negation of a concept. P. However, here he mentions only negative judgments, in which the subject concept is negated because it does not express reality, thinghood, but rather non-being in itself, a mere lack, the removal of everything. He does not mention infinite judgments, in which the predicate concept is negated. Second, unlike the principle of contradiction, the principle of thoroughgoing determination has a transcendental presupposition, the sum total of all possibility or the collective possibility, the allness, universitas, or the sum total of all possible predicates. The idea here is that things are thoroughly determined, not merely with respect to any given pair of opposed predicates, that is, to any pair of opposed predicates between which we have the opportunity to decide, say in virtue of some experience, but rather with respect to every possible pair of opposed predicates. We find here, in effect, another expression of the Leibnizian principle of sufficient reason. For the idea is that everything is determined, as it were, in advance, with respect to every possible pair of opposed predicates, by its essence or absolutely intrinsic properties, thus by its transcendentally real possibility. That is to say, there is an absolute and unconditioned reason why every possible thing bas every predicate that is possible for it. To grasp this absolute and unconditioned reason would be, as Kant says in Leibnizian language, to grasp the complete concept of a thing. 1L9. According to this conception of hypothetical necessity, every possible thing is individuated and so distinguished from every other possible thing, in virtue of its concept alone. Thus there is a conceptual space within which every possible thing has its own determinate location. We must not forget that the idea of such a conceptual space is an expression of reason's demand for an escape from the Agrippan trilemma and does not follow analytically from the mere concept of a thing. There is no contradiction in the thought that possible things are not completely determined, or that things are individuated from one another only when they are actual. This is exactly the case, Kant argues, with empirical reality. Objects of possible experience are in principle not completely determinable in advance via absolutely intrinsic properties, for those properties can never be given through our senses, whose form is space and time. Objects that are actually given through the senses are individuated, not through their concepts alone but through their relationship to other objects in space and time, and indeed to the spatial framework enduring in time. As Kant explains in the Amphiboly, Leibniz's principle of the identity of intsimibles is true of the objects of pure understanding but not of the objects of possible experience. If an object is presented to us several times, but always with the same inner determinations, quiltas et quanutas, then it is always exactly the same if it counts as an object of pure understanding, not many but only one thing, numerica identita, but if it is appearance, then the issue is not the comparison of concepts, but rather, however identical everything may be in regard to that, the difference of the places of these appearances at the same time is still an adequate ground for the numerical difference of the object, of the senses, itself. Thus, in the case of 2 drops of water one can completely abstract from alienor difference, of quality arid quantity, and it is enough that they be intuited in different places at the same time in order for them to be held to be numerically different. P. Empirically, real objects can differ only numerically, in virtue of their different relations to the irreducibly relational frameworks of space and time, without any determining conceptual difference, thus without any absolute reason appealing to the essences of the objects in question. That is one manifestation of the vulnerability of empirical reality, considered on its own, to Agrippan skepticism. Now, a sum total of all possibility cannot subsist on its own without some actual ground, any more than a single possibility can. So reason demands an actual ground in what may be called a most real being, ens realissimum, or an original being, ens originarium, or the being of all beings, ens intium. This being may be identified as God. Now if we pursue this idea of ours so far as to hypostatize it, then we will be able to determine the original being through the mere concept of the highest reality as a being that is singular, simple, all-sufficient, eternal, etc. In a word, we will be able to determine it in its unconditioned completeness through all predications. The concept of such a being is that of God thought of in a transcendental sense, and thus the ideal of pure reason is the object of a transcendental theology. L21 In the Critique, Kant does not explore this determination in detail, but it is explicated elsewhere as central to his pre-critical thinking. For my purposes, I will summarize the idea in the terms Kant used in his 1786 response to Mendelssohn: we may ascribe to God all and only those absolutely intrinsic properties that are absolutely infinite, so that every real predicate of every possible finite thing in itself is either the limitation of a divine predicate or the consequence of such a limitation. Thus it is not only that the ascription of every possible real predicate, rather than its opposite, is grounded in the absolutely intrinsic properties of some transcendentally possible thing. These absolutely intrinsic properties, that is to say, the transcendental possibilities of things, or the concepts of things in themselves, are in turn grounded in the idea of God. We are now in a position to reverse direction and to reconceive the metaphysical deduction as a derivation from an absolute first principle. One would begin with the idea of God as ens realissimum, as the absolutely infinite ground of the omnudo realitas. To the ens realissimum must be ascribed the maximal realities, that is, those intrinsic properties, first, that involve no negation whatsoever and thus survive what Kant calls the via negationes, and, second, that are raised to an infinite degree in what he calls the via eminentiae. 122 By now limiting these absolutely infinite real properties that have been ascribed to God, one derives all possible transcendentally real properties of finite things. This limitation would in principle yield complete concepts of possible things in themselves. At this stage, however, a second limitation is required. For the complete concepts of things could only be grasped by an infinite intellect, which Kant thinks may be ascribed to God. But we have only finite intellect, that is to say, a discursive understanding, whose spontaneity alone can supply only empty forms. Thus we are dependent on something other than our own spontaneity, on the capacity to receive what is given to us for the matter of our cognition, whereas God is the ground of both form and matter. This second limitation would enable the derivation of both general and transcendental logic. The resulting basic concepts of transcendental logto, the pure categories, might be called incomplete concepts of things in themselves. These concepts alone do not suffice to individuate every possible thing, or to determine, with respect to every possible thing, the ascription of one of each possible pair of opposed real predicates. As so derived, our concepts of things in themselves are not fully determinate. Consequently, the categorias Ariganus faced. We may use them to think things in themselves, that is, we may use them as incomplete versions of the concepts of things that are thoroughgoingly determined, of infinitely intelligible things that are individuated merely by their locations in the conceptual space of all transcendentally real possibilities. When we use categories in this way, our thoughts are empty forms through which we cannot determine and know any objects. But we consider this emptiness as manifesting our finitude, as expressing our inability to provide the matter supplied by God for his own cognition. Alternatively, we may use our pure categories, which are not fully determinate, to think possible things that are not fully determinate and that are individuated only insofar as they are actualized. When we use categories in this way, our thoughts are empty forms through which we can determine and know objects, provided that the matter for our cognition is provided through receptivity. Thus, categories may be used in two ways, either to think but not to determine or know things in themselves, or to think and possibly to determine and to know appearances. Returning to the scholastic terminology of the previous section, it now seems that the distinction between the faculties of understanding and reason is modal. Reason is intelligible without reference to finite discursive understanding, but understanding is unintelligible without reference to reason. Now, it is essential to note that to undertake this reconceived metaphysical deduction is not to return to Leibnizian derivability monism. There are three crucial differences, both made possible by Kant's doctrine of the faculties. First, Kant's doctrine is more modest because, according to the reconceived metaphysical deduction, the derivation is merely partial. The most one could hope to derive would be the general concept of a manifold of matter given for cognition, not the specific forms in which matter can be given to us human beings. So the intelligible does not provide sufficient reason for the sensible, as it must in Leibniz's view. Thus, for example, it remains an entirely open question at this stage whether those forms constitute an irreducibly relational framework, hence, whether what is given by means of those forms could manifest things as they are in themselves, albeit incompletely. There is no direct argument from the discursivity of the human understanding to the transcendental idealist thesis that we cannot have any theoretical knowledge whatsoever of things in themselves. An argument for this thesis would require additional premises about the forms of specifically human sensibility. Second, it should be noted that, nevertheless, Kant's doctrine in a way more ambitious than Leibniz's doctrine. For the Kantian derivation should actually be possible for us to carry out. It is not merely a matter, as in Leibniz, of our grasping the possibility of a derivation that only God could perform. Put another way, Kant's version of derivation monism is internal to the human standpoint. Third, the terms of the derivation relation are quite different in the Leibnizian and Kantian cases. For Leibniz, the relation must hold between property instantiations or facts. Every relational property instantiation must be derivable in principle from some non-relational property instantiation. For Kant, the relation must hold between basic concepts of reality or categories, the forms employed for the cognition of that which is empirically real, which turns out, in light of the forms of specifically human sensibility, to be irreducibly relational, must be actually derivable from the forms employed for the thought of that which is transcendentally real, which must have some intrinsic properties. To employ a distinction made available by the Kantian doctrine of the faculties, what is derived in the reconceived metaphysical deduction is not the faculty of understanding's exercises with respect to the empirical world relational property ascript.ions, but rather the faculty of understanding with respect to the empirical world the general capacity for relational property ascriptions. More precisely, the forms of judgment or the categories, which make relational property ascriptions possible, are derived from the forms of absolutely positive reality, which are grounded in the idea of God as ens realissimum. Consequently, the reconceived metaphysical deduction promises help against Agrippan skepticism, although not, perhaps, the kind of help one might have expected. For we may say that empirical reality is derived from transcendental reality by limitation. So we may say that, in this sense, empirical reality is a derivative or limited version of transcendental reality, and that the former is grounded in the latter. We are not entitled to any claims, even in principle, about the determination of particular relational property instantiations by intrinsic property instantiations. But we may nevertheless say that the forms of empirical reality are grounded in the forms of transcendental reality. It is this, and this alone, that we are entitled to mean if we say that things in themselves are the things that appear in empirical phenomena. I am now in a position to respond to a textual objection that proponents of the two methods and two aspects interpretations could raise. The objection is that there are passages in which Kant seems clearly to speak in ways that seem incompatible with the idea that transcendental reality and empirical reality constitute two distinct conceptions of the essence of things. For example, the object is to be taken in a twofold sense, namely as appearance and as thing in itself, if the deduction of the concepts of understanding is valid, and the principle of causality therefore applies only to things taken in the former sense, namely, insofar as they are objects of experience. These same objects, taken in the other sense, not being subject to the principle, then there is no contradiction in supposing that one and the same will is, in the appearance, that is, in its visible acts, necessarily subject to the law of nature. And so far not free, while yet, as belonging to a thing in itself, it is not subject to that law, and is therefore free. 123 This object as appearance is to be distinguished from itself as object in itself. 124 The very same being which, as outer appearance, is extended, may be, in itself, internally is subject, and is not composite, but is simple and thinks. 125 In my view such passages are metaconceptual organ if you like. Metacategorial. P The point is that the very same concepts of an object, or the very same categories, may be employed both to cognize an appearance and to think a thing in itself. Thus the grounding of natural events, although it is deterministic in Kant's view, can be derivative in the sense supplied ultimately by the reconceived metaphysical deduction from the grounding of actions in transcendentally real, free agents. The story of Kant's reconceived metaphysical deduction should be instructive for the assessment of the Kantian origins of German idealism. For here we see a crucial element of Kant's pre-critical project, the proof of God's existence as ens realissimum, resurfacing within the critical philosophy, in a way that does not undermine either the basic notion of Kantian dualism or the doctrine of the faculties. And it is here not, I suggest, in Kant's pre-critical versions of Leibniz's derivability monism that we can find a Kantian source for the derivation monism of the German idealists. Like Kant, the German idealists are concerned with an actual derivation, not with our grasp of the possibility in principle of a derivation performable only by God. Like Kant again, the German idealists are concerned with the derivation of categories, not of facts. My claim is not that the German idealists are directly influenced by the Kantian texts to which I have appealed, although this could be true. My claim rather is that the German idealists, like Kant, are concerned with the problem of simultaneously satisfying both the duality demand and the monistic demand. So it is to be expected that developments below the surface of Kant's own thinking about this problem should be paralleled by developments in the thinking of his philosophically creative readers. Given this way of thinking about the origin of German idealist derivation monism, we should not expect a German idealist derivation to look like a deductive proof from a premise or axiom. This expectation is fulfilled. In Fichte's prospectus, for example, he says much about what a first principle is supposed to do for us, and he seems to say frustratingly little about what it is. But he gives a clue to which we should now be attuned when he cites geometry as an example of a particular science with its own first principle, which is, however, in some sense derivative from the first principle of the Wissenschaftslehre. The first principle of geometry is the overall task of limiting space in accordance with the rule, or the task of spatial construction. 127. Thus the first principle is not, as one might have thought, the conjunction of the Euclidean axioms. Instead, it is the task of determining space by limitation, which may be regarded as derivative from the task of determining the omnudo realitatis. For Fichte in the 1794–1795 foundations, it turns out, it is not God but rather the absolute I that is the ens realissimum. 12. In Schelling's early essays, the same reconstrual of Kant's transcendental ideal is also evident, while the importance of the ideal for understanding both Hegel's early notion of transcendental intuition and Schelling's late philosophy of the world ages has recently been pointed out. 129. One important consequence is that it ceases to be difficult to answer the question, why only one first principle? For, as this question is often asked, it is wrongly assumed to be equivalent to the question, why only one axiom rather than several? Once it is understood that the first principle is not an axiom, but is instead what constitutes the unity of an intelligible domain of objects, then it becomes clear that the uniqueness of the principle corresponds to the unity of the domain in question. Neither Kant nor the German idealists see the uniqueness of the principle, so understood, as controversial and in need of justification, for the monotheistic view that only a unique God could be the ground of a unique world had been long established, on the basis of various arguments. Against this background, we can also understand the German idealist view of the special status of philosophy. Although there are several sciences, each science must be concerned with a unified domain of objects and must therefore have a unique principle. These principles are unconditioned only relative to the domains of the special sciences. The unity of the sciences is understood in terms of the derivativeness of these principles of the special sciences from an absolutely unconditioned first principle, with which philosophy is concerned. Another important consequence of the idea that German idealists seek to realize the program, envisaged by Kant himself, of a metaphysical deduction from the idea of God, is that we can see why their works often take the form of a derivation of the categories. P. Highly important questions remain open about the envisioned derivation. First, what is the status of the first principle? So far, I have spoken only of derivation from the idea of God, not from the existence of God. In the Critique of Practical Reason, Kant presents the existence of God as a postulate of pure practical reason, while, in the Opus Posthumum, he says that only the idea of God is at stake, not any existence outside that idea. 13. Whether this is a shift in Kant's thinking need not be argued here. 132. What is important for my purposes is that the status of the first principle is an open question, and that the same question is in fact raised, not only about German idealist systems, but also within those systems, especially in response to criticisms of Reinhold's pioneering version, which I will discuss in Chapter 4. Second, what is the nature of the steps in the derivation? In the derivation sketched above, these steps are conceived as limitations. But why are absolutely infinite realities limited, giving rise to finite things in themselves, and why is an absolutely infinite understanding limited, giving rise to finite rational beings? Again, what is important for my purposes is that the same question is addressed within German idealist systems. P. Third, how extensive are the results of the derivation? For instance, could one derive, if not the distinctively Euclidean features of the forms of specifically human sensibility, nevertheless some features of any manifold of given matter capable of enabling the individuation of objects? 134. Again, the same question arises with respect to derivations of space within German idealist systems. This means that derivation monism is not necessarily opposed to Kantian dualism. Indeed, the German idealists inherit the core of Kantian dualism, which I would now formulate as follows: there are two structures of grounding, a, such that one is subject to the Agrippin trilemma while the other escapes it, and, b, such that the basic concepts employed in the articulation of the former structure are derivative from the basic concepts employed in the articulation of the latter, for the German idealists conceive the relationship between the empirical or ordinary standpoint and the transcendental or speculative standpoint in just this way. They, too, seek to carry out a deduction of the categories that will demonstrate the absolute grounding of empirical knowledge without compromising the mutual closure of transcendental and empirical reasoning. 135. As for Kant's doctrine of the faculties, when it is not interpreted as involving real distinctions between faculties, and when the shifts in Kant's own thinking are recognized, it can be seen to create room for derivation monism as an account of the grounding relationship between what is empirically real and what is transcendentally real. Indeed, some version of this view seems called for if there is to be a fully satisfying response to Agrippan skepticism about the empirical world. So some light has been shed on the motivation for the German idealist program of systematization, although much more is yet to be provided. Derivation monism, then, is not necessarily incompatible with Kantian dualism. However, specific versions of derivation monism, which can allow only rational distinctions between exercises of faculties, are incompatible with Kant's doctrine of the faculties, or with his fundamental dualism, or with both. Only versions that allow real distinctions between exercises of faculties can be compatible with Kant's doctrine of the faculties, and only versions that allow a modal distinction between empirical and pure uses of the categories, can be compatible with his fundamental dualism. The fact that Kantian dualism is compatible with some versions of derivation monism does not show that Kant is a German idealist. It shows, rather, that taking Kant's Copernican turn plus maintaining derivation monism is insufficient to make one a German idealist. For, as I shall argue in the chapters to come, the deeper differences between Kant and German idealism do not concern the dualistic relationship between the transcendental and the empirical. Those deeper differences concern, rather, how each of the relata is conceived. The next two chapters will deal with the transcendental and with the empirical, respectively, focusing on the transformed set of problems confronting the German idealists in the wake of the Spinozism controversy. I further observe, that if we go beyond the 1am, we necessarily arrive at Spinozism, that, when fully thought out, the system of Leibniz is nothing other than Spinozism, is shown in a valuable essay by Salomon Maimon. And that there are only two completely consistent systems, the critical, which recognizes this boundary, and the Spinozistic, which oversteps it. Fichte, 1964, 112, GW 101. Now for a reply to your question as to whether I believe we cannot get to a personal being by means of the moral proof. For you the question has surely long since been decided. For us as well the orthodox concepts of God are no more. My reply is that we get even further than a personal being. I have in the interim become a Spinozist. Do not be astonished. You will soon hear how. Schelling, Letter to Hegel, February 4, 1795 in Hegel, 1953, Brief I, Letter 9. Spinoza is the high point of modern philosophy. Either Spinozism or no philosophy. Hegel, 1970, 20, VGP, 163 to 164. It is hard to comprehend how the scholars just mentioned could have found support for Spinozism in the Critique of Pure Reason. Kant, 1900, WHD, 8143n. Here, as elsewhere, Leibniz fell into Spinozism whenever he allowed himself to be logical. In his published works, accordingly, he took care to be illogical. Russell, I 900, 1937, Preface to the Second Edition, 7. 2.1. A version of monism to which German idealists are committed is incompatible with one of Kant's fundamental commitments. I will call it holistic monism, which is distinct from the derivation monism discussed in Chapter 1. Derivation monism is the requirement that, in an adequate philosophical system, the a priori conditions of experience must be somehow derived from a single, absolute first principle. Holistic monism may be divided into two requirements. The holistic requirement is that, in an adequate philosophical system, empirical items must be such that all their properties are determinable only within the context of a totality composed of other items and their properties. The monistic requirement is that, in an adequate philosophical system, the absolute first principle must be immanent within the aforementioned totality, as its principle of unity. The two requirements together entail, first, that the absolute first principle both necessitates its derivatives and is impossible without them, and, second, that, between the principle and its derivatives, there can be no real distinctions. Now this view conflicts with what may be called monadic individualism, the thesis that properties can be instantiated only if they are borne by individuals, which possess some intrinsic properties. This thesis is to be distinguished from the monadological view that properties must be borne by individuals which have only intrinsic properties. Kant is committed to monadic individualism on two levels. First, as we have seen, even in the critical period, Kant maintains that, supposing the intelligibility of the world, things in themselves must be individuals in the way monadic individualism requires. This is Kant's critical inheritance of the Leibnizian notion of hypothetical necessity. Turning from theoretical to practical philosophy, we find, second, that, in Kant's view, the self-conception required for moral action is a conception of myself as an individual with some intrinsic properties, notably, a will that is capable of autonomy. This parting of the ways which, as we shall see, is far more complex than I have so far suggested, comes about through the remarkable influence of the Jacobi-Mendelssohn controversy and, more specifically, through the unintended success of Jacobi's presentation of Spinozism in 1785. Jacobi's goal may be to discredit the Enlightenment by showing that it leads inexorably to Spinozism and other horrible consequences, as Lessing, the German Enlightenment's most far-sighted thinker, had realized. But Jacobi's effect is to convince an entire generation that Spinoza may no longer be treated as a dead dog, but should instead be regarded as the most rigorous of all the great figures in the history of philosophy. Of course, not everyone whom Jacobi has convinced of Spinoza's greatness also thinks that one should be a Spinozist. Indeed, Reinhold, the first German idealist, brought Kant's critique of pure reason to the attention of a large audience for the first time when, in his letters on the Kantian philosophy, he presented the doctrine of moral religion in the critique as the only possible alternative to Spinozism. Although the critique had been written by Kant and read by Jacobi before the Spinozism controversy, its fate is to be read by many, including those who will soon be German idealists, in the new context inaugurated by Jacobi, a context significantly different from that in which the critique had been written. Jacobi may be seen as transforming the philosophical context in two ways. First, he establishes Spinozism, which had been a negligible position when Kant wrote the critique, as the principal pre-Kantian option for solving the problems discussed in the last chapter, the Agrippine trilemma, the Leibnizian problem, and the Newtonian/Humean problem, to all of which Kantian dualism may be seen as responding. Second, he institutes a new way of seeing those problems, as part of a general problematic of the nihilism of philosophy, which I will discuss in the next chapter. This chapter will deal with Jacobi's remarkable success in putting Spinozism on the map of viable philosophical positions. Thanks to Jacobi, by the time the German idealists write their major works, they have become convinced that any viable philosophical position must be committed to holistic monism, one of Spinozism's distinctive features. Indeed, it has become so self-evident to them that they offer little or no argument on its behalf. In this chapter, I will reconstruct the motivation for holistic monism by focusing on two stages in the reception of the first critique. At the first stage, readers of the critique, under Jacobi's influence, think that Kant himself either is, should, or at least could be a Spinozist committed to holistic monism. At the second stage, Kant himself, if not under Jacobi's influence, then on the occasion forced upon him by Jacobi, comes to a new appreciation of Spinozism. Beginning with the Critique oj Practical Reason of 1788, Kant argues that a transcendental realist, who is developing a theoretical account of hypothetical necessity, should be, not a Leibnizian, as Kant would have said before the Spinozism controversy, but rather a Spinozist. Thus Spinozism is the greatest rival of Kant's own transcendental idealism. But the latter, Kant also argues, has decisive theoretical advantages over the former. By reconstructing an argument that emerges from the first stage, an argument to the effect that Kant could be a Spinozist, as well as an argument that emerges from the second stage, a jailed argument to the effect that transcendental idealism defeats Spinozism within theoretical philosophy, I hope to show why Fichte and Schelling come to think that Spinozism cannot be refuted by either Kantian or Pichtean idealism on theoretical grounds, a thesis from which they draw conclusions whose difference may be seen as representing the schism between Fichte on the one hand and Schelling and Hegel on the other. 2.2. At the beginning of the Spinozism controversy, it is far from clear whether Kant will become involved. It is even unclear on which side he would intervene if he were to participate. Thus in 1785, Kant receives numerous letters begging him to enter the controversy, either against Jacobi or against Mendelssohn. One letter, from Christian Gottfried Schütz, editor of the Allgemeine Literaturzeitung of Jena, which is just beginning to become a center for Kantianism, pleads with Kant for a clarification, whether Mr. Privy Councillor Jacobi in his book on Spinoza has not misunderstood you, when he cites your ideas about space and says they are written wholly in Spinoza's spirit. It is entirely incomprehensible how often you are misunderstood. There are people, who are actually not fools in other respects, who take you for an atheist. For Schütz is referring to a footnote in which Jacobi cites the Critique au pure reason in order to explain holistic monism to Mendelssohn. Here is Jacobi's text, to which the footnote in question is attached. 6. Hence i.e., as a result of the argument Jacobi has just given, which I shall explore later. The finite is in the infinite, so that the sum of all finite things, equally containing within itself the whole of eternity at every moment, past and future, is one and the same as the infinite thing itself. 7. This sum is not an absurd combination of finite things, together constituting an infinite, but a whole in the strictest sense, whose parts can only be thought within it and according to it. Paragraph 6 is a statement of Spinoza's monism, as Jacobi understands it. It amounts to the view that the dependence of finite things upon the infinite is such that the omnitudo realitatis is one and the same as the ens realissimum. But, as Jacobi hastens to explain in paragraph 7, to say this is not to make the absurd claim that the aggregation 0-1 all finite things yields something that is infinite. Such a claim would presuppose that finite things are intelligible prior to their inclusion into the whole. Rather, in Spinoza's view, finite things are intelligible only in virtue of their position within the whole, which is therefore prior to its parts. In other words, finite things are limitations of the infinite whole. To paragraph VLL, Jacobi adds the following footnote: the following passages from Kant, which are entirely in the spirit of Spinoza, might serve for explanation. We can represent to ourselves only one space, and if we speak of diverse spaces, we mean thereby only parts of one and the same unique space. Secondly, these parts cannot precede the one all-embracing space, as being, as it were, constituents out of which it can be composed. On the contrary, they can be thought only as in it. Space is essentially one, the manifold in it, and therefore the general concept of spaces depends solely on limitations. Critique of pure R. AI2s, the infinitude of time signifies nothing more than that every determinate magnitude of time is possible only through limitations one single time that underlies it. The original representation, time, must therefore be given as unlimited. But when an object is so given that its parts, and every quantity of it, can be determinately represented through limitation, the whole representation cannot be given through concepts, since they contain only partial representations, since in their case the partial representations come first. On the contrary, such concepts must themselves rest on immediate intuition. Critique of pure R. AJ 32-7. Adding yet another layer, Jacobi's footnote cites two passages from Spinoza as accompaniment to these words of Kant. Jacobi does not explain these passages or their pertinence to Kant. But, in light of his general interpretation of Spinoza, he seems to think that the first passage shows that, just as Kant thinks of regions of space and spans of time as limitations of infinite wholes, so Spinoza thinks of what we ordinarily call things as possessing determinacy only insofar as they are limitations of a prior, infinite whole. And he seems to think that, according to the second passage, since only the infinite whole may properly be called a real being, what we ordinarily call things are modes of thinking, which are neither beings nor ideas of things, but rather non-beings. Ultimately, Kant responds to Schutz's request, when at last he enters the controversy in 1787, with the incredulous remark that it is hard to comprehend how the scholars just mentioned could have found support for Spinozism in the Sigidici of pure reason. Before that, however, the issue is taken up by an anonymous review of Jacobi's book in the Allgemeine Literaturzeitung, probably written by Schutz himself. Only one case is possible: either Mr. Jacobi or his reviewer has totally misunderstood Mr. Kant's sense and opinion in the cited passages. Mr. Kant says, there is only one space; Spinoza, there is only one substance. Kant says, all that we call many spaces are only parts of the unique, a 21 encompassing space; Spinoza, everything finite is one and the same as the infinite. How both speak here in the very same spirit, how Kant can here serve as elucidation for Spinoza, we do not in the least comprehend. Mr. Kant alone is in a position to decide this contradiction, and since it matters much to us to understand him correctly, while on the other hand vanity does not compel us to want to understand him better than anyone else, then it will not cost us any victory if Mr. Jacobi consents to an exposition, so that he himself may indict us of our misunderstanding. However, we concede that, in the passage from Spinoza, which Mr. Jacobi quotes on p. 125, where he speaks of the concept of quantity, the thought that representations of line, surface, and body do not comprehend quantity but rather only serve to delimit it, has an affinity with Kant's thoughts about space. As the reviewer remarks, there is an affinity between Kant and Spinoza. For both have the notion of a whole that is prior to its parts, such that the parts are what they are as delimitations of the whole. This kind of part whole relationship contrasts with the kind of relation pertaining between a discursive concept and its instances. Instances of a discursive concept may be thought of as parts composing a whole signified by the concept. As such, the parts are prior to the whole. Indeed, the passage cited by Jacobi from A25 is one of Kant's arguments in the Transcendental Aesthetic for the thesis that space and time are not concepts, but rather intuitions. Thus Kant and Spinoza share the notion of a non-conceptual part/whole relation, according to which parts are individuated through their delimitation of the whole. One may even say that Kant could say of parts of space and time what Spinoza says of finite things: determination is negation. Is that all the affinity amounts to? The reviewer seems to think so. After all, Kant is talking about space and Spinoza is talking about substance. Indeed, we might add, Kant is talking about appearances, whose grounding relations are subject to the Agrippine trilemma, whereas Spinoza is talking about the in itself, whose grounding relations must, as both Kant and Spinoza think, escape the trilemma. What connection could there be, then, between Kant's one space and Spinoza's one substance? Jacobi does not say. More comfortable with highly suggestive remarks than with rigorous argumentation, he chooses to back off. In response to the review, he alters the footnote only slightly, so that, in the second edition of his Spinoza book, published in 1789, the texts from the critique are introduced thus: Kant may serve to render this concept more graspable. That the Kantian philosophy is not accused of spmatism, one need not say to any sensible person. But Jacobi's suggestive remarks should not be dismissed lightly. There is more to the affinity than Jacobi's reviewer concedes. Jacobi seems to have noticed a genuine connection between the transcendental ideal and the transcendental aesthetic, between the omnitudo realitatis o the in itself and the all-encompassing space and time of appearances. Kant explicitly compares the omnitudo realitatis and space, and the comparison concerns precisely the notion of the individuation of a part through the delimitation of a whole. Thus he says: all manifoldness of things is only so many different ways of limiting the concept of the highest reality, which is their common substratum, just as all figures are possible only as different ways of limiting space. For an infinite intellect, every possible thing would be individuated by its position within the omnitudo realitatis, which would constitute something within an infinitely intelligible space of all transcendentally real possibilities. Thus, the thoroughgoing determination of everything in itself rests on the limitation of this all of reality, in that some of it is ascribed to the thing and the rest excluded from it. We, however, possess only finite understanding. So we cannot in principle individuate objects in such a manner. Nevertheless, every object intelligible to us can be individuated by its career within space and / or time, thus within the single whole of possible experience. For us, then, the spatiotemporal whole of possible experience serves, we might say, as a substitute for the infinitely intelligible space that would individuate things in themselves for an infinite intellect. Kant regards space and time as relational frameworks, so that they must be understood in relation to their possible occupants, while their possible occupants must be understood in relation to them. For this reason, and also because, Kant holds, anything in space and time is ipso facto within a Newtonian community of forces with everything else in space and time. Empirical objects are nothing but relations. Consequently, they are not things in themselves because, as I argued in the previous chapter, it is hypothetically necessary that things in themselves be individuated by their intrinsic properties, which determine their positions within the omnitudo realitatis. Rather, empirical objects are individuated only by their careers within the relational frameworks of space and / or time. Consequently, Kant can agree with holistic monism on the negative thesis that what we ordinarily call things are not substances in the transcendental sense. But this does not make Kant a holistic monist. For it does not mean that Kant agrees with the positive thesis that what we ordinarily call things are modes of a single substance in the transcendental sense, a single, infinitely intelligible whole. In the passages cited by Jacobi, Kant's point is, rather, that empirical objects are possible only within a whole whose grounding relations cannot escape the Agrippine trilemma. For possible experience is a merely distributive unity, not a collective unity such as the omnitudo reus. There is no absolute ground of possible experience that plays the role of the ens realissimum. 15. Although space and time are wholes that fully determine individual spaces and times, they do not fully determine empirical objects. Indeed, even space and time together with the schematized categories do not fully determine empirical objects, whose particularity is always contingent. Thus, to be aware of the forms of intuition and of finite understanding, hence of the forms of possible experience, is not to be able to derive and thus to anticipate the determinate objects that will be given to us in experience. So Kant is not committed to the view that empirical objects are merely parts or delimitations of the whole of possible experience. And Kant's possible experience can be equated with Spinoza's substance, only at the cost of destroying entirely Kant's dualism between the realm of appearances, whose grounding relations are subject to the Agrippine trilemma, and the realm of the in itself, whose grounding relations escape the trilemma. It seems impossible to ascertain how much of this Jacobi intends. However, he is certainly familiar with Kant's views about the omnitudo realitatis and the ens realissimum. 16. And it is possible that he intends only to suggest that Kant and Spinoza agree that negation, that is, the delimitation of a prior whole, plays an indispensable role in the individuation of empirical objects, which are therefore not transcendentally real. If so, then Jacobi's suggestion is correct, and one can see a certain affinity, to be sure, not an equation, between transcendental idealism and the negative Spinoza's thesis that what we ordinarily call things are not substances. 2.3. But some post-Jacobian readers of Kant are prepared to go still further. They see an affinity between the positive Spinoza's thesis that there is only one substance and Kant's view about what is transcendentally real in the intelligible world. A striking example is Hermann Andreas Pistorius, of whose reviews Kant himself takes note, who claims to find a deduction of Spinozism from Kant's philosophy, although he admits that Kant himself has not yet boasted about such a deduction. How might such a deduction proceed? Pistorius's greatest difficulty with the critical philosophy is that, in contrast, he says, with Leibniz, Kant takes not only representations of outer sense but also representations of inner sense to yield knowledge only of appearances. Thus, the empirical self is no more transcendentally real than empirical objects. But then, Pistorius puzzles, to whom do all these appearances appear? Must there not be a self in itself if Kant's talk of appearances is to make sense? But how can we know ourselves to be selves in themselves if transcendental idealism is true, and everything in space and / or time is mere appearance? For the thinking self is surely in time. The difficulty is first raised in Pistorius's 1784 review of Kant's Prolegomena, but it is developed more fully in his 1786 review of Schulz's Erläuterungen. Between the two reviews, the pantheism controversy has erupted, and now, unquestionably under the influence of Jacobi, Pistorius thinks that he perhaps sees what Kant might have in mind. Perhaps Kant is in fact a Spinozist, although Pistorius hesitates to say something that sounds so malicious. Here is the relevant extract from Pistorius's 1786 review. According to this Kantian system, reason demands the completion of the series of natural events and causes, it seeks a limit outside the same, ascends from conditions to unconditions, and must assume a limit, an unknown something as the unconditioned, because otherwise it can never find the sought-after completion and satisfaction. If I am not mistaken, then reason, educated and guided by this theory of appearance and truth, i.e. transcendent idealism, can and must find this completion nowhere else but in the series itself. Presupposing that an intelligible world lies at the ground of and corresponds to the sensible world, and that something real lies at the ground of and corresponds to appearances, presupposing that all representations that are successive or that relate to time determinations are merely apparent and subjective, for which reason nothing similar or corresponding to them finds a place in reality or the objective, intelligible world, then this world is surely the self-subsistent thing, das für sich bestehende Ding, is sufficient unto itself, and limits itself. Consequently, it has a beginning just as little as it has an end. Consequently, everything manifold, which is represented as simultaneously existent in space and as successive in time, this manifold and mutable, for which reason needed to seek a limit and an unconditioned, is mere illusion. It is the same as the illusion of which a man is capable without knowing it, when he imagines that the stream down which he travels constitutes a curved line returning to itself, that he always descends and never again ascends, that his stream has a beginning, and a source, and an end, or an outlet, for indeed all this is only appearance. Certainly, so long as we take time for something objective, for a representation that is at least partly grounded in things in themselves, as philosophers and laymen have hitherto done, we must presuppose a beginning and an end. Of natural, and our reason must seek the completion of these series outside them, and demand something unconditioned for every conditioned. If, however, taught better, we know all succession in time and everything manifold in space to be merely subjective and apparent. Then we must also direct reason not to import this successive and manifold into the objective, intelligible world. We would have to say to reason, this situation, that we never come to an end in the for natural causes, but rather proceed from condition to conditioned ad infinitum, arises from the fact that in the actual objective world there is room for neither succession nor manifoldness, as little as beginning and end, or any limitation whatsoever, neither infinite divisibility nor indivisible parts. This finds its place only in the sensible world, not in the intelligible world, is only appearance and illusion, as much as the figment of the imagination that we take ourselves for actual substances. Rather, there is, provided over all that something exists, only one sole substance, and this is the sole thing in itself, the sole noumenon, namely the intelligible or objective world. This limits itself, this is the sphere which has neither beginning nor end, this is the sole ideal of pure reason. Thus, according to this Kantian theory of the apparent and the real, the ideas of reason are and must be specified in exactly the same way as Spinoza specified them. For him, as is known, the world is the sole substance, the self-completing series, or the unlimited sphere, which for him plays the role of the Godhead. The authors, i.e., Kant's theory, would secure Spinoza's pantheism against the important objection that an infinite thinking substance cannot be put together out of an infinite number of finite thinking substances, for if, according to that theory, our substantiality is merely logical and apparent, if our I is nothing but self-consciousness, and this only a subjective prerequisite of the synthesis of representations, a modification of other modifications, what then prevents it from being the case that all these representations are modifications of the soul substance? Thus, reason finds all its demands satisfied in Spinoza's system, if time determinations and all representations related to them are merely apparent and subjective, and reason would be unjust, after such a satisfaction, if it still wanted to seek a particular Godhead. At any rate, the interest of truth demands no Godhead other than the intelligible world. Once again, one will say, these are inferences, and indeed inferences which present Mr. Kant's theory in a malicious light. In itself, however, it contributes nothing towards a refutation of that theory if from it may be brought a deduction of Spinozism of which, as far as is known, he has not yet boasted. It is true, they are mere inferences, and I am sorry that they seem malicious, and to that extent they should also not prove anything against the Kantian theory. I am not sure that it is possible to reconstruct a cogent argument on the basis of what Pistorius says. At least this much is clear: Spinozism can help Kantianism, and Kantianism can help Spinozism. Spinozism can help Cannonism, because it answers the question, if our empirical selves are appearances, to whom do appearances appear? The Spinozistic answer is that they appear to God, who is the sole substance, hence the sole transcendentally real being. At the same time, Kantianism can help Spinozism because it answers the question, how can an infinite thinking substance be put together out of an infinite number of finite thinking substances? The answer is that no such operation is necessary, for empirical selves are appearances, not finite thinking substances. This does not amount to the promised deduction of Spinozism. For it shows at most that Spinozism and Kantianism are compati/le, since they agree on the negative thesis that empirical things including selves are not substances, and that combining Spinozism and Kantianism into a single philosophical position might be a good idea for anyone who holds either view. Pistorius seems to want to make the stronger claim that Kant must be a Spinozist. But he is no more than suggestive about why. Like Jacobi, Pistorius seems to associate Kant's view about the omnitudo realitatis with Spinozism. He says of the soul substance, namely the intelligible or objective world, that it is the sale ideal of pure reason, echoing Kant's language in the Transcendental Ideal. Now, it is true that Kant talks at first of the omnitudo realitatis as if it were identical with the ens realissimum, which might suggest a Spinozist construal. But Kant explicitly revises his formulation, indicating that the omnitudo realitas is grounded in God, so that God is not to be identified with the sum total of all real ire. So is it merely because of a confusion arising from Kant's unclarity that Pistorius thinks him a Spinozist? An argument, but not a very good one, is suggested by the following passage: certainly, so long as we take time for something objective, for a representation that is at least partly grounded in things in themselves, as philosophers and laymen have hitherto done, we must presuppose a beginning and an end of natural, and our reason must seek the completion of these series outside them, and demand something unconditioned for every conditioned. If, however, taught better, we know all succession in time, and everything manifold in space to be merely subjective and apparent, then we must also direct reason not to import this successive and manifold into the objective, intelligible world. We would have to say to reason, this situation, that we never come to an end in the quest for natural causes, but rather proceed from condition to conditioned ad infinitum, arises from the fact that in the actual objective world there is room for neither succession nor manifoldness, as little as beginning and end, or any limitation whatsoever, neither infinite divisibility nor indivisible parts. All this finds its place only in the sensible world, not in the intelligible world, is only appearance and illusion, as much as the figment of the imagination that we take ourselves for actual substances. 21 Here Pistorius seems to be drawing a connection between commitment to the transcendentally real basis of time and commitment to the manifoldness of transcendentally real things. On the one hand, the transcendental realist holds that temporal succession is at least partly grounded in things in themselves. Thus, the Leibnizian, for example, thinks that temporal property ascriptions supervene on intrinsic property ascriptions, even if the former are not directly equivalent to the latter. Someone who takes such a view may perhaps, must hold that there is some non-temporal manifoldness upon which temporal manifoldness supervenes, so there is no obvious reason why a transcendental realist cannot accommodate the existence of more than one transcendentally real thing, say, a plurality of finite selves, plus God. On the other hand, the transcendental idealist holds that temporal succession does not supervene on anything that is transcendentally real. So there is no non-temporal manifoldness on which temporal manifoldness is grounded. And then there is no way to accommodate the existence of more than one transcendentally real thing. For, if there is no transcendentally real manifoldness, then there can be no plurality of transcendentally real things. Although it is somewhat suggestive, this argument does not work. It does not follow from the thesis that there is no non-temporal transcendentally real manifoldness on which temporal manifoldness supervenes, that there can be no plurality of transcendentally real things. There may be non-temporal, transcendentally real manifoldness on which temporal manifoldness does not supervene. In any event, if one wants to accommodate a plurality of transcendentally real substances, one needs to have room for manifoldness, or, to use a more appropriate word, complexity within concepts. In other words, one needs to have room for a distinction between different concepts of things, such that one concept has a certain set of constituents and the other concept has another set. But conceptual complexity is quite different from the manifoldness involved in temporal succession, and Pistorius has given no reason why Kant's thoroughgoing elimination of the latter from the intelligible world should make it impossible for him to hold on to the former. Nevertheless, despite the failure of the argument that perhaps underlies Pistorius's line of thought, there is a clue to a more promising argument in something he says, if I am not mistaken, then reason, educated and guided by this theory of appearance and truth, i.e., transcendental idealism, can and must find this completion nowhere else but in the series itself. For this suggests that there may be a Spinozistic solution to Kant's third antinomy. Indeed, as I am about to argue, it is possible to reach this conclusion by reading Kant's third antinomy through the lens of Jacobi's Spinoza interpretation. Now this is of no small significance. Not only does Kant himself regard the antinomies as among his principal arguments for transcendental idealism, and not only does the third antinomy in particular pave the way for the important transition to Kant's practical philosophy, but more importantly for my purposes the third antinomy represents a direct response by Kant to the Agrippine, Leibnizian, and Humean/Newtonian problems. So, if there is a Spinozistic solution to the third antinomy, then there is a Spinozistic solution that rivals Kant's transcendental idealism as a response to some of the problems that motivate it. To bring out the relationship between the argument for Spinozistic monism ascribed to Spinoza by Jacobi and the argument for the antithesis in Kant's third antinomy, I will now discuss them, in parallel at least, that is, until they diverge. In a letter to Mendelssohn, Jacobi attributes to Spinoza an argument for holistic monism in 6 steps. The first step expresses commitment to the project of escaping the Agrippine trilemma by finding a fourth alternative. 1. At the ground of every becoming there must lie a being that has not itself become, at the ground of evil why coming to be, something that has not come to be, at the ground of everything alterable and unalterable and eternal thing. This corresponds to a version of the principle F sufficient reason that Kant ascribes to the faculty of reason. If the conditioned is given, then the whole sum of conditions, and hence the absolutely unconditioned, is also given, through which alone the conditioned was possible. This principle plays the main role in Kant's argument for the third antinomy's thesis that there must be causality of freedom, 61 absolute causation. Jacobi's second and third steps give an argument parallel to Kant's argument for the antithesis. To becoming can as little have come to be or begun as being, or, if that which subsists in itself, the eternally unalterable, that which persists in the impermanent, had ever been by itself, without the impermanent, it would never have produced a becoming, either within itself or outside, for these would both presuppose a coming to be from nothingness. 3. From all eternity, therefore, the impermanent has been with the poor monant, the temporal with the eternal, the finite with the infinite, and whosoever assumes a beginning of the finite, also assumes a coming to from nothingness. The parallel Kantian argument is as follows. Suppose there were a freedom in the transcendental sense, as a special kind of causality in accordance with which the occurrences of the world could follow, namely a faculty of absolutely beginning a state, and hence also a series of its consequences, then not only will a series begin absolutely through this spontaneity, but the determination of this spontaneity itself to produce the series, i.e., its causality, will begin absolutely, so that nothing precedes it through which this occurring action is determined in accordance with constant laws. Every beginning of action, however, presupposes a state of the not yet acting cause, and a dynamically first beginning of action presupposes a state that has no causal connection at all with the cause of the previous one, i.e., in no way follows from it. Thus transcendental freedom is contrary to the causal law, and hence is an empty thought entity. 27. What Jacobi calls the beginning of becoming corresponds to what Kant calls an absolute beginning. And the argument for rejecting the former parallels the argument for rejecting the latter. Suppose there was an absolute beginning, at which point the absolutely unconditioned started to generate series of conditioned conditions. Then there must have been a time prior to the absolute beginning, when the absolutely unconditioned was not engaged in such generation. But now there are only two possibilities. Either there is a sufficient reason why the absolutely unconditioned passes from inactivity to generation at the relevant time, a reason that was lacking before that time. Or there is no sufficient reason for the change. In either case, the result is inconsistent with the commitment to escaping the Agrippine trilemma expressed by Kant's principle of the unconditioned and by Jacobi's step 1. The second case is obvious. In the first case, the sufficient reason cannot arise from the absolutely unconditioned itself, or else it could not have been lacking earlier. Therefore the sufficient reason must arise from elsewhere. But then what we have been calling the absolutely unconditioned is in fact conditioned, and we have not succeeded in finding a fourth alternative to the Agrippine trilemma. It is at this point that Jacobi's argument diverges from Kant's. 4. If the finitude is with the eternal from all eternity, it cannot be outside it, for if it were outside it, it would either be another being that subsists on its own, or be produced by the subsisting thing from nothing. If it were produced by the subsisting thing from nothing, so too would the force or determination, in virtue of which it was produced by the infinite thing from nothingness, have come from nothingness, for in the infinite, eternal, permanent thing, everything is infinitely, permanently, and eternally actual. An action first initiated by the infinite being could not have begun otherwise than from all eternity, and its determination could not have derived from anywhere except from nothingness. 29. As I understand it, this argument has the same basic structure as the previous one, but it is concerned, not with temporality, but with modality. The previous argument, we might say, showed that the absolutely unconditioned cannot temporally transcend a generated series of conditioned conditions. That is, the former could not have pre-existed the latter. The current argument claims that the absolutely unconditioned cannot modally transcend a generated series of conditioned conditions. That is, it cannot even be possible for the former to exist when the latter does not. For, if it is possible, then there must be some sufficient reason why the latter actually exists. Again, there are only two cases. Either there is no sufficient reason, or there is a sufficient reason that cannot arise from the absolutely unconditioned itself. In either case, we have not escaped from the Agrippine trilemma. Let us look more closely at Jacobi's text. Step 4 distinguishes two ways in which the finite could be outside the eternal or the infinite. The first way is mentioned only to be set aside. For it is obvious that the finite cannot be a being that subsists on its own. Although the finitude of the finite has not been explicated, it must involve some way of lacking self-sufficiency and needing a ground. The second way is for the finite to be produced eternally from nothing by the infinite. Since the production is eternal and does not have an absolute beginning in time, the problem discussed in step 2, the problem of temporal transcendence, is avoided. But a similar problem, the problem, if modal transcendence remains. For if talk of eternal production is to mean anything, it must mean at least that it is possible for the producer to exist without the produced. And now there is no way to avoid the argument one gave a paragraph ago. 3d Consequently, Jacobi concludes on Spinoza's behalf, the finite cannot be outside the infinite. Now, it may well seem, at this point, that there simply cannot be any escape from the Agrippine trilemma through the fourth alternative of an absolutely unconditioned. If, to use Jacobi's terminology, the finite is eternally in the infinite, then is the infinite not conditioned by the finite just as much as the finite is conditioned by the infinite? After the failure of both temporal and modal transcendence, how can the infinite be absolutely unconditioned? Although Kant considers only the failure of temporal transcendence, his remarks on the possibility of escaping from the Agrippine trilemma are also pertinent to Jacobi's situation. The root of the difficulty may be put as follows. One thinks of the absolutely unconditioned as the first member of the series of conditions it grounds. But then, although one has sought to safeguard the distinctiveness of the absolutely unconditioned, say by assuming its temporal, or modal, transcendence, nevertheless the absolutely unconditioned inevitably becomes homogeneous with the other members of the series. And then it becomes subject to the law of the series, to the demand for an antecedent condition, and so it is no longer the absolutely unconditioned with which one hoped to satisfy reason's demand once and for all. Consequently, if this difficulty is to be overcome, it can only be by ensuring the heterogeneity of the absolutely unconditioned to every member of the series of conditions. I will call this the heterogeneity requirement. Now, Kant does not, at this point, consider the possibility that there might be more than one way to meet the requirement, hence more than one way to escape from the Agrippine trilemma. Instead he goes on to develop one solution which, he claims, does the job. Namely, heterogeneity is at least logically possible if the series of conditions is not mathematical but dynamic, that is to say, if the pure category under which the conditions are connected and which one hopes to extend to the unconditioned is, for example, the category of causality. Furthermore, the transcendental idealism that Kant has already motivated on other grounds can flesh out the notion of heterogeneity, since he has already had to assume two worlds under distinct legislations, each realizing the pure categories of the understanding. So there is no contradiction in the idea of an uncaused cause in the intelligible world that is responsible for a series of conditions in the empirical world. It would seem, however, that, even if Kant's solution responds to the problem of temporal transcendence, it fails to respond to the problem of modal transcendence. For it would seem that Kant has in mind a free activity such that it is possible for the cause to exist while the effect does not. At worst, then, Kant's solution fails to meet the heterogeneity requirement. At best, supposing that there is either an objection to the modal transcendence problem or a Kantian response to that problem, it still seems that Kant's solution represents only one possible way of meeting the heterogeneity requirement, and that Jacobi's Spinozistic solution promises to be another. 6. Hence the finite is in the infinite, so that the sum of all finite things, equally containing within itself the whole of eternity at every moment, past and future, is one and the same as the infinite being itself. In effect, while Kant proposes that the absolutely unconditioned be transcendent to the series as a whole, indeed to the empirical world within which the series unfolds, Jacobi proposes, on Spinoza's behalf, that the absolutely unconditioned be immanent within the series as a whole, indeed immanent to the empirical world within which the series unfolds. Both proposals seek to avoid the problematic situation in which the absolutely unconditioned is supposed to be transcendent to the first member of the series, which has the effect of pulling the absolute into the series and compromising its unconditionedness. Both proposals seek to render the absolutely unconditioned heterogeneous with respect to every member of the series. We have how succeeded in deriving Pistorius' suggestive formulation, reason, can and must find this completion nowhere else but in the series itself. But what exactly does it mean for the absolutely unconditioned to be immanent within the series as a whole, or to be one and the same as the sum of all finite things? In his next paragraph C, which I have had reason to cite above, Jacobi offers some clarification. 7. This sum is not an absurd combination of finite things, together constituting an infinite, but a whole in the strictest sense, whose parts can only be thought within it and according to it. 32. The proposal is not, then, that the infinite is identical with the extension of the class of all finite things. Rather, I suggest, the proposal is that the sum of all finite things constitutes what Kant calls the omnitudo realitatis, a whole that completely determines its parts in virtue of its absolute first principle, the ens realissimum. It is just here that, as we saw earlier, Jacobi cites Kant's views on part/whole relations to shed light on holistic monism. According to my suggestion, the claim that the infinite is one and the same as the sum of all finite things needs to be handled with care. What it means is not that there is no distinction to be drawn between the ens realissimum and the omnitudo realitati 5. It means, rather, that the distinction is modal, not real, and that the former is the ground of the latter. So no finite thing is really distinct from its infinite ground. And, although the infinite ground cannot be without the finite, nevertheless the infinite conditions, that is, grounds the finite, while the finite does not condition the infinite, which is therefore absolutely unconditioned. Another formulation of Pistorius may now be derived: there is, provided overall that something exists, only one sole substance, and this is the sale thing in itself, the sale noumenon, namely the intelligible or objective world. This does not mean that the sale substance is the intelligible world as a manifold. It means rather that the sale substance is the intelligible world as a unity. One might say that the absolutely unconditioned constitutes the worldhood oj, the intelligible world, the principle that renders it a whole prior to its parts, which are completely determined through their delimitation of the whole. I hope to have made clear how a reader approaching the Kritik.e via Jacobi's Spinoza interpretation could detect an affinity between Kant's philosophy and holistic monism, in virtue of a connection between Jacobi's argument for holistic monism and Kant's third antinomy. However, it may be objected that, in spite of their structural similarities, the two arguments are concerned with entirely different matters. After all, the Spinozistic argument is concerned with the question of the absolute ground of the world, of which there can be only one, whereas Kant's argument is concerned with the question of the absolute ground of a series of events in a free will, of which there can be many. The objection is partly right but also partly wrong. To be sure, Kant has his sights set on a demonstration of the logical possibility of a free will, and he believes that there can be many such wills. However, as Kant himself acknowledges, the argument is in the first instance concerned with the absolute ground of the world. We have really established in the argument for the thesis this necessity of a first beginning of a series of appearances from freedom only to the extent that this is required to make comprehensible an originoft world, since one can take all the subsequent states to be a result of mere natural laws. But because the faculty of beginning a series in time entirely on its own is thereby proved, though no insight into it is achieved, now we are permitted also to allow that in the course of the world different series may begin on their own as far as their causality is concerned, and to ascribe to the substances in those series the faculty of acting from freedom. One may well wonder how the same line of reasoning that applies to the unique ground of the world can be applied to different series within the world without fracturing the unity of the world. Of course, Kant makes this move because he believes that it is required if he is to make sense of freedom of the will. But this can only make Kant's move more puzzling to readers influenced by Spinozism. For how can Kant introduce, without any argument, a conception of freedom whose legitimacy is so deeply controversial? According to Spinoza, among others, the idea of freedom of the will expresses an illusion. Clearly, Kant disagrees, taking it to be a genuine idea of an absolutely unconditioned condition. But on what basis? Pistorius raises this question, as does Fichte when he first reads the Critique of Pure Reason. 35 Before turning to Kant's critical engagement with Spinozism in the second critique, I want to address a question arising from what has been said so far. If Jacobi's Spinozistic remark that the infinite is one and the same as the sum of all finite things is to be understood as saying that the distinction between the ens realissimum and the omnitudo realitatis is modal, not real, then why is Kant not a holistic monist? For, after all, Kant surely agrees that the distinction is modal, not real, both in his pre-critical philosophy and in at least some of his critical remarks about reason's demands upon our thinking. The answer is that Kant is not a holistic monist because of two views which he holds and which Spinoza rejects. First, Kant regards the ens realissimum as possessing every absolutely infinite intrinsic property, whereas Spinoza ascribes to his first principle infinite attributes, which are not intrinsic properties, whatever exactly they are. Second, Kant regards finite things in themselves as possessing finite versions of God's intrinsic properties, and he is committed to an analogical relationship between the predicates ascribed to finite things and the predicates ascribed to God, whereas Spinoza rejects any such relationship. Given these views, Kant can reconcile the dependence of all things on God with real distinctions, not only between finite things but also between each finite thing and God. On the one hand, finite things in themselves are dependent on God, not only for their actualization, but also or their transcendentally real possibility, which cannot be rendered intelligible without reference to God as the ens realis simum who grounds reality. On the other hand, however, finite things are substances apart from God and from each other. For, just because their properties are derivative versions of God's properties, which are intrinsic to him, finite things are what they are in virtue of properties intrinsic to them. Holistic monism, then, requires not only that the distinction between the omnitudo realitatis and the ens realissimum be modal rather than real, but also that the omnitudo realitatis be conceived in the way that Kant conceives empirical space and time, as a relational framework within which things are individuated. The positive and negative theses must both be maintained, and they must be maintained with respect to the same domain. Kant holds a version of the positive thesis about the intelligible world and a version of the negative thesis about the empirical world. Since he also holds that things in themselves and appearances are individuated in two quite different ways, he does not maintain both theses about the same domain. Consequently, he is not a holistic monist. This way of putting the requirements of holistic monism raises another question. In the previous chapter, I argued that derivation monism can be compatible with Kantian dualism. If, however, holistic monism is incompatible with the distinction between the way in which things in themselves are individuated and the way in which appearances are individuated, is it not incompatible with Kantian dualism? The answer, I think, is no. Of course, holistic monism is plainly incompatible with Kant's fully articulated version of Kantian dualism, since that involves monadic individualism. But holistic monism is nevertheless compatible with the fundamental idea of two structures of grounding, such that one is subject to the Agrippine trilemma which the other escapes, and such that the former is dependent on the latter for its fundamental concepts. The former structure could be identified with a structure of grounding internal to a specific attribute of the absolute. Thus, for example, a passage from Spinoza cited by Jacobi in connection with his argument for holistic monism explicitly asserts that, within the attribute of extension, there are infinite regresses of physical grounds. Meanwhile, the latter structure could be identified with the peculiarly philosophical demonstration that each attribute is indeed an expression of a single absolute first principle, hence that things grounded with respect to any attribute are in fact derivatives of that principle. Thus one may regard holistic monism as part of a response to the very problems that motivate Kantian dualism. The resulting view is a two-aspect view. There is one world, the empirical world, but this single set of things may be viewed either from the empirical standpoint, as situated within a structure of grounding subject to the Agrippine trilerma, or from the philosophical standpoint, as situated within a structure of grounding that terminates in an absolute first principle. 2.4. As I mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, Kant is committed to monadic individualism on two distinct levels. First, at the synthetic a priori level of his theoretical commitment to the in itself, corresponding to Leibnizian hypothetical necessity, he thinks that the inhabitants of the intelligible world must be not only independent of the human mind and hence of space, time, and matter, but also substances with some intrinsic properties. Thus, if one had to be a transcendental realist, one would have to be not a Leibnizian monadologist but at any rate a monadic individualist. Of course, one does not have to be a transcendental realist, but even a transcendental idealist should recognize the need for monadic individualism about things in themselves and may employ it in auxiliary arguments for his idealism. Second, monadic individualism plays a central role in practical philosophy, for it provides just the right structure for the conception of agency required by morality. Two questions about the German idealists correspond to these two levels of commitment. First, why might one think that, if one had to be a transcendental realist, one should be a holistic monist rather than a monadic individualist? Or, why might one think that one should be a holistic monist at the level of hypothetical necessity about the in itself? Second, why might one think that holistic monism is to be preferred over monadic individualism within practical philosophy? In this section, I address the first of these questions. In the new context established by Jacobi, the question is raised in the form, Leibniz or Spinoza. But it is important to see that, setting aside the tangled exegetical questions about whether each figure is interpreted correctly or at least fairly, it is the contest between monadic individualism and holistic monism that is truly at stake. In the Critique of Pure Reason, especially in the Amphiboly, Kant presents Leibnizianism as the position that one would be most rational to adopt if one had to be a transcendental realist. At the same time, he argues that Leibniz's central doctrines follow rigorously from a fundamental error, the assumption that reflection by means of the pure categories is sufficient for the determination of objects of possible cognition. Kant does not consider the possibility that Spinozism, rather than Leibnizianism, would be the rigorously drawn consequence of this error, and he offers no arguments against this possibility. In Kant's lectures on metaphysics prior to the 1790s, Spinoza is mentioned only to be dismissed in a standard, Wolffian manner. P. Spinoza's monism is presented as a reductio ad absurdum of Descartes' poor definition of substance. For Descartes defines substance in terms of independence of existence, which inevitably leaves the status of finite, that is, dependent substances, unclear, and suggests that God is the sole substance. However, substance is properly defined in terms of explanatory sufficiency. Descartes mistakenly conceived a substance as an esse, an independent existent, and Spinoza was correct to infer from this faulty conception that there could be only one substance. In contrast, Leibniz and the Wolffians conceived a substance as an ens per esse, a thing that is what it is in virtue of its intrinsic properties, of which there can be many. Thus Spinoza is mentioned merely as the protagonist in a cautionary tale about the importance of giving proper definitions. P. To a reader formed by the Spinozism controversy, this must seem a blind spot in Kant's visual field. For, in the first critique, Kant never considers a thesis that, in the wake of the controversy, cannot be avoided in a discussion of Leibniz, the thesis that Leibniz and Spinoza are philosophically closer than Leibniz and his followers have wanted to admit. In its maximal form, this thesis would all but eliminate the differences between Leibniz and Spinoza, either by rendering Spinoza a Leibnizian or by rendering Leibniz a Spinozist. In its minimal form, the thesis diminishes the differences between them to a point where the choice between them becomes an academic one depending on abstruse questions of metaphysics. The initial suggestion, developed at length in Mendelssohn's 1785 Morning Hours, is the minimal thesis that there is a purified Spinozism that is compatible with at least some central aspects of Orthodox religion and that corresponds to one aspect of Leibniz's system. The purified Spinozist conception of the world as a totality whose principle of unity is God and whose members subsist in God as his derivatives is said to correspond to the Leibnizian conception of the mind of God prior to the creation of the world. On the Leibnizian view, however, subsistence in the mind of God is sufficient only for the idea of a possible thing, not for the actual instantiation of that idea or for the actual existence of a thing. Early in his career, Mendelssohn had used this way of framing the issues to render plausible the claim that Leibniz had developed the doctrine of pre-established harmony under Spinoza's influence. In exchanges that were private at the time, Gotthold Ephraim Lessing had taken Spinoza's side, arguing that, once the notion of subsistence in God was available, the notion of subsistence outside God was at worst incoherent and at best redundant. 45 Once Jacobi has publicly exposed Lessing's sympathy for Spinozism as a scandal, Mendelssohn adopts the following strategy in his Moming Hoes. First, Mendelssohn argues that Lessing is sympathetic only to a purified Spinozism that is compatible with at least some aspects of Orthodox religion. Consequently, there is no scandal here, and the issue between Lessing's Spinozism and Leibnizianism is an academic one that does not affect fundamental commitments to religion and morality. Second, Mendelssohn argues that purified Spinozism is refutable by an objection that does not touch Leibnizianism. As Mendelssohn notes, although Wolff had given the refutation in question some time ago, no one had even attempted to respond on Spinoza's behalf. In 1793, a response to Mendelssohn and Wolff is finally given on Spinoza's behalf by Salomon Maimon, who also proposes the maximal thesis that Leibniz is himself a Spinozist. 1 year later, in Fichte's Foundations, 1794, Maimon is said to have shown that, when fully thought out, the system of Leibniz is nothing other than Spinozism. 48. This statement justifies Fichte's contention that Spinozism is the optimal version of transcendental realism, hence transcendental idealism's principal rival. One looks in vain to either Mendelssohn or Maimon for a genuine confrontation between monadic individualism and holistic monism. That Mendelssohn is not sensitive to Leibniz's monadic individualism is one of Kant's points in his remarks on Jacob's examination. Mendelssohn wants to help himself to talk about things in themselves, but he does not realize that such talk involves commitment to intrinsic properties that are incompatible with Newtonian physics. Meanwhile, Mendelssohn seems to attribute to Spinoza the view that the absolute is the totality, not the principle of the totality's unity. This is a misunderstanding of holistic monism against which we have seen Jacobi protesting. It is also the misunderstanding that prepares the way for the Wolffian objection thought by Mendelssohn to be decisive. Spinoza has confused the extensive infinity of the totality of things with the intensive infinity of God. To this objection Maimon responds that only an intensively infinite understanding could know an infinite number of things, that is, grasp the systematic connections among them and thus know them as a totality. However, although Maimon understands holistic monism better than Mendelssohn, he interprets Leibniz as being committed to holistic monism, not monadic individualism. Maimon does not suggest that Leibniz's view is identical to Spinoza's, but he has made the difference between them minute enough for him to say that, if a Leibnizian will not accept his interpretation of Leibniz, let it be called Spinoza's system. Yet no arguments are given, or even gestured at, that count for holistic monism and against monadic individualism. It is therefore in a spirit of hopefulness that one approaches a passage in the Critique oj Practical Reason in which Kant argues, first, that if one were a maximally rigorous transcendental realist, one would be a Spinozist, that is, a holistic monistan. Second, that transcendental idealism may nevertheless retain, at the level of hypothetical necessity, a monadic individualism that is required for moral responsibility. However, these arguments do not seem to be promising. In fact, they seem patently problematic. It is perhaps for this reason that they have inspired remarkably little commentary. 50. In what follows, I will attempt to reconstruct Kant's arguments. Kant takes his appeal to transcendental idealism in the third antinomy to establish no more than the logical non-impossibility of freedom. There is no way, he thinks, to establish the real possibility of freedom, except by demonstrating its actuality, which he claims to do in the analytic of the second critique, and after that Herculean labor has been performed, when Kant is discussing the need for the analytic to take the systematic form he has given it in the critical elucidation of the analytic, it comes as a surprise law learn that a difficulty still awaits freedom insofar as it is to be united with the mechanism of nature in a being that belongs to the sensible world, a difficulty which, even after all the foregoing has been agreed to, still threatens freedom with complete destruction. The name of the difficulty is Spinozism. In the discussion that follows, Kant's goal is twofold. He wants to show that transcendental idealism can overcome the threat of Spinozism, and he wants to show that transcendental realism cannot. On the assumption, which Kant never questions, that Spinozism is incompatible with freedom and is generally undesirable, the ultimate result is a further argument for transcendental idealism. Kant considers the following argument for the thesis that transcendental idealism cannot avoid Spinozism. If it is granted us that the intelligible subject can still be free with respect to a given action, although as a subject also belonging to the sensible world, he is mechanically conditioned with respect to the same action, it nevertheless seems that, as soon as one admits that God as universal original being is the cause also of the existence of substance, a proposition that can never be given up without also giving up the concept of God as the being of all beings and with it his all sufficiency, on which everything in theology depends, one must admit that a human being's actions have their determining ground in something altogether beyond his control, namely in the causality of a supreme being which is distinct from him and upon which his own existence and the entire determination of his causality absolutely depend. S3. This argument is given at the level of what I have called Kant's synthetic commitment to the in itself, see chapter I, which corresponds to what Leibniz calls hypothetical necessity. Even after the Copernican revolution in philosophy, even after, for example, transcendental idealism has resolved the third antinomy, to which Kant alludes at the beginning of this passage, we may still ask, on the theoretically unprovable supposition that rationality is not only in us but outside us as well, what the intelligible world must be like. Thus we may ask whether it is to be conceived pluralistically, in accordance with monadic individualism, or whether it is to be conceived in accordance with holistic monism. As we have seen, by 1786 Kant gives a new importance within his critical philosophy to the conception of God as ens realissimum, which had been so important to his pre-critical system. It is to this conception that Kant alludes in his parenthetical remark. The argument, call it argument A, may be reconstructed as follows. A1. God is all-sufficient. A2. God is the cause of the reality, i.e., essence, of substances. A3. God is the cause of the existence of substances. A4. God is the cause of the effects of substances. As human actions are effects of substances. A6. God is the cause of human actions. Al expresses the philosophical function of the appeal to God. An escape from the Agrippine trilemma is possible only if all series of grounds terminate in an absolute ground, and God is that absolute ground. From Al follows not only A2, on which Kant focuses in both the pre-critical writings and the transcendental ideal, but also A3. In other words, if God is all-sufficient, then he is the cause not only of the essences or real possibilities of things, but also of the existence of actual things. A4 follows from A3 on the assumption that causality is transitive, that if X causes Y and Y causes Z, then X causes Z. Then as and A6 follow easily. But, then, Kant worries, A7 seems unavoidable. One response would be to accept the argument up to A6, while rejecting A7 on the grounds that proximate causes of a certain kind are free and responsible agents. But Kant thinks that the transcendental idealist should instead reject the assumption that causality is transitive and hence the inference from A3 to A4. The difficulty mentioned above is resolved briefly and clearly as follows. If existence in time is only a sensible way of representing things which belongs to thinking beings in the world and consequently does not belong to them as things in themselves, then the creation of these beings is a creation of things in themselves, since the concept of a creation does not belong to the sensible way of representing existence or causality but can only be referred to noumena. Consequently, if I say of beings in the sensible world that they are created, one so far regard them as noumena. Just as it would thus be a contradiction to say that God is a creator of appearances, so it is also a contradiction to say that as creator he is the cause of actions in the sensible world and thus of actions as appearances, even though he is the cause of the existence of the acting beings, as noumena. If it is now possible to affirm freedom without compromising the natural mechanism of actions as appearances, by taking existence in time to be something that holds only of appearances, not of things in themselves, then it cannot make the slightest difference that acting beings are creatures, since creation has to do with their intelligible but not their sensible existence and therefore cannot be regarded as the determining ground of appearances. To understand Kant's point here, we need to recall that the third antinomy can be resolved only by a conception of causation that meets the heterogeneity requirement. Transcendental idealism meets the requirement, Kant claims, because it enables us to distinguish between two uses of the category of causality. On the one hand, the category of causality is put to empirical use within judgments about appearances, which are necessarily in space and/or time and which are governed by a principle that requires an antecedent cause for every event, hence a causal structure that is infinitely regressive and incompatible with free or unconditioned causation. On the other hand, the category of causality is put to transcendental use within thoughts about the in itself, thoughts that can never amount to theoretical cognition, whatever other functions they may have. Thus there is no logical contradiction in the idea of something in itself that is an uncaused cause which is heterogeneous to a series of conditions in the world of appearances. For the causal relationship between the uncaused cause and the series may be construed transcendentally, while the causal relationship between the appearances in the series may be construed empirically. These considerations from the first critique are explicitly directed to both divine and human freedom of action. Now, however, Kant is adding that there is an important distinction between divine and human action. Human beings have two characters, intelligible and empirical. When we humans regard ourselves as moral agents, we see ourselves as simultaneously inhabiting two worlds. As uncaused causes, we inhabit the intelligible world of the in itself. As embodied sources of empirical alteration, we inhabit the phenomenal world of appearances. Thus human beings are causes in both the transcendental and empirical senses. However, God is a cause in only the transcendental sense. Thus, to say that God is creator is to say that God is the cause of the existence of the in itself, including human beings qua things in themselves. God causes the existence of human beings, whose understandings constitute the world of appearances within which human beings qua appearances are empirical causes of appearances. But from the premise that God transcendentally causes the existence of human beings qua things in themselves. A3, as well as the premise that human beings qua appearances are empirical causes of appearances, it does not follow that God is the cause of appearances, A4. For it is inappropriate to apply the category of causality to God in the empirical sense. Indeed, it would be contradictory to do so because this would lead us to one version of the third antinomy. It would be necessary that God be an uncaused cause, for otherwise he could not be all-sufficient, and it would be impossible that God be an uncaused cause, for, as an empirical cause his own causation would be temporal and in need of an antecedent cause. Consequently, the transcendental idealist is not forced to Spinozism by the premise that God is the creator of substance. Human beings alone are causes in both the transcendental and empirical senses. Hence human beings alone are responsible for their actions. As Kant concedes, This solution involves great difficulty and may not even be susceptible to lucid presentation. Presumably, what he has in mind is the difficulty of grasping how human beings can be regarded both as things in themselves and as appearances, and of seeing how this can give rise to moral responsibility for actions. These are general difficulties of Kant's account of action, and, for my purposes here, it is more important to note the crucial but unclear role played by the notion of substance. Kant uses the singular substance throughout his initial argument. This gives his formulations a certain extensional ambiguity, allowing them to be read on the assumption either of Spinoza's monism or of some other, non-monistic conception of substance. For Spinoza, God is the sale substance and is also the cause of himself. Thus human beings are not substances, and, indeed, there can be no plurality of substance whatsoever. Accordingly, Kant uses the singular substance throughout. However, it is more natural to read the argument on the assumption that there can be a plurality of substances and that human beings are substances. Perhaps we are supposed to start the argument on the latter assumption that human beings are substances, whereas we are meant to end the argument high adopting the former assumption that God alone is substantial, which should lead us to reconstrue the preceding steps. In his response to the argument, however, Kant speaks of the acting beings in the plural. At this point, the ambiguity is resolved in favor of pluralism. God is the cause of the existence of substances, including human beings qua things in themselves. Thus God is not the sole substance. Another consideration is that Kant's formulations are less than forthcoming about the intention of the term substance. Implicit in the argument is the notion that substances contain principles of action. This is a traditional notion emphasized by Leibniz against Descartes' conception of material substance as extension. Kant does not explain how noumenal substances can be hath uncaused causes and effects of God's creation. In light of his explicit commitment to monadic individualism, however, not only in his pre-critical system, but also in the critical philosophy at the level of the synthetic commitment to the in itself, there is good reason to suppose that he assumes human beings to be substantial agents in virtue of their intrinsic properties, which are caused by God with respect to both their reality and their actuality, but which nevertheless endow their subjects with the causal independence necessary for agency. I now come to Kant's claim that, unlike the transcendental idealist, the transcendental realist cannot avoid Spinozism and therefore cannot save freedom. In fact, if a human being's actions insofar as they belong to his determinations in time were not merely determinations of him as appearance but as a thing in itself, freedom could not be saved. A human being would be a marionette or an automaton, like Vaucanson's P built and wound up by the supreme artist. Self-consciousness would indeed make him a thinking automaton, but the consciousness of his own spontaneity, if taken for freedom, would be mere delusion inasmuch as it deserves to be called freedom only comparatively, because the proximate determining causes of its motion and a long series of their determining causes are indeed internal, but the last and highest is found entirely in an alien hand. Therefore I do not see how those who insist on regarding time and space as determinations belonging to the existence of things in themselves would avoid fatalism of actions. Hence, if this ideality of time and space is not adopted, nothing remains but Spinozism, in which space and time are essential determinations of the original being itself, while the things dependent upon it, ourselves, therefore, included, are not substances but merely accidents inhering in it, for, if these things exist merely as its effects in time, which would be the condition of their existence itself, then the actions of these beings would have to be merely its actions that it performs in any place and at any time. The basic point here is that the transcendental realist, lacking any equivalent to Kant's distinction between the transcendental and the empirical uses of the category of causality, cannot meet the heterogeneity requirement. Consequently, the transcendental realist cannot reject the inference from A3 to A4, and, ultimately, the transcendental realist cannot escape the monistic construal of substance. For human beings, as embodied causes of empirical effects will have to be regarded as exclusively empirical causes. So it will be impossible to regard human beings as uncaused causes capable of free action. Indeed, since God is the cause of the existence of human beings, hence the cause of their effects, it is to him alone that a principle of activity may be ascribed. So God alone is substance, and since there are presumably no other options, his creatures, including human beings, are his accidents. This argument, it must be said, goes by very quickly. What makes Kant so sure that the transcendental realist cannot meet the heterogeneity requirement in some way? What makes him so sure that the transcendental realist cannot somehow hold onto monadic individualism in a way that enables human beings to be both effects of God and substantial agents? The way to think about Kant's argument, I propose, is to think about it as a hypothetical development of Kant's pre-critical position prior to the inaugural dissertation. By appealing to Kant's pre-critical writings, it is possible to reconstruct in a more impressive form the argument. Call it argument B, that transcendental realists should be holistic monists. BL. God is all-sufficient. B2. God is the cause of the reality, i.e., essence, of substance. B3. God is the cause of the existence of substance. B4. Finite things in themselves are in space and or time. B5. Whatever is in space and or time is necessarily in space and or time. B6. Whatever is in space and or time is necessarily in thoroughgoing causal community with everything else in space and time at the same time. B7. It is not because of any properties intrinsic to a thing that it is in space and or time is in space and or time, or in thoroughgoing causal community with everything else in space and or time at the same time. BS. Therefore, whatever is in space and time is in space and or time as a necessary condition, not of its essence, but rather of its existence. B9. Only the cause of the existence of something could be the cause of necessary conditions for the existence of the thing that do not follow from its essence. By 0. Therefore, God is the sole cause of the existence of space and time, and hence of the existence of thoroughgoing causal community. BLL. Therefore, God is the sole substantial cause of the effects of everything in space and or time. B12. Therefore, God is the sole substantial cause of all events in space and or time. Bulletin. Therefore, nothing in space or time including human beings is a substantial cause. B14. Therefore all things in space or time including human beings are accidents inhering in God. Steps BL3 are equivalent to steps L3, considered above. B4 expresses the transcendental realism against which the argument is directed. Crucially, this is transcendental realism about space and time. But not every transcendental realist needs to be a realist about space and time. For example, in his correspondence with Clarke, Leibniz is a transcendental realist about substances, but an empirical idealist about space and time, which he calls merely ideal. 7. Why does Kant fail even to consider this option? One reason, as Kant explicitly notes, is that Mendelssohn is a transcendental realist about time. But another, more important reason is that, by 1768, Kant himself had seen that he could not be an empirical idealist about time but would have to be a transcendental realist, like Newton. Kant had not developed this position, because he had gone on to take the Copernican turn, but we may think of Kant as developing it here. The thought behind B5 is that, if a thing is in time, then its being in time is a very deep fact about it. This fact permeates through all of its properties. Thus a temporal thing could not be the thing that it is if it were atemporal. B6 expresses Kant's commitment to the holistic component of holistic monism, with respect to things in space and time. In his case, of course, the commitment is connected to Newtonianism and plays a crucial role in both his pre-critical and critical philosophies. In the pre-critical New Elucidation of 1755, Kant writes, all substances, insofar as they are connected with each other in the same space, reciprocally interact with each other, and thus they are dependent on each other in respect of their determinations. As the principle of the third analogy, this principle is argued in the first critique to be a necessary condition for the possibility of experience. B7 is central to the critical philosophy, but it is a central feature of Kant's pre-critical view as well. Not long after the sentence just quoted from the New Elucidation, Kant says, "But no substance of any kind has the power of determining other substances, distinct from itself, by means of that which belongs to it internally, as we have proved." This is half of what Kant calls the principle of coexistence, one of the two main principles of the pre-critical system. The premise, as we have seen in Chapter I, is based on broadly Leibnizian thoughts about substance and relation. On the one hand, to be a substance is to have a separate existence, that is to say, an existence which can be completely understood independently of all other substances. This amounts to monadic individualism, but not to the full-blown monadological position that substances can have only intrinsic properties. On the other hand, a relation is a relative determination, that is to say, a determination which cannot be understood in a thing considered absolutely, so it follows that a relation and its determining ground can neither of them be understood in terms of the existence of a substance, when that existence is posited in itself. 60. In other words, to consider a thing as a substance is to consider it absolutely or in itself, as a thing whose activity may be explained solely in virtue of its own intrinsic properties, without reference to any other substance. So consideration of a thing in itself cannot render intelligible the irreducibly relational determinations either of that thing or of any other thing, since irreducibly relational determinations are intelligible only through consideration of more than one relatum. But the spatial and temporal properties of things are irreducibly relational. So whatever is spatial and temporal is not so in itself, that is, if you consider something solely as a substance, as something whose activity is intelligible in virtue of its intrinsic properties alone, then you cannot, through that consideration, explain any of the thing's spatial, temporal, or causal properties, for all of those properties are irreducibly relational. So far, monadic individualism has not been ruled out. In his pre-critical philosophy, Kant holds by 7 and also maintains that there is a plurality of finite substances with intrinsic properties. Indeed, he holds that, although those properties cannot explain any spatial, temporal, or causal properties, it is nevertheless the case that nothing could have any spatial, temporal, or causal properties unless it had intrinsic properties rendering it a substance capable of bearing relational properties. 88 follows immediately from B7 and prepares the way for B9, which is the central contention of Kant's pre-critical position. In the New Elucidation, Kant argues that, since all substances are in thoroughgoing community and so have irreducibly relational determinations, and since no substance has in itself the power to cause any relational determination, substances can only have the power to interact in community in virtue of the connection, by means of which they are linked together in the idea entertained by the infinite being. For the same indivisible act, which brings substances into existence and sustains them in existence, procures their reciprocal and universal dependence, the same principle, which establishes the existence of things, also brings it about that they are subject to this law. And, hence, reciprocal interaction is established by means of those determinations which attach to the origin of their existence. A similar claim is made in the inaugural dissertation of 1770, although now only with respect to the intelligible world and with some hesitation, granted that the inference from a given world to the unique cause of all its parts is valid, then, if conversely, the argument proceeded in the same from a given cause, which was common to in the parts, to the connection between them and, thus, to the form of the world, although I confess that this conclusion does not seem as clear to me, then the fundamental connection of substances would not be contingent but necessary, for all the substances are sustained by a common principle. 62 Kant need not think that B9 follows immediately from B8. He may think only that, given B8 and the strange idea of a necessary condition of something's existence that does not follow from its essence, the transcendental realist has no plausible alternative but to say that God, the cause of existence, hence the one who has power over it is also the cause of these necessary conditions of existence. Thus B9 challenges the transcendental realist to say what else the cause could be, a challenge that Kant believes has not been met so far. B0 follows immediately from BL9. It is BLL that sounds the death knell for monadic individualism. As we have seen in our discussion of premise B7, to consider something as a substance is to consider it as something whose effects are intelligible in virtue of its intrinsic properties. It has been argued that no intrinsic properties of finite things can explain any of their spatial, temporal, or causal properties. But then which effects of finite things can be explained by their intrinsic properties? It would seem that intrinsic properties do not explain any other properties of finite things. Rather, the assumption that finite things have intrinsic properties is introduced solely to explain the fact that finite things have non-intrinsic properties. But why is this necessary? It is necessary only if finite things are substances. But what grounds that assumption? Thanks to BL, an absolute cause is already available to explain everything else. So what warrant is there for introducing intrinsic properties that do no explanatory work that is not already being done? In his pre-critical commitment to monadic individualism, Kant has lapsed into a conception of finite substance as unknown substratum, a conception that is foreign to the Leibnizian tradition, in which every metaphysical commitment should serve the goal of enabling an escape from the Agrippan trilemma. Here Kant rejects this conception of finite substance, since God alone is sufficient for the avoidance of the trilemma. 2 points are in order. First, it is true that, in the pre-critical writings, Kant thinks that he can hold onto monadic individualism and reject BLL, in virtue of what Amerix calls the restraint argument, which claims that there is no pure passivity in action. However, this is not so much an argument as a requirement. Nothing should be said to act, rather than to undergo an event, unless the intrinsic properties of that thing contribute to the intelligibility of the occurrence in question. Unfortunately, neither Kant's pre-critical system nor the version of transcendental realism considered here has the resources to meet the requirement with respect to finite things. Here Kant candidly draws the conclusion that no finite thing should be said to act. Second, it is worth noting that the requirements of moral agency could not on their own constitute sufficient reason to assume monadic individualism. For the argument is that, without the distinction between transcendental and empirical uses of the category of causality, the transcendental realist has no coherent way to think of human beings as uncaused causes who act in virtue of their intrinsic properties. If moral agency requires that we think of ourselves in a way that is incoherent from the viewpoint of metaphysical theory, then moral agency is, in Kant's words, mere delusion. Once BLL is granted, it is easy to derive the monistic component of holistic monism, expressed in B12-14. Kant hardly intends to recommend Spinozism by arguing that it is the inevitable result of rigorous transcendental realism about space and time. He is setting the transcendental realist up for the argument that Spinozism and hence transcendental realism is antinomic and therefore untenable. In other words, transcendental realism is not only incompatible with the requirements of moral agency, but it is also theoretically refutable. Again, however, his argument is highly elliptical. If they i.e., those who regard space and time as determinations belonging to the existence of things in themselves, like the otherwise so acute Mendelssohn, flatly allow both space and time to be conditions necessarily belonging only to the existence of finite and derived beings but not to that of the infinite original being, I do not see how they would justify themselves in making such a distinction, whence they get a warrant to do so, or even how they would avoid the contradiction they encounter when they regard existence in time as a determination attaching to finite things in themselves, while God is the cause of this existence but cannot be the cause of time, or space, itself, because this must be presupposed as a necessary a priori condition for the existence of things, and consequently, his causality with respect to the existence of these things must be conditioned and even temporally conditioned. And this would unavoidably have to bring in all that is contradictory to the concept of his infinity and independence. Alas, this argument seems patently invalid. Those transcendental realists who regard space and time as necessarily pertaining to finite things, and who also see that the necessity for these irreducibly relational determina Hans cannot be grounded in the essences or absolutely inner determinations of finite things, may be said to concede that space and time are necessary conditions for the existence of finite things. Thus they may be said to agree that space and time must be presupposed for the causality by which one finite thing brings another into existence. But why must they also say that space and time must be presupposed for the divine causality on which finite things in general depend for their existence? What prevents them from regarding God as the cause, not only of finite things, but also of space and time as necessary conditions for the existence of finite things? Surely. What justifies the distinction between God and finite things? See the distinction between a being unconditioned by space and time and beings conditioned thereby is just the absolute all-sufficiency of God that is presupposed from the start. The fallacy seems even more evident in a parallel passage that Kant adds to the B edition of the first critique, in Natural Theology, in thinking an object who not only can never be an object of intuition to us but cannot be an object of sensible intuition even to himself. We are careful to remove the conditions of time and space from his intuition, for all his knowledge must be intuition, and not thought, which always involves limitations. But with what right can we do this if we have previously made time and space forms of things in themselves, and such as would remain, as a priori conditions of the existence of things, even though the things themselves were removed? As conditions of all existence in general, they must be conditions of the existence of God. 65. Here Kant moves quickly from the premise that time and space are conditions of the existence of finite things in themselves to the conclusion that time and space are conditions of all existence in general, including divine existence. But what could possibly justify this move? Two clues in these passages help us to reconstruct an argument that Kant may have in mind. The first clue is the parenthetical remark in the passage from the second critique that time must be presupposed as a necessary a priori condition for the existence of things. The second clue is the remark in the passage from the first critique about the intuitive character of divine knowledge, which can seem irrelevant. The argument 1 propose call it argument C is as follows. CL. God is the cause of the existence of time. C2. God is the cause of the existence of finite things in themselves, which are necessarily in time. C3. The actuality of time is independent of the actual existence of things in time. C4. The actuality of time is a presupposition of the existence of finite things in themselves. C5. Every presupposition of the existence of something finite is either an infinite actuality, which follows immediately from the actuality of God, b. or a limited version of an infinite actuality, which is derivative from the actuality of God through the mediation of a divine self-limitation. C6. The actuality of time is not derivative from the actuality of God through the mediation of a divine act. C7. The actuality of time follows immediately from the actuality of God. C8. God is not the cause of the existence of time, rather, time is a presupposition of the existence of God. CL follows from by 0 God is the sole cause of the existence of space and time, and hence of the existence of thoroughgoing causal community, which follows from by 9. Underlying these steps, we should recall, is the idea of God as all-sufficient, as enabling escape from the Agrippan trilemma. C2 is an expression of transcendental realism about time, as well as Kant's point, B5, about the depth at which a thing is temporal if it is temporal. If something is in time, then, we might say, time is the medium within which all its properties are articulated. C3 is, I think, what Kant has in mind when he says, in the passage from the first critique, that the transcendental realist about time and space renders them such as would remain, as a priori conditions of the existence of things, even though the things themselves were removed. This is supposed to follow from arguments against Leibniz's relationalism. V such as the argument from incongruent counterparts put forward by Kant in 1768. Its importance here will shortly become evident. C4 expresses what I think Kant means when he remarks parenthetically that time must be presupposed. On some occasions, at least, it is plausible. 126 Post-Kantian monism. That Kant does not use the term presupposition, Voraussetzung, lightly, to mean an assumption. He seems to use it to signify more specifically whatever is necessary on the supposition of an intelligible Wurusc, in Leibnizian terminology, whatever is hypothetically necessary. S given this construal, C4 follows from C2 and C3. C5 spells out the two ways in which, on Kant's view, presuppositions can be actual. Presuppositions of the first kind are properties that God has in virtue of being the all-sufficient ens realissimum. These are reality's intrinsic properties capable of playing a groundy JJG role: that are absolutely infinite in degree of intensity. Presuppositions of the second kind are finite versions of the divine realities. To understand this, we need to understand what Kant himself thinks about divine knowledge and creation. Admittedly, we are concerned here with the transcendental realist, not with Kant. But, as I have suggested, we have to think of the target as the transcendental realist Kant would hypothetically be. Kant's own picture is as follows. God knows himself, with a knowledge that must be intuition, and not thought, which always involves limitations. Thus what God knows is not a mere concept or possibility but an actuality. In knowing himself, God knows the absolutely infinite realities whose actuality follows immediately from his own actuality. These divine realities are presuppositions of the first kind. Since they are the archetypes or sources of all reality, God knows all that is possible in knowing himself. This is what Kant means when he says that there is no distinction between possibility and actuality with respect to God. He does not mean, however, that there are no such things as unactualized possibilities for God to actualize in an act of creation. Rather, creation involves God's free act of choosing to limit some of his realities in determinate ways, thus choosing to actualize finite realities that constitute actual individuals. These finite realities are presuppositions of the second kind. C6 states that the actuality of time is not a presupposition of the second kind. Kant offers no argument for it in either the passage from the first critique or the passage from the second. However, his thinking may be reconstructed on the basis of a related reduction. Space and time are such necessary a priori determinations of the existence of things that if they were determinations of things in themselves, then not only would they along with all the consequences that pertain to them have to be made into conditions of the existence of divinity, but, on account of their infinity, absolute necessity, and necessity, they would even have to be made into divine properties. For if one has once made them into determinations of things in themselves, then there would be no reason why they should be limited to finite beings. If theology is not to contradict itself, it sees itself as necessitated to make both mere form of our sensibility. One point that Kant seems to be making in this note is that time is infinite. Of course time is infinite extensively, not intensively. But it is unclear how the extensive infinity of time could be derived from the intensively infinite realities traditionally ascribed to God. As Kant argues in the Transcendental Aesthetic, time is an infinite whole that is prior to its parts, and the representation of time is primitive, underivable from any other representations. So it seems that time could not be a presupposition of the second kind because it is unclear how time could be derivative from some intensively infinite reality by limitation. If time is not a presupposition of the second kind, then it must be a presupposition of the first, cl. But then time is a divine property, not the result of an act of divine creation. Consequently, c8, God is not the cause of the actuality of time. For time is not a creature. At this point, the transcendental realist is in trouble because c8 contradicts cl. We have an antinomy. On the assumption of transcendental realism, God may be shown both to be and not to be the cause of the actuality of time. Since the thesis was derived from God's all-sufficiency, the antithesis also contradicts God's all-sufficiency. As Kant puts it, consequently God's causality with respect to the existence of these things must be conditioned and even temporally conditioned, and this would unavoidably have to bring in all that is contradictory to the concept of his affinity and independence. If we recall that to be in time is to be in time necessarily, then we can see that, if God is in time, then all his properties including his causality become articulated in time. But then his causality becomes empirical, not transcendental, and the supposedly pure, intellectual idea of God has become tainted by the sensible. Consequently, notwithstanding the argument one reconstructed earlier with the help of Jacobi and Pistorius, holistic monism cannot meet the heterogeneity requirement and cannot solve the third antinomy. 2.6. Is argument C truly a refutation of Spinozism? I will argue that it indeed presents a serious problem for Newtonianism, including a version of Kant's precritical position that accepts argument B. However, it is far from clear that argument C is a refutation of holistic monism more generally, and Spinoza himself has resources that suggest interesting responses to it. Two introductory remarks are called for. First, C9 follows from C8 only on an assumption about causation whose exact content and force against holistic monism is unclear. It could be the strong assumption that causation either in general or at least in the case of God must involve modal transcendence, such that the cause could be actual when the effect is not. Or it could be the weaker assumption that causation either in general or at least in the case of God must involve an asymmetry, so that there is some way in which the cause conditions the effect but the effect does not condition the cause. In any event, the holistic monist is committed to the view that the absolute is the cause or principle of the unity of the totality, and that the absolute could not be actual without the totality also being actual. If the assumption that justifies the inference of C9 from C8 is the assumption that, divine, causation requires modal transcendence, then the holistic monist rejects that assumption, for reasons given above. So the holistic monist need not accept C9 and can avoid the antinomy. If, however, the assumption is that, divine, causation involves an asymmetry, then the holistic monist is obliged to accept C9 only if there is no way in which the relationship between the absolute and the totality is asymmetric. But this remains to be seen. The relationship lacks the asymmetry that comes with modal transcendence, but there may be asymmetries of other kinds. Second, I want to add to the discussion another distinction with respect to infinity. We have met the distinction between extensive and intensive infinity. I now want to introduce the distinction between relative infinity. Post-Kantian monism 129. And absolute infinity. One way to form a conception of infinity is first to think of something finite in some respect, then to negate the finitude of that thing. This yields a conception of relative infinity. For example, think of something that is in a determinate region of space, then negate the limitations of its presence, and you will think of something that is omnipresent in the sense that it is present throughout space. Or think of something that endures over a determinate stretch of time, then negate the limitations of its endurance, and you will think of something that is eternal in the sense that it exists at every moment of time. Now, one might express a line of thought that underlies C6-8 as follows. If one conceives divine infinity by negating the limitations of finite things in space and time, then one will conceive God only as relatively, not as absolutely infinite. But a relatively infinite God would be conditioned by space and time, and could not be all-sufficient. If time were a divine property in this sense, then God could only be relatively infinite. As I pointed out in Chapter 1, Kant's account of the derivation of finite realities from God's infinite realities by limitation seems designed in part to avoid this problem. Kant starts from a positive conception of infinity and derives finitude by negating infinity. He does not start from finitude and derive a conception of infinity by negation, which could yield only relative, not absolute infinity. His procedure is, we might say, progressive, not regressive, since it starts from the absolute. The connection between these 2 points is as follows. Although the holistic monist is committed to the view that the absolute and the totality are mutually necessary conditions, she may nevertheless maintain that the absolute is the cause of the totality, and not vice versa. Because of a derivational asymmetry, the totality is progressively derivable from the absolute, but the absolute is not regressively derivable from the totality. Indeed, Kant himself is committed to this asymmetry, which can alone give rise to absolute, not relative infinity. 2. Be sure, Kant may think that derivational asymmetry alone is not sufficient for causality and that, say, modal transcendence is also required. But the holistic monist has an argument against modal transcendence, to which Kant has no obvious response. Consequently, the question whether a particular version of holistic monism is refuted by argument C may be reduced to the question whether that version has an adequately progressive derivation to support the claim that the absolute is the cause of the totality. In short, holistic monism without derivation monism is in trouble, but holistic monism with derivation monism is not. Although Kant does not explicitly mention Newton in either the passage from the first Critique or the passage from the second, it is clear that Newton is not far below the surface of Kant's argument. Indeed, the argument is a version of a charge leveled at Newton by Leibniz, among others. In the early 18th century, Newtonians were forced to distinguish their position from Spinozism, which was in turn identified with atheism on the grounds that what it called God was a relatively infinite spatiotemporal being who was therefore not God at all. 70 more recently, in a series of important essays, J. E. Maguire has drawn on Newton's unpublished papers to argue that Newton is not committed to what he calls pantheism, a position usually ascribed to Spinoza. Although Maguire's arguments are both insightful and instructive, his reconstruction of Newton's response to the pantheism charge shows why Newton lacks the resources to respond to Kant's deeper objection. Maguire says, notice that Newton is not embracing pantheism, since he wishes to assert the contrary truth that God is not identical with space. For Maguire then, pantheism is the identification of God with space. Although Newton can respond to an accusation of pantheism by distinguishing God from space and, presumably, time, this is insufficient to defend Newton against the Kantian charge that his God is only relatively infinite, and hence conditioned by space and time. To defend Newton against the Kantian charge, it must be shown not only that Newton can distinguish God from space and time, but also that he can justify the claim that God is causally prior to space and time, and is in some way unconditioned by them. As Maguire shows, there can be no doubt that Newton distinguishes between the infinity of God and the infinity of space. First, perhaps following Pierre Gassendi, Newton rejects the idea that existence is a real attribute or perfection, a constituent of essence. Second, he conceives infinity not as a real attribute or perfection that could be a constituent of a thing's essence, but rather as a determination of the existence of a thing along with its intrinsic perfections. Thus, infinity alone implies not infinite perfection, but only the raising to an infinite degree of whatever perfections a thing possesses in virtue of its essence. In principle, then, it is possible for there to be infinite beings other than God, other than the most perfect being. Indeed, third, there is at least one infinite being other than God, namely, space. Now, like Descartes and Kant, Newton insists that an adequate conception of an infinite being can be formed, not by negation of the limits of finite beings, but only in a positive manner, subsequent to which an adequate conception of finite beings can be formed. Should one say further that we do not understand what an infinite being is, save by negating the limitations of a finite being, and that this is a negative and faulty conception, I deny this. For the limit or boundary is the restriction or negation of greater reality or existence in the limited being, and the less we conceive of any being to be constrained by limits, the more we observe something to be attributed to it, that is, the more positively we conceive it. And thus by negating all limits the conception becomes maximally positive. And finus is a word negative with respect to perception, and thus infinity, since it is the negation of a negation, that is, of ends, will be a word maximally positive with respect to our perception and understanding, though it seems grammatically negative. However, Newton differs from Descartes by affirming that we can form a positive conception of the extensive infinity of space, and indeed that such a positive conception is crucial for mathematical practice. So Newton's commitment to the infinity of space does not entangle him in the view that, since God is infinite, space is God. He can distinguish between extensive and intensive infinity. There is also no doubt that Newton wants to say, not only that God is not identical with space, but also that God is prior to space. He says, for example, that space is an emanative effect of God and that God constitutes space. But I see no evidence that he has any positive account of the constitutive causality in question, by which to justify these assertions. Indeed, it is crucial to note that would be required for their justification. The danger, it should be recalled, is that an infinite cause is posited as the ground of all finite beings, but, if the cause is to be absolutely and not merely relatively infinite, then it must be heterogeneous to its finite effects. If the infinite cause is known only through its effects, that is, through the existence of finite beings and through the need to explain that existence, then it seems impossible to meet this heterogeneity requirement. For one's conception of the infinite cause and its causality can draw only on the resources made available by one's conception of finite things. Thus, if one is to meet the heterogeneity requirement, then one must be able to provide some positive account of the infinite cause and its causality, that is, some account that does not draw only on the resources made available by one's conception of finite things. It must be possible to give a progressive account of the infinite cause and its causality, not only a regressive account that argues from effect to cause. Newton is notoriously cagey about the metaphysical presuppositions of his position. He makes few of them public, and when he does so, it is often through an intermediary, so that the level of Newton's involvement in the debate and the degree of his commitment to what is said remain unclear. For example, in drafts of an advertisement au lecteur sent to Pierre de Maisons for a French translation, Newton writes the following, which in the published version is attributed by de Maisons Auxiliary to Samuel Clarke: when the Hebrews called God Makam, the place in which we live and move and have our being, and yet did not mean that space is God in a literal sense. For they used to speak of God by figures and allusions and put space for his omnipresence for a figure. And so space and duration are by the writers of logic and metaphysics called quantities, and with respect to God's ubiquity and omnipresence they have a nearer relation to the predicaments of ubi and quando than to that of quality, and therefore where they are called qualities the reader is to understand it with a figure. Newton's intention here appears to be to prevent the reader from inferring that, since Clarke, speaking as a Newtonian, characterizes space as God's property p sirat is, in scholastic terminology, a necessary determination that is not part of his essence, Newton must think that God's existence, like the existence of finite, is necessarily conditioned by space. So Newton is concerned to avoid the problems pointed out by Leibniz and, later, by Kant. But Newton offers no positive account of God's causal priority to space. He does not, for example, articulate the emanative, constitutive causality mentioned in his early, unpublished writings. Instead, he just insists that theology is unavoidably figurative, that theology must, in some non-literal way, apply to God expressions properly applied to finite things. This strongly suggests that Newtonian theology is regressive, not progressive. Newton seems to think that the existence of God can be demonstrated only regressively, not progressively in the manner of Descartes' ontological argument. But Newton also seems to draw on analogies suggested by finite things whenever he characterizes what God is. In the General Scholium, he writes, "We know him, i.e., God, only by his properties and attributes and by the wisest and best construction of things and their final causes, and we admire him because of his perfections, but we venerate and worship him only because of his dominion. For we worship him as servants, and a God without dominion, providence, and final causes is nothing other than fate and nature. No variation in things arises from metaphysical necessity, which be the same always and everywhere. All the diversity of created things, each in its place and time, could only have arisen from the ideas and the will of a necessarily existing being. But God is said allegorically to see, hear, speak, laugh, love, hate, desire, give, receive, rejoice, be angry, fight, build, form, construct. For all discourse about God is derived from a certain similitude from things human, which while not perfect is nevertheless a similitude of some kind. P. That God is an entity in the highest degree perfect, all agree. But the highest idea of the perfection of an entity is that it should be one substance, simple, indivisible, living and life-giving, always everywhere of necessity existing, in the highest degree understanding all things, freely willing good things, by his will affecting things possible, communicating as far as is possible his own similitude to the more noble effects, containing all things in himself as their principle and location, decreeing and ruling all things by means of his substantial presence, as the thinking part or a man perceives the appearances of things brought into the brain and thence rules its own body, and constantly cooperating with all things according to accurate laws, as being the foundation and cause of the whole of nature, except where it is good to act otherwise. P. Some of these characterizations are regressive in the sense that they express only what is required for God to be the infinite cause that renders finite things intelligible. The others seem analogical in character, as the parenthetical remark makes explicit. In general, it seems clear that this conception of the ens per jactissimum is formed by considering of the thinking and willing part of man and by raising to an infinite degree the perfections intrinsic to the human being. It should be no surprise, then, that Newton explicitly characterizes God as spatially omnipresent and temporally sempitmales, hence as what Kant would regard as a cause that is only relatively infinite because conditioned by space and time. No doubt, Newton would protest that he does not mean that God is present at every point of space and time in the way that finite things are. But he shows no sign of possessing the resources for a positive conception of divine infinity. Since he himself acknowledges the need for a positive conception of infinity that is prior to one's conception of the finite, and since he possesses a positive conception of spatial infinity grounded in his mathematics, Newtonian theology seems to be in serious trouble. If we are supposed to have a positive conception of divine infinity that is distinct from the positive conception we have of spatial infinity, then Newton should tell us what it is. But this he never does. It was from problems of this sort, we should recall, that Kant's precritical program sought to save Newtonianism by providing it with an adequate metaphysical foundation that included inter alia an adequately progressive proof of God's existence as ens realissimum, along with the derivation of finite realities from divine realities. By 1766, however, as we saw in Chapter 1, he had realized that, although he had avoided Newton's problematic sensibilization of theology, he had developed a psychology that ran into an analogous problem. For his account of the mind relied too heavily on regression from physical phenomena. On Kant's precritical view, substances were spatially located, not in virtue of their absolutely inner determinations, for spatial location is an irreducibly relational determination, but rather in virtue of the community of forces within which substances are active insofar as they exist. Although this was intended primarily as an account of the spatial location of physical substances, it was hard for Kant to avoid extending the account to the spatial location of minds, which interact with physical substances and, moreover, are embodied in spatially located physical particulars. But if physical substances are spatially located in virtue of their motive forces, are mental substances spatially located in virtue of forces of some other unknown kind? As Kant came to see, his conception of the intelligible world, like Swedenborg's, was based on analogies suggested by phenomena in the empirical world. This is why, in the inaugural dissertation and then in the critical philosophy itself, Kant took such pains to. This is dearly false, as the passage cited shows. Maguire must mean that Newton's conception of the ens perfectissimum is not traditional. Distinguish the intellectual from the sensible, which led him to Kantian dualism. It now turns out, however, from Kant's perspective in 1788, that his precritical system was in trouble, not only in its psychology, but in its theology too. In 1766, he had thought otherwise, I am not speaking of the infinite spirit, who is its creator and sustainer, for the concept of the spirit nature of the latter is easy, for it is merely negative and consists in denying that the properties of matter belong to it, for they are incompatible with an infinite and absolutely necessary substance. On the other hand, in the case of a spirit substance, such as the human soul, which is supposed to exist in union with matter, the following difficulty arises: on the one hand, I am supposed to think such substances as existing in a reciprocal relation with physical beings so that they constitute wholes, while on the other hand I am supposed to think of the only kind of combination we know, that which occurs among material beings, as being cancelled. Here Kant had suggested that he could avoid problems about God's spirit nature because the concept of that spirit nature is merely negative. £1 He had meant that his conception of God as infinite and absolutely necessary substance is merely negative. Then, as we have seen, he would have been in trouble. For then he could conceive God only as a relatively infinite version of a finite thing and could not satisfy the Agrippan worry to which he thinks theology must respond. Indeed, he would then have had to follow Newton in conceiving God's spatiality by analogy with the spatiality of the mind, and he would have lacked the resources for any conception of God other than as omnipresent virtue of some unknown divine force. However, Kant instead must have meant that only his conception of God's spirit nature is merely negative, while his conception of God as infinite and absolutely necessary substance is positive. The positive conception implies that God cannot be material, for no material substance can be absolutely infinite and necessary. This in turn allows us to form a merely negative conception of God as immaterial or spiritual. In 1768, however, Kant had realized that he could no longer hold, as he had since the beginning of his career, that space and time were explainable in terms of Newtonian forces. Had he failed to take the Copernican turn, he would have become, in critical terminology, a transcendental realist rather than an empirical idealist about space and time. Kant's view in 1788 must be, then, that, if he had failed to take the Copernican turn, he would have become vulnerable to argumentspancy. In short, he would have become committed to holistic monism without derivation monism, and his teleology would have become antinomic. What, then, of Spinoza himself, and those influenced by him? If one takes seriously the geometric format of the Ethics, and I do not say that it is always easy to do this, then one cannot doubt that Spinoza intends to develop an unabashedly progressive account of the absolutely infinite first cause and of its causality. When Kant speaks of Spinozism, in which space and time are essential determinations of the original being itself, while the things dependent upon it, ourselves, therefore, included, are not substances, but merely accidents inhering in it, he is open to the charge that he is imposing upon Spinoza a foreign conception of substance that ignores Spinoza's own views about substance, attribute, and mode. Such an imposition leads to the disastrous construal of propositions about substance and its attributes as if they were propositions about what we ordinarily call things, Spinoza's modes and their properties. To be sure, Spinoza states that God is a thinking thing and that God is an extended thing. 85 But what he means by this, as he himself says, is that thought and extension are attributes of God. Whatever exactly this may mean, it certainly means that it would be entirely illegitimate to assume that whatever follows from the propositions that René is a thinking thing and that this table is an extended thing also follows from similar sounding propositions about God. The linguistic similarity between propositions about modes, whether they are finite or relatively infinite, and propositions about absolutely infinite substance masks what Spinoza takes to be a fundamental ontological difference. If one does not acknowledge this, then one forecloses the possibility of interpreting Spinoza in a way that could give rise to a conception of the absolute first principle and its causality which could meet the heterogeneity requirement. This is not the place to develop a detailed interpretation of either Spinoza's own view or German idealist versions of his basic notions. It is the place to say, rather, that nothing Kant says in the passages from the first and second critiques considered here refutes the Spinozistic project of combining holistic monism with derivation monism. It should also be noted that, From a Spinozistic point of view, Kant's procedure is not progressive enough and must render Kant's God too homogeneous with finite creatures. For it is Kant's view that we may ascribe to God all and only those intrinsic properties that involve no negation and that are then raised to an infinite degree. Thus we start from intrinsic properties ascribed to beings other than God, and we end by ascribing analogous properties to God, or rather by ascribing to God original properties of which the intrinsic properties ascribed to finite beings are analogical copies. Thus, in his precritical discussion of God as ens realissimum, Kant gives two arguments to show that God has understanding and will. The first is that both are true realities, and they can both coexist together with the greatest possible reality in one thing. That this is so, he says, is simply an immediate judgment of the understanding. Second, if God did not have understanding and will, it would be impossible for God to be the ground of possible beings with understanding and will, because understanding and will are properties which are capable of the highest degree of reality. One could therefore not ascribe any other realities to God that could serve as their ground. Here we see in action the procedure described in the lectures. For Kant's first argument is that the properties of understanding and will survive the via negationes, the way of negation, and his second argument is that infinite versions of those properties can and must be ascribed to God in virtue of his role as ens realissimum, given that finite beings with understanding and will actually exist. Kant defends his use of analogy between the properties of finite beings and the properties of God as follows: analogy does not consist in an imperfect similarity of things to one another, as it is commonly taken, for in this case that would be something very uncertain. If, however, we understand analogy to be the perfect similarity of relationships, not of things but relationships, or in short, what the mathematicians understand by proportion, then we will be satisfied at once. We can then form a concept of God and of his predicate which will be so sufficient that we will never need anything more. But obviously we will not assume any relations of magnitude, for this belongs to mathematics, but rather we will assume a relation of cause to effect, or even better, of ground to its consequence, so as to infer in an entirely philosophical manner. For just as in the world one thing is regarded as the cause of another thing when it contains the ground of this thing, so in the same way we regard the whole world as a consequence of its ground in God, and argue from the analogy. P. Spinoza, however, follows Maimonides in rejecting any analogical predication whatsoever with respect to God. Furthermore, I have something here to say about the intellect and will that is usually attributed to God. If will and intellect do indeed pertain to the eternal essence of God, one must understand in the case of both these attributes something very different from the meaning widely entertained. For the intellect and will that would constitute the essence of God would have to be vastly different from human intellect and will, and would have no point of agreement except the name. They could be no more alike than the celestial constellation of the dog and the dog that barks. 89. A readily available argument for this conclusion is that God is absolutely infinite, but, supposing that intellect and will are, as Kant and many others claim, true realities, to raise them to infinity would enable one to conceive only a relatively infinite intellect and will. In other words, Kant worries about merely relative conceptions of extensive infinity, but he should be no less worried about merely relative conceptions of intensive infinity. Neither Spinoza nor the German idealists agree with Kant that intellect and will are true realities that survive the via negationes and are entirely positive. For Kant, this is simply an immediate judgment of the understanding. In other words, he thinks that it is obvious. But for Spinoza, this immediate judgment is nothing more than a prejudice that cannot withstand examination. Here we reach perhaps the deepest level of disagreement between Kant and holistic monists, including German idealists, about the hypothetically necessary character of the transcendentally real. Namely, although Newtonian considerations about space, time, and community force Kant to conclude that no intrinsic properties are to be found in the empirical world, he still holds on to the idea of intrinsic properties. Even in his critical period, he thinks that reason demands intrinsic properties in transcendentally real things, and he continues to think that purified versions of intellect and will are eminent examples of intrinsic properties. In contrast, holistic monists see no role for intrinsic properties whatsoever unless one wants to call the attributes of substance, or their equivalents in some German idealist system, intrinsic properties, which is in a way correct but also misleading. Although it is in specific response to Newtonian physics that Kant develops the notion of a relational framework, within which objects can be individuated even when they lack positive transcendental reality, we may think of German idealists as freeing that notion from its original context and using it against Kant to dispute the contention that intellect and will are examples of intrinsic properties. Thus, Fichte and Hegel undertake to show that one could have neither intellect nor will, neither theoretical nor practical reason, unless one were conscious of oneself as situated within a relational framework of objects other than one's body and of subjects other than oneself. 91. In light of the arguments considered in this chapter, it is understandable that someone sympathetic to Kant but influenced by Jacobi's presentation of Spinozism could reach the following conclusions. First, Kant has not refuted holistic monism about the transcendentally real, that is, here, the hypothetically necessary structure of the in itself, but rather holistic monism has refuted any version of Kant's position that remains committed to monadic individualism about the transcendentally real. Thus a version of Kant's transcendental idealism committed to monadic individualism would be outflanked by a version of transcendental realism committed to holistic monism. For the latter would be better able to meet the heterogeneity requirement than the former, thus better able to resolve the third antinomy and, to put the point in more general terms, better able to resolve the complex problematic with its Agrippan, Leibnizian, and Newtonian Humean layers to which Kant himself is responding. Second, if transcendental idealism is to be saved, then either Kant's texts must be interpreted as committed to holistic monism rather than monadic individualism, or, if this cannot be done, a post-Kantian transcendental idealism committed to holistic monism must be constructed. As an example of the kind of view that seems to outflank transcendental idealism committed to monadic individualism about the transcendentally real, consider Maimon's avowedly Spinozistic interpretation of what he takes to be Leibniz's esoteric teaching. God, as an infinite representational power, thinks from all eternity of all possible beings, i.e., he thinks himself limited in all possible ways. He does not think discursively like us, but rather his thoughts are at the same time presentations. If one objects that we have no concept of such a manner of thinking, then I answer, we certainly have a concept of it, since we possess it in part. All concepts of mathematics are thought by us, and at the same time presented as real objects through construction a priori. Thus we are in this respect similar to God. No wonder, then, that the ancient philosophers valued mathematics highly and wanted to let nobody who was unskilled in that science enter their lecture halls. Not because, as one commonly pretends, the mathematical method is very advantageous in philosophy, but rather because mathematics teaches us the difference between merely discursive and real thinking. A regular decahedron, I.e., a corporeal figure enclosed within 10 equal sides, is logically a correct concept because it contains no contradiction and yet its construction is impossible, consequently it is objectively false, or it has no object and so on. Thus God thinks all real objects, not merely according to the principle of contradiction so highly prized in philosophy, but rather as we, albeit in a more complete manner, think the objects of mathematics, i.e., he produces them immediately through thought. The harmony between the substances thus rests on the fact that they all express one and the same being. They must be limited in various ways, because God thinks them as limited in all possible ways, and God must think them as limited in all possible ways, because otherwise he could think nothing outside himself. They are to be compared with different equations of one and the same curved line, which express exactly the same being, and from all of which exactly the same properties may be derived. Bodhisattva's souls stand in reciprocity with one another means for Leibniz nothing other than that body is an expression of soul. The latter, insofar as it has clear representations, is substance proper. The former is exactly the same substance in appearance, substantia phenomenon. Thus all their modifications are reciprocal. Bodies arise from monads means this much, in accordance with the reciprocal interaction of monads, according to their manifold relations, produces in us, since we cannot understand all these relations clearly, the appearance of bodies. Note, first, that the system sketched is committed to holistic monism. It leaves no room for intrinsic properties whatsoever. Second, it involves Kant's view of divine knowledge as intuition. Third, whereas Kant regards our ability to demonstrate theorems by construction as a mark of our finitude, Manin regards this ability as the image of God within us. This last point is of great significance for German idealist methodology, as I will show in Chapter 5. For the moment, Maimond's connection of divine cognition with human construction in mathematics is useful insofar as it helps to answer an objection. So far, I have dealt with an auxiliary argument for transcendental idealism, the irreducible relationality of the empirical, considered in Chapter I, and with only one of Kant's main arguments, the third antinomy, considered in this chapter. But I have said nothing about what might well be regarded as Kant's central argument, the argument in the aesthetic that geometrical knowledge, which is both apodictic and guaranteed to apply to any object of outer sense, would be impossible if space and time were not forms of specifically human sensibility. In order to conclude that Spinozism outflanked transcendental idealism committed to monadic individualism, would the German idealists not have to think that Spinozism provides a solution for the problem of geometrical knowledge, as well as for the third antinomy? By reading Maimon, in addition to Spinoza, the German idealists could easily have thought just this. For Maimon develops the view, hinted at in the passage quoted above, that we can attain, through construction in sensible intuition, knowledge guaranteed to apply to empirical objects, only if our constructions are obscure images of the purely intellectual construction through which those empirical objects are generated from the absolute first principle. In short, only if the a priori conditions of our sensibility and the a priori conditions of being an object of the senses are both expressions of a unique, absolute first principle. Thus Kant's revolutionary idea that the a priori conditions of human knowledge constitute the a priori conditions of the objects of human knowledge, has to compete with Spinoza's idea of the distinct attributes of intellect and extension, which exhibit parallelisms and isomorphisms because they are expressions of one and the same divine substance. We are now in a good position to understand the thinking of Fichte and Schelling in the mid-1790s. Both assume that any adequate philosophical system must combine derivation monism with holistic monism. Both also distinguish the version of transcendental idealism they espouse from Spinozism, which they take to be a version of transcendental realism. The structure of the optimal transcendental realism, they think, is the same as the structure of the optimal transcendental idealism. However, the former takes the absolute not I as its first principle, while the latter takes the absolute I as its first principle. At this stage, however, it is unclear to them whether they are developing transcendental idealism in accordance with Kant's actual intentions or whether they are developing it in accordance with the intentions he should have had. In 1799, Kant's repudiation compels them to adopt the latter view, but this hardly shakes their philosophical convictions, which had never been based on an interpretive claim. Not long after, in 1800 to 1801, the schism between Fichte and Schelling about the status of the philosophy of nature may be regarded as a dispute about the condition under which a system committed to both derivation monism and holistic monism counts as idealist. Fichte continues to hold that such a system is idealist only if the absolute I, as constituted in moral autonomy, is its starting point. Schelling, who has an ally in Hegel by 1801, now thinks that such a system is idealist if it culminates in the absolute point. 94 Thus the development of what Schelling and Hegel call absolute idealism, or the identity philosophy, in which the a priori conditions of knowledge are to be demonstrated as identical with the a priori conditions of being, represents a reconstrual of Kant's Copernican revolution via Spinozism. We are also in a position to understand, in at least an initial way, what is truly at stake in the German idealist criticism of Kant's doctrine of things in themselves. A familiar misunderstanding is expressed in, for example, Bertrand Russell's statement that Kant's immediate successor, Fichte, abandoned things in themselves and carried subjectivism to a point which seems almost to involve a kind of insanity. Here German idealism is seen as the culmination of a disastrous trend towards subjectivism. First, Descartes encloses the mind within itself, as its own inner world, leaving objects in an external world that can be known only with divine assistance. Then Kant insists that these external objects are in principle unknowable, although he also maintains that they exist. Finally, Fichte argues that they cannot be said to exist at all. This story assumes that things in themselves are objects empirically external to the individual mind, so that Fichte becomes a solipsist. In fact, however, the in itself is the transcendentally real domain, structured by ground-consequence relations that terminate in an absolute or all-sufficient ground, which must exist on the supposition of an intelligible world, or on the supposition of an escape from the Agrippan trilemma. What is at stake in German idealist rejections of Kant's doctrine of things in themselves is whether this transcendentally real domain is to be conceived in accordance with monadic individualism, as Kant thinks, modifying Leibniz, or in accordance with holistic monism, as the German idealists think, modifying Spinoza. When they reject Kant's two essences view, the German idealists adopt what is in effect a two aspects view. The empirical aspect of a thing corresponds to the way in which a thing's being as it is grounded in its relations to other things within the totality. The transcendental aspect of a thing corresponds to the way in which a thing's being as it is grounded in its relation to the totality and ultimately to the totality's absolute first principle. On this view, there is one world, understandable in two ways, or from two standpoints. Two aspects views appeal to many contemporary Kantians and post-Kantians because they seem to avoid the supernaturalism of two worlds views, including the two existence and two essences views. But we should not assume that the fact that German idealists develop two aspects views make their systems compatible with contemporary naturalism. The same question arises about German idealist systems as about Spinoza: do they naturalize metaphysics and theology, or do they supernaturalize nature? 3. Post-Kantian skepticism. Skepticism is beginning to become a sickness of the age, and which is a rare phenomenon in history, is beginning to spread itself among more classes and to express its effects on a large scale. The most recent revolution in philosophy was supposed to overthrow it, but according to a new discovery it is supposed to have bent not a hair on its head, or, rather, even to have strengthened it. Stadtland, 1784, 2. Critical and skeptical philosophy stand in exactly the same relationship as man and the serpent after the fall, as it says, he, man, will tread upon your head. That is, the critical philosopher will always disturb the skeptical philosopher with the necessity and universality of principles required for scientific cognition, but you, serpent, will bite him on the heel. That is, the skeptic will always tease the critical philosopher with the fact that his necessary and universally valid principles have no use. Quid facti. Maimon, 2000a, STRF, 4, 80, based on Genesis 3:15. It has become a commonplace in recent work that German ideal is a response to skepticism expressed in the wake of Kant's critical philosophy. Although this thesis contains an important kernel of truth, it needs to be qualified. First, as I have argued in chapters 1 and 2, the German idealist project of systematization should be seen, in large part, as a response to the same problematic that motivates Kant's critical philosophy, a complex problematic composed of Agrippan, Leibnizian, and Newtonian/Humean layers. For one effect of the Spinozism controversy initiated by Jacobi is to give the German idealists reason to believe that the best response to this problematic would be a system committed to both derivation and holistic monism. This explains why the German idealists could be satisfied only by a system that aspires to grasp das All, or the real as a totality. But it does so in terms of a skeptical problematic that is not especially post-Kantian. Second, as I will argue in this chapter, The other major effect of the Spinozism controversy is to transform this problematic in what comes to be a distinctively post-Kantian way. This transformation, which gives rise to genuinely post-Kantian skepticisms, explains why, for the German idealists, what is at stake in the systematization of Kant's philosophy is all or nothing. In what follows, I will first characterize Kant's attitude towards skepticism, arguing that, in spite of his own intentions, the logic of his position leaves open the possibility of at least two species of distinctively post-Kantian skepticism. I will then show that, thanks to Jacobi and Maimon, these possibilities were actualized within the 1780s and 1790s. I will also consider to what extent the resulting skepticisms depend, either on inadequate interpretations of Kantian dualism or on a holistic monism that Kant does not share. In the previous chapter, I was concerned with the German idealist transformation of the transcendental pole of Kantian dualism. In this chapter, one focus on the German idealist reconceptualization of the empirical. As we shall, the first kind of post-Kantian skepticism to be considered leads the German idealists to view skepticism as a threat not only to academic philosophy, as it is from Kant's perspective, but also to everyday life. The second kind of post-Kantian skepticism leads to a prioritization of the non-mathematical natural sciences, such as biology and chemistry, over the mathematical natural sciences. This prioritization is the reverse of Kant's and is distinctive of the Nature philosophy central to the systems of Schelling and Hegel. Some philosophers today regard skepticism as a problem that is, or ought to be, superseded, an issue of the past, to which we should not bother responding. Yet it would be no exaggeration to say that others regard skepticism as in some way defining philosophy's contemporary task. A similar division is found among interpreters of Kant. Some think that Kant is not concerned to argue against skepticism, since he believes that nobody could be a serious skeptic in the face of Newton's accomplishments. Yet others measure Kant's accomplishments by his success or failure in replying to the skepticism of Hume. I will argue that Kant holds both of the attitudes mentioned above. That is, Kant thinks both that skepticism defines the task of philosophy and that skepticism is, or ought to be, a problem of the past. To understand Kant's view of skepticism, we must see how he could hold these two apparently opposed attitudes. Few passages are more frequently cited in accounts of Kant's motivation than the passage from the Prolegomena in which he says that his recollection of Hume first interrupted his dogmatic slumber. 5. However, 2 points need to be noted. First, as Kant's initial expressions of Humean skepticism show, Hume's reflections on causality strike him as bringing out a problem related to the problematic within which he is already working, a problematic characterized by the need to respond to the Agrippine trilemma and, more specifically, to preserve the difference between a physics susceptible to the trilemma and a metaphysics designed to escape it, while grounding the former in the latter. Reading Hume convinces Kant that there is no hope whatsoever of showing that instantiations of what he calls real ground-consequence relations governed by the hypothetically necessary laws of Newtonian physics are derivable, even in principle, from instantiations of what he calls logical ground-consequence relations governed by the absolutely necessary laws of Kant's quasi-Leibnizian metaphysics. This means that Kant's project of synthesizing Leibniz and Newton cannot succeed. It also raises a skeptical problem about real ground-consequence relations. But this is not a problem that depends on any assumption about whether empirically external objects are immediately given through the senses, or whether ideas alone are immediately given. Nor does it depend on any assumptions specific to Hume about the origins of knowledge, such as the thesis that every idea is a copy of some impression. As it strikes Kant, Humean skepticism adds a layer to a problematic that is Agrippine, not to use an overly simplistic term Cartesian. Second, it is important to note that Kant never says that he was provoked into attempting a refutation of Hume's skepticism. Rather, the description of their relationship suggested by the passage is that Hume helped Kant to ask the central question of transcendental philosophy. To inaugurate transcendental philosophy, Kant needed first to generalize Berne's skeptical question and then to ask that question in a different tone or mood. Whereas Hume may be said to have asked, how could we possibly be justified in employing the concept of cause? Kant found a way to ask, under what conditions can we employ the concept of cause? Or underscore more generally, how are synthetic judgments a priori possibly skepticism? Kant says later in the Prolegomena, is a way of thinking, in which reason moves against itself with such violence, that it could never have arisen except in complete despair in Volliger Verswiflung of achieving satisfaction with respect to reason's most important aspirations. Hume's skeptical question is asked in a mood of despair, whereas Kant's transcendental question is asked in a mood of what Kant elsewhere calls hope, hope that reason can fulfill its aspiration to self-knowledge. This is how skepticism defines the task of philosophy for Kant. It is not that philosophy must seek, above all, to refute skepticism. Rather, philos. Ophi must learn from skepticism which questions to ask, while transmuting the skeptic's mood of despair. Thus, transcendental philosophy may be described, not only as an account of the conditions of the possibility of synthetic judgments a priori, but also as an account of the conditions of the possibility of skepticism. For the list of synthetic judgments a priori is at the same time a list of judgments that are vulnerable to skeptical doubt. There is a genuine problem about these judgments, a problem articulate at least, in part s by Hume. For we can easily grasp that the ground of synthetic judgments a posteriori is experience, and we can readily see that the ground of analytic judgments is the general logic of our concepts, but we cannot understand the ground of synthetic judgments a priori unless we alter the direction of our gaze. As Kant says in several passages, Hume gave up too hastily and was thus driven to skeptical despair. He missed the possibility that some judgments might be neither enabled by experience nor independent of experience but, rather, conditions for the possibility of experience. What sustains Kant in his hopefulness is precisely his generalization of Hume's problem. For once Kant has arrived at the general idea of synthetic judgments a priori, he sees that the problem arises as much for mathematics and what he calls the general science of nature, as it does for causal judgments. But mathematics and mathematical physics are, for Kant, beyond reasonable doubt, and he is confident that Byrne would have said the same if he had realized that his problem extended to them. If Hume's problem is soluble in the cases of mathematics and mathematical physics, then we have reason to hope that it is soluble more generally. Any view that gives up the quest for a general solution, abandoning itself to despair, is, as Kant says of empiricism in the introduction to the Transcendental Deduction refuted I widerlegtel through the factum of mathematical and natural science. 12. So skepticism defines philosophy's task by teaching it to ask transcendental questions. But skepticism is also a problem of the past. Once the mood has changed from despair to hope, no further refutation of skepticism is called for, and Kant's central arguments do not seek to provide one. This attitude goes along with a certain picture of the skeptic's motivation. Skeptics like Hume, Kant thinks, are driven by reason's interest in self-knowledge. When they find reason's way to its objective apparently blocked, they prefer candid admission of their despair to disingenuous pretense that all is well. Consequently, skepticism is at least, so far an academic problem, a problem that affects those who want to fulfill reason's aspirations by setting metaphysics on the sure path of a science. Moreover, there should be no room for skepticism proper, that is, for skeptical despair after Kant's inauguration of transcendental philosophy. At most, there is room for the deployment of skeptical arguments against philosophy's recurring seduction into transcendent dogmatism by dialectical illusions. For Kant recognizes no drive to skeptical doubt as such. There is only the drive to knowledge, which used to get diverted into skepticism, prior to Kant's critical restoration of hope. 3.3. If Kant is successful, then, there ought to be no skepticism after Kant. But of course there is. And some varieties presuppose precisely that Kant's arguments have succeeded. One frequently mentioned possibility is that transcendental idealists the conclusion that should be established by Kant's arguments if they are successful, simply amounts to skepticism. In the next section, I will say more about this possibility, which Kant would certainly want to resist. In addition, the argument of the critique of pure reason itself leaves open at least the logical possibility of post-Kantian skepticism. P. First, recall Kant's description of his deductive method in The Discipline of Pure Reason, through concepts of the understanding. Pure reason certainly erects secure principles, but not directly from concepts, but rather always only indirectly through relation of these concepts to something entirely contingent, namely, possible experience, since if this, something as object of possible experiences, is presupposed, then they are of course apodictically certain, but in themselves they cannot even be cognized a priori, directly, at all, although the proposition that everything that happens has its cause must be proved. It is called a principle, not a theorem, because it has the special property that it first makes possible its ground of proof, namely experience, and must always be presupposed in this. This is, I think, generally understood as follows: Kant undertakes to show that synthetic a priori principles such as the principle of causality are pecuniary conditions for the admittedly contingent possibility of experience, since, as a matter of fact, we actually have experience. It follows that the application of the principles is justified. If this interpretation is correct, then the assumption that we actually have experience plays a crucial role in transcendental argumentation. If were there reason to doubt that we actually have experience, the principles in question would not have been demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt, even if Kant's argument that they are conditions for the possibility of experience were accepted as logically valid. Consequently, it is logically possible to accept the argumentation of the analytic in Kant's first critique, and yet to doubt the actuality of experience that Kant assumes. In this way, it is possible to be a post-Kantian skeptic. Moreover, if there were reason to doubt that experience is so much as possible, say, because of a conflict between two conditions necessary for its possibility, then this would give rise to a still more radical version of post-Kantian skepticism. Remarkably, as I hope to show, all these possibilities for post-Kantian skepticism come to be actualized in the period of Kant's first reception, in the 1780s and 1790s. During that seminal period, it is not unusual for a philosopher who considers himself a Kantian to think that, far from superseding skepticism, Kant has shown how deep a problem it really is, or even that Kant has given rise to a more thoroughgoing skepticism than any hitherto encountered. 3.4. I want first to consider the thesis that transcendental idealism, even if successfully established, amounts to some kind of skepticism. The problem with this thesis is that, as it is typically formulated, it seems to depend on a misinterpretation of Kantian dualism that renders Kant, in effect, pre-Kantian, depriving him of all originality. Consequently, it is tempting to dismiss the claim that transcendental idealism amounts to skepticism. If the German idealists are responding to a skepticism based on a misinterpretation of Kant, then their response is, if not doomed, then at least tainted, and difficult to justify against Kantianism. However, one will argue that there are genuinely post-Kantian ways of reformulating the claim, so that it does not depend on a misunderstanding of Kant. The locus clas sicut for the idea that Kant's revolution, if successful, leads to a new kind of skepticism is a supplement to Jacobi's 1787 bouquet of dialogues inspired by Hume. The supplement, with its complété of a presupposition without which one cannot enter the critical philosophy but with which one cannot remain within it, is as famous as any reaction to Kant. Yet it is all too often read in total isolation from Jacobi's other writings, in isolation even from the text to which it is a supplement. The result is widespread misunderstanding, not only of Jacobi's own position, but also, as I hope to show, of the ultimate import of his criticism of Kant. In the supplement on Transcendental Idealism, Jacobi argues that Kant is torn between two incompatible commitments. On the one hand, Kant is committed to the genuine receptivity of outer sense. Indeed, Kant's talk of sensibility would be meaningless unless he intended a distinct real intermediary between one real thing and another, An actual means J-rom something to something else, hence unless he presupposed the objective validity of our perception of objects outside us as things in themselves. Without that presupposition, Jacobi had found for some time that he could not enter into the Kantian system. For without it he could make no sense of the distinction between sensibility and understanding. On the other hand, Kant is committed to the transcendental idealist doctrine that we know only appearances. As Jacobi puts it, what we realists call actual objects or things independent of our representations are for the transcendental idealist only internal beings which exhibit nothing at all, a thing that may perhaps be there outside us, or to which the appearance may refer. Rather, these internal beings are merely subjective determinations oj the mind, entirely void of anything truly objective. 22. So Jacobi cannot stay within the Kantian system as long as he continues to credit Kant's presupposition of a genuine faculty of outer sense. It is simply impossible, Jacobi argues, for Kant to maintain both his realistic commitment to genuine sensibility and his idealism. So Kant faces a dilemma. He must give up one or the other if he is to be consistent. Now, Jacobi is himself a thoroughgoing realist, as he has stated clearly in the main body of the text. 23. So it goes without saying in the supplement that Jacobi himself would recommend realism to Kant. What Jacobi emphasizes in the supplement, for his own dialectical purposes, is the consequence of rejecting realism to become a consistent transcendental idealist. Someone who grasped that horn of the dilemma would have to profess what Jacobi calls transcendental ignorance, a thoroughgoing repudiation of knowledge about even the probability of the existence of things outside us in a transcendental sense. This absolute and unqualified ignorance would be accompanied by the strongest idealism that was ever professed, since all that could ever be known would be merely subjective and internal. If one wants to be a consistent transcendental idealist, one should not be afraid of the objection of speculative egoism. 25. Of C/Lers, Jacobi means to be presenting the Kantian with a reductio ad absurdum. Yet, presumably because his words have been taken out of the context of his realism and, indeed, out of the context of the book in which those words appear, he is often quoted as if he is recommending speculative egoism. 26. Jacobi's criticism of the inconsistency of Kant's transcendental idealism, and his argument that a consistent Kantian idealism would amount not only to skeptical doubt, but to denial of the very possibility of knowledge of external objects, was immensely influential in his own day and is still echoed today. However, it is not hard to see that Jacobi is interpreting Kant against Kant's explicit protests, as an idealist akin to Berkeley. Of course, Jacobi is hardly alone. Kant is similarly interpreted, not only in the Garvfeder review that so provoked Kant, but also in much 20th century Anglophone literature. Admittedly, Jacobi wrote his supplement before Kant produced the B edition of the first critique. But Kant had already published the Prolegomena, and his clarifications there and in the B edition did not lead Jacobi, or many more recent Anglophone commentators, to retract the ascription to Kant of a Cartesian conception of the mind as veiled from the external world by its own representations. That ascription has recently been challenged, with great thoroughness and effectiveness, notably by Arthur Collins, who provides alternative ways of reading even the A edition passages that have seemed Cartesian to Jacobi and to many others. Jacobi finds these passages so obviously Cartesian that it is sufficient merely to quote them in order to bring out the side of Kant that is incompatible with realism about external objects. For example, at A4911 B5L9, Kant characterizes transcendental idealism as follows: everything intuited in space or time, and hence all objects of an experience possible for us, are nothing but appearances, i.e., mere representations, which, as they are represented, as extended beings or series of alterations, have outside our thoughts no existence grounded in itself. And at LOL, Kant says, appearances are not things in themselves, but rather the mere play of our representations, which in the end come down to determinations of inner sense. No doubt these passages sound Cartesian. Indeed, as Collins notes, At A368, Kant uses almost identical language to describe the Cartesian or problematic idealist, for whom it always remains doubtful whether all the so-called outer perceptions are not a mere play of our inner sense, or whether they stand in relation to actual external objects as their cause. Yet it is in that very context, in the fourth paralogism, that Kant explicitly distinguishes his transcendental idealism from the empirical idealism of the Cartesian. Apparently, this distinction is insufficient to prevent Jacobi from drawing some of his most compelling proof texts from the fourth paralogism itself. Indeed, although Kant protests vehemently against the suggestion that he is an empirical idealist, and although he drops some of the apparently damning language, example al.ol, he does not drop all of it, example A4911b5l9. He even reuses some of it in the Prolegomena, although that text is meant to refute the charge of empirical idealism. P. If there is no way to interpret these passages other than the obvious Cartesian way, then Kant is a very confused man. But there is another way. What is at stake, once again, is the interpretation of Kantian dualism. The Cartesian interpretation of transcendental idealism is similar to, but distinct from, Maimonides' interpretation of Kantian dualism discussed in Chapter 1. Maimon misunderstands the character of the distinction to which Kantian dualism commits Kant. He thinks it is a real distinction, like the real distinction between mind and body for which Descartes argues. Jacobi misunderstands the terms between which Kantian dualism distinguishes. He thinks it is a distinction between the inner space of the mind and the outer space of the world of objects, like the distinction to which Descartes is committed. We need, then, to take seriously Kant's distinction between the transcendental and the empirical. Most urgently in this context, we need to take seriously Kant's own remark in the fourth paralogism that the expression outside us is unavoidably ambiguous, having both an empirical and a transcendental sense. Indeed, we need to generalize this remark, so that a range of terms, including inside us and representation, are also treated as having both empirical and transcendental senses. Without attempting a full exploration of the range of ambiguous terms in Kant's work, it will suffice here to say something about the difference between the empirical and transcendental senses of the claim that, say, all objects of experience are mere representations. Empirically speaking, to say that all objects of experience are mere representations is to make an ontological claim. It is to say that all objects of experience are mental, whether they are mental objects or mental states. Whatever is mental cannot exist outside thought because thought is the essence or medium of the mental. According to some highly influential lines of thought, whatever is mental may exist independently of any non-mental thing and may be individuated solely in terms either of its own intrinsic properties or of the intrinsic properties of the mind of which it is a state. If, however, one says that all objects of experience are representations in the transcendental sense, no such ontological claim is being made, either about the mental status of empirical objects or about their independence from the non-mental. Rather, the claim in its transcendental sense is like the claim that an object has a certain property when viewed from a certain perspective. 33.1 say that a bridge, viewed from my window, is obscured by an intervening building. I am not saying that the bridge in itself has the property of being obscured. Being obscured is not an intrinsic property of the bridge. Nor is it a property that could be explained in terms of the bridge's intrinsic properties, whatever they may be. Being obscured is extrinsic or relational. It follows that being obscured is also not an intrinsic property of my mind. It is, rather, a perspectival property, a relational property of a specific kind, which cannot exist without the perspective in question, and which therefore could not exist if there were no minds capable of occupying that perspective. Now, the fact that a perspectival property cannot exist outside my thoughts in the sense just explained does not entail that the property is mental, let alone that it may exist or be individuated independently of any non-mental thing. Of course, Kant's transcendental claim is not exactly like ordinary perspectival claims. Ordinarily, we have access to a variety of perspectives. If one view the bridge from elsewhere, it is not obscured. But Kant's argument is that all human beings occupy the same transcendental perspective, that there are conditions of our experience to which all empirical properties are relative, and that no alternative perspective in that sense is available to us. None of the empirical properties we ascribe to things are intrinsic properties of those things, or properties of things in themselves. For every possible empirical property is given to us humans in space and or time, so that as we have seen in chapter I, it does not so much as co-vary with any intrinsic property. Still, the analogy remains. Kant's transcendental claim does not entail that all empirical properties are mental, let alone that they are intrinsic properties of mind, independent of the non-mental. So the perspectival character of transcendental idealism is very different from the ontological character of empirical idealism. Now, if Jacobi's influential claim, that consistent transcendental idealism entails absolute and unqualified ignorance of external things, depends on the mistaken ascription to Kant of empirical idealism, then the claim must surely be rejected. According to Kant's transcendental idealism, we can know external things, but we cannot know them as they are in themselves. For there is a perfectly legitimate, empirical sense in which the objects known to us by means of the senses are outside us. It is knowledge understood in a specific way that is denied to us, but this denial seems very apparent from skeptical doubts or denials with respect to knowledge as SLJH, especially since the knowledge denied to us is not, Kant argues, occurred to which we lay claim within the discourse of experience. So it seems that Jacobi has not led us to a species of post-Kantian skepticism. Moreover, if the German idealists misinterpret Kant's transcendental idealism as empirical idealism, and then respond to a skepticism they take to follow from Kant's conclusion, then their project is tainted. For even if they give an interesting response to empirical idealism, they will have missed Kant's fundamental contribution to the question of skepticism. Indeed, if one thinks of the German idealists as responding to skepticism by rejecting the notion of things in themselves in the empirical sense, then one will take them to be extreme subjectivists whose response to skepticism is interesting only to the extent that it is interesting to see how far intelligent people may be led into absurdity. Collins seems to think that the German idealists just are empirical idealists, and that their view arises, at least in part, from the misinterpretation of Kant that he refutes. Amerix introduces more subtlety into the discussion. He thinks that Reinhold not only reads Kant as an empirical idealist but also is an empirical idealist, that Fichte reads Kant as an empirical idealist and thinks that there is no alternative within theoretical philosophy, but that Fichte himself hopes to avoid empirical idealism within practical philosophy, on the grounds that empirical realism is presupposed by the demands of morality. Meanwhile, Hegel reads Kant as an empirical idealist but is not an empirical idealist himself. 36. Without entering into the details of these interpretive issues, I want to say enough about them to forestall the charge that the skepticism to which German idealists respond is primarily empirical idealist and arises from a misinterpretation of Kant. In my view, Reinhold may be said to interpret Kant's transcendental idealism as empirical idealism, for reasons that I will give in chapter 4. But this is because Reinhold misses the significance of the transcendental/empirical distinction, which is precisely the point of German idealist criticisms of his pioneering attempt at systematization. With respect to the others, I will say only that, first, Amerix is correct to find that neither Fichte nor Hegel nor, for that matter, Schelling is an empirical idealist, and, second, we need to distinguish between the way in which Fichte and Schelling interpret the Kantians, that is, those followers of Kant who are not sympathetic to German idealism, and the way in which they interpret Kant himself. Before Kant's repudiation in 1799, they assume that Kant himself is not a Kantian. After the repudiation, thus in all Aufegel's published writings, they are forced to conclude that Kant is a Kantian. But they still think that their own versions of idealism, which seek to be at the same time empirically realistic, represent the true implications of Kant's work, regardless of whether Kant acknowledges those implications. In any event, One want to suggest that if Jacobi's criticism of Kant is situated within the context of the criticism of philosophy developed in his work as a whole, then that criticism may be reformulated in an adequately post-Kantian manner. At the end of his life, Jacobi characterizes his earlier response to Kant as follows: the dialogue on idealism and realism, which was published a year earlier than Kant's critique of practical reason, considers only the first theoretical part of his system. It is objected that that first part leads to nihilism, and that it does so with such an all-devastating power that no rearguard intervention could recoup what had been lost. It was lost once and for all. 37.1 suggests that Jacobi's early criticism of Kant be understood within the context of his general argument that philosophy as such leads to nihilism, a term that Jacobi first popularized within philosophical discussion. Jacobi is very far from being a systematic philosopher. High fact, he is the seminal critic of systematic philosophy as such, who demands a return from philosophical attempts at rational justification and explanation to pre-philosophical, non-systematic, ordinary, rationaljadr. It is hard to find clear lines of argument in Jacobi, although, according to his own views, the claim that philosophy leads necessarily to nihilism ought to be expressible in clear and compelling arguments, unlike his own way of escaping nihilism. Ere one will present, in broad outline, a reconstructed line of argument tha is rooted in Jacobi's texts, although it is never presented in just this way. 9. On his own account, Jacobi's intellectual development is colored by an extraordinary experience at the tender age of 8 or 9, that extraordinary thing was a representation of endless duration, quite independent of any religious concept. At the said age, when I was pondering on eternity apart ante, it suddenly came over me with such clarity, and seized me with such violence, that I gave out a loud cry and fell into a kind of swoon. A movement in me, quite natural, forced me to revive the same representation as soon as I came to myself, and the result was a state of unspeakable despair. The thought of annihilation, which had always been dreadful to me, now became even more dreadful, nor could I bear the vision of an eternal forward duration any better. I gradually managed not to be afflicted by this trial so often, and finally managed to free myself from it altogether. This representation has often seized me again since then, despite the care that I constantly take to avoid it. I have reason to suspect that I can arbitrarily evoke it in me any time I want, and I believe that it is in my power, were I to do so repeatedly a few times, to take my life within minutes by this means. Apparently, what makes the young Jacobi faint is the vision of an infinite series of temporal moments. But he finds no relief in the thought of a finite temporal series that simply ends, bordering on nothingness. He is at once horrified and fascinated, both by the idea of an infinite series and by the idea of a finite series. Originally occasioned by the thought of a series of temporal moments, this experience of dread seems later to have become associated with the idea of a series of reasons or explanatory conditions. Thus, as though his very life depends upon it, Jacobi seeks a stable standpoint, one based on a firm foundation, not one that recedes forever or somehow balances on nothing. Hence the title page of his Spinoza book bears the motto £0 FTOL Nov 11, 0 C give me place to stand. At the heart of Jacobi's passion for stability, one suggests, lies an obsession with what one have been calling Agrippan skepticism. His horror at the idea of endless duration becomes a deep dissatisfaction with infinite regresses of justification, while his dread of annihilation becomes a dread of arbitrariness. If Jacobi had mentioned the threat of circularity, he would have given a complete account of the Anpan Trilernruna. In his youth, Jacobi must have been powerfully attracted by the project of escaping the Trilernma through the postulation of a fourth alternative or an absolute reason. However, Jacobi's originality lies in this: when he comes to think that the project of escape cannot succeed, he does not become an Agrippan skeptic, nor does he accept as satisfying justifications that are vulnerable to Agrippan trilemma. Instead, he maps out a new alternative. He proposes that we abandon an idea presupposed both by Agrippan skepticism and by all three standard philosophical responses to it, the idea that reasons are explanatory conditions and that human reason is the capacity to grasp inferential relations between explananda and their conditions, thereby comprehending why things exist and why they are as they are. In Jacobi's view, the long descent into nihilism begins as soon as one accepts the demand for justification of what ordinarily requires no justification. Once the demand is accepted, there is no escape whatsoever from the Agrippan trilemma. The problem with all philosophical attempts to escape the trilemma, Jacobi recognizes that the attempts have come in many varieties, and that some are better than others, is that, if they are truly creative, they only make things worse. Every appeal to some new kind of intrinsic justification succeeds only in raising the demand for justification about something else that was hitherto taken for granted. Thus, for example, Descartes' cogito leads, not to the security of an Archimedean point, but rather to Hume's disturbing discovery that the subject is no more substantial than its objects. The end result of philosophy is not intrinsic justification but rather the total annihilation of justification, not an absolute something but rather an absolute nothing. The only genuine escape from Agrippan skepticism, according to Jacobi, would be to reject the initial demand for justification or, better yet, to stop raising it in the first place. To make our escape, we need to see that adequate justification is not mediation by some absolute or unconditioned ground, as the philosophical tradition would have it, but the immediacy of ordinary life and perception. Ordinary things and persons just are immediately except for their dependence on God, which is no whit as much immediacy as the existence of ourselves and others. Reason is not a faculty of inference but a faculty of perception. As soon as we acknowledge the philosophical demand for justification, it is already too late. At that moment, if not before, we have lost our natural faith in reason, or else we would not have acknowledged the demand. But once it is lost, the immediacy of the ordinary can never be replaced by any philosophical absolute. On the contrary, to seek a philosophical absolute and intrinsic justification is to continue to raise the demand for justification that is, at the same time, the loss of faith, the loss of the only justification there can be. The absoluteness of philosophy is no substitute for the immediacy of the everyday. Nihilism, then, is the annihilation of the ordinary, an annihilation that is internal to the very activity of philosophizing. Jacobi's view that philosophy is nihilistic should be compared with Bernard Williams' thesis that reflection may destroy ethical knowledge. P. Williams' point depends on the idea that ethical communities use thick concepts which seem to express a union of fact and value. In Jacobi's terms, thick concepts express the immediate perception of reason-giving properties. Williams thinks that claims involving thick concepts may amount to knowledge, if those claims are not only true but truth-tracking in ways expressed by appropriate counterfactuals. However, even if these claims amount to knowledge, this knowledge may be destroyed by reflection. To say that knowledge is destroyed in such a case is not to say that particular beliefs that once were true now cease to be true. Nor is it to say that people turn out never to have known the things they thought they knew. What it means is that these people once had beliefs of a certain kind, which were in many cases pieces of knowledge, but now, because after reflection they can no longer use concepts essential to those beliefs, they can no longer phone beliefs of that kind. In short, after reflection, the immediate unities of fact and value, property and reason, previously expressed by their thick concepts, are no longer available to them. So the thick concepts in question are no longer usable, and the claims involving those concepts can no longer be formed. One important difference between Williams and Jacobi concerns the modal force of their theses. Williams' thesis is only that reflection may destroy ethical knowledge, not that it must. Accordingly, Williams does not suggest that there is any general feature of reflection that necessarily has a destructive effect. Indeed, he says little about how the destruction might be brought about. He says, for example, that explanations of why we use thick ethical concepts tend not to be justifications for their use, and that, in modern society, reflection typically uses thin concepts such as right and good, and is unavoidably aware that there are many different cultures in which many different thick concepts are employed, so that thin concepts may come to replace some thick concepts. In contrast, Jacobi seems to affirm the stronger thesis that reflection must destroy knowledge. He seems also to think that reflection employs a single weapon of destruction, an inferentialist conception of grounding, deployed in response to the Agrippine trilemma. At this point, it is important to distinguish between criticism of the inferentialist conception as part of a theory and criticism of the inferentialist conception as nihilistic in its effects. It is one thing to argue that the immediately reason-giving character of visual and ethical perception, which is expressed in the use of thick concepts, cannot be accommodated within an inferential account of grounding, and that the inferential account is theoretically inadequate. It is quite another thing to argue that the immediately reason-giving character of visual and ethical perception \s destroyed by reflection that presupposes the inferentialist conception. Is Jacobi calls nihilism a charge of the second kind, or is he merely packaging a criticism of the first kind in alarmist rhetoric? What could give plausibility, not merely to the first sort of argument but to the second? A quick response would be that the inferentialist conception thinks of something's being grounded as that something's being mediated by something else, and that this is plainly inconsistent with that something's being immediate. But it is not clear that this response would yield anything more than a theoretical criticism, and, in any event, it is too quick. It is not hard to distinguish between two senses of mediated and immediate in a way that shows the inconsistency to be merely apparent. We might distinguish, for example, between the mediation/immediacy of an act of perception and the mediation/immediacy of the perception's content. There is no inconsistency in the idea of a perception which is immediate as an act, because it involves no inference on the part of the perceiving subject, but which has a content that is mediated, because it can only be justified by means of inferences. 49. It is best to take Jacobi as offering nothing more than a general schema for the reflective destruction of knowledge, a schema that can be filled out only by his detailed studies of Spinoza, Kant, Fichte, and Schelling. If this is right, then general features of reflection will not suffice to show that the nihilism problem is genuine. This can be shown only by detailed arguments of the sort discussed in Chapter 2, to the effect that philosophical commitment to the principle of sufficient reason leads to holistic monism and that holistic monism cannot accommodate immediacy. Still, does an argument of this sort not amount merely to a theoretical criticism rather than to the more exciting charge of destruction? Williams distinguishes between visual perceptual knowledge, which he does not think is vulnerable to destruction by reflection, and ethical knowledge, which he thinks is vulnerable. 50. Indeed, Williams might have mentioned optical illusions, such as the Muller-Lyer illusion, which show that a visual perception can be unaffected even by reflection that shows it to be non-veridical. If there is destruction of visual perceptual knowledge, then it must occur in cases where one learns to see as X what one previously saw as Y. For example, one learns to read, or to read a previously unfamiliar script, so that what one once saw as mere marks one now sees as letters or words. Or one learns to track, so that features of a landscape, previously available for description in terms of color, shape, and so on, have now become readable indicators of the lives and whereabouts of living beings. In these cases, the previously available concepts remain available for description but not for perception. I can describe letters and words as mere collections of marks, but I cannot return to seeing them that way. However, in these cases it seems appropriate to speak not of knowledge being destroyed, but rather of new knowledge being acquired or, at most, of new knowledge replacing old knowledge. A more promising case, although I am not sure that it can be adequately developed, would be the case of a scientist who is affected by a scientific revolution or paradigm shift, in a way that is sufficient to undermine the thick concepts via which he had perceptual knowledge under the whole paradigm, but insufficient to give him new concepts with which to acquire new perceptual knowledge. The thesis that, under the pressure of reflection, one may lose the ability to see the human world in terms of the thick ethical concepts that once seemed compelling, is considerably more plausible than its counterpart in cases of visual perception. Imagine an Englishman, used to perceiving people and their acts in terms of the English class system, who spends several decades in a culture where such differences do not matter whereas others do. He may retain his ability to use class concepts, but he now uses them as an external observer would, so that they lack any action guiding force for him. 51. I know of no place where Jacobi distinguishes between cases of visual perception and cases of ethical judgment, which he also understands perceptually. But it seems possible to ascribe to him, as the most charitable interpretation of his view, a twofold criticism of the inferentialist conception of grounding: first, that it is theoretically inadequate to account for perceptual immediacy, and, second, that it is practical why destructive in the case of ethical perception. In those works of his that engage with philosophers, Jacobi is troubled by the destructive implications of philosophical reflection for one's sense of one's own freedom, hence for one's capacity for moral agency. Moreover, his novels may be read as concerned with just these ethical implications. For philosophical reflection, which considers all projects and forms of life as equally in need of justification, is portrayed as destroying individual character, the enduring ground of immediate commitment. Th. Jacobi's protagonists, Voldemar and Alwill, must either overcome nihilism or live it. 52. To be sure, the target of these novels is the impassioned Herzensmensch of Sturm und Drang, rather than the overly reflective Spinozist or Kantian who is the target of his overtly philosophical works. But Jacobi makes the connection between the two targets explicit when he says in the letter to Erhard Zero appended to Alwill, as little as infinite space can determine the particular nature of any one body, so little can the pure reason of man constitute with its will, which is evenly good everywhere since it is one and the same in all men, the foundation of a particular, differentiated life, or impart to the actual person its proper individual value. 53. There is a parallelism, then, between the Sturm und Drang celebration of passions that lack immediate grounding in individual personalities, and the Spinozistic or Kantian thesis that sensible properties lack immediate grounding in individual, finite things. Individuation is a problem not only for physics and metaphysics, but also for life. Jacobi may think that the physical and metaphysical problem would be merely theoretical, if it could be restricted to philosophy, but that it cannot be or, at any rate, is not now thus restricted. When philosophical reflection raises its questions about ethical matters, including the freedom of the ethical subject, then what might have been a merely theoretical inadequacy becomes a practical problem that can seriously affect the life of an individual and, perhaps of an entire society. Jacobi's criticism of Kant may easily be seen to instantiate the general pattern of his thought. In order to save what Kant calls the immediacy of sense, he argues that all objects of experience are merely internal representations, including the subject insofar as we experience it. But Kant has salvaged only a pseudo-immediacy. He has argued, perhaps even more cogently than Hume, that neither the subject nor its objects can be known in any intrinsically justified way. And he has missed Hume's naturalistic insight, from which Jacobi takes some of his inspiration, that the targets of philosophical questioning are ordinarily taken on what can only be called faith, and that philosophy and ordinary faith can never be reconciled. I argued earlier that, insofar as Jacobi's accusation of nihilism is based on interpreting Kant as an empirical idealist, it is not to be taken seriously as a criticism of Kant or as an interesting motivation for German idealism. However, now that the focus has been broadened, Jacobi's accusation can be reformulated in a more interesting way, this time in a register that seems more metaphysical than epistemological. In Jacobi's massively influential book on Spinoza, the first edition of which precedes his criticism of transcendental idealism, he confronts a philosopher who is not, in his opinion, an empirical idealist. One reason for Jacobi's fascination with Spinoza is precisely that Spinoza sees how to avoid epistemological nihilism, but nevertheless follows the metaphysical road to what Jacobi later calls 1s nihilism with unprecedented rigor and clarity. 54. Inspired by the principle of sufficient reason which Jacobi prefers to formulate as a nihilo nihilfit, Spinoza's uncompromising quest for genuine substance for an intrinsically justified subject of predication leads him to the remarkable formula, which we discussed in chapter 2. Determinatio est negatio, seu determinatio ad rem juxtacuum esse non pertinet. As Jacobi glosses the formula, individual things, therefore, so far as they only exist in a certain determinate mode, are nonentia / he indeterminate infinite being is the one single true ens real, hoc est, esj omne esse, et praeter quod nullum dater esse. 55 That is, Spinoza attempts to escape the Agrippan trilemma with respect to being, but he succeeds in annihilating the positive being of the individual things of everyday life. Jacobi cites Kant's first critique to illustrate his point about Spinoza. The implication, though not developed explicitly, is that, just as Spinoza annihilates the positive being of everyday things by making them entirely dependent on the substantial unity of God, so Kant annihilates the positive being of everyday things by making them transcendentally ideal. What Kant calls an appearance is not a thing in itself, with its own positive character, but a nonentity, whose being is determinate only in relation to the whole of which it is a part, and ultimately to the transcendental conditions that make up the human perspective. Here, then, is a metaphysical version of the charge that transcendental idealism amounts to a new kind of philosophical negation, to a nihilism that is even more destructive than empirical idealism and the skepticism with which it is associated. 57 This version is not so easily rejected. As we have seen in chapters 1 and 2, Kant himself argues that, everything in our cognition that belongs to intuition, contains nothing but mere relations, namely, of places in one intuition, extension, alteration of places, motion, and laws in accordance with which this alteration is determined, moving forces. But what is present in the location, or what it produces in the things themselves besides the alteration of place, is not given through these relations. Now through mere relations no thing in itself is cognized, it is therefore right to judge that since nothing is given to us through outer sense except mere representation of relation, outer sense can also contain in its representation only the relation of an object to the subject, and not that which is internal to the object in itself. It is exactly the same in the case of inner sense. 58 As I have argued above, this passage must be read in an appropriately transcendental way, not as an expression of the empirical idealist view that the objects of sense are mental representations relative to a subject, but rather as an expression of the view that the objects of sense are accessible to us only via ineliminably perspectival properties. Nevertheless, the passage states that the objects of sense have determinate being, not in virtue of their own individual characters, but rather in relation to the spatio-temporal, dynamic whole of which they are parts. And, as Kant goes on to argue in the Analytic, that spatio-temporal, dynamic whole itself has determinate being only in relation to the transcendental conditions that make up the human perspective. So if, as Jacobi insists, ordinary things have determinate being in virtue of their own individual characters, then Kant has annihilated ordinary things, substituting for them the phenomena of Newtonian physics, all of whose properties Kant has now shown to be ineliminably perspectival. I can now reformulate Jacobi's nihilism accusation in a metaphysical register. On the one hand, transcendental idealism annihilates everyday things with their immediately determinate being. On the other hand, Kant himself acknowledges that genuine entities have individual characters. That is why he insists that we not only can but must think things in themselves as the grounds of appearances, for otherwise there would follow the absurd proposition that there is an appearance without anything that appears. Here, Jacobi might say, is a residue of Kant's pre-philosophical faith in ordinary individual things. But it is inevitable that a more thoroughgoing Kantian will eliminate the thing in itself. For the thing in itself cannot do what, on this view, it is intended to do. Kant's things in themselves are not the perceptible individuals of ordinary life. The former's mode of individuation is nothing like that of the latter. Kant's insistence that appearances have some ground beyond the world and that RE must think of this ground as noumenal in the positive sense does nothing to restore the ontological immediacy that Kant's Copernican revolution has annihilated. If things in themselves do not manifest their natures in perception, then in what sense can they be the things that appear? Transcendental idealism is, in effect, the absurd conclusion that there can only be appearance without anything that appears. Kant himself recognizes that such a conclusion would be absurd. But this does not mean that he manages to avoid it. In my reformulated version, Jacobi once again confronts Kant with a dilemma. Either Kant may develop his philosophy consistently by embracing what Jacobi regards as nihilism, in this case, the view that, insofar as individual entities have intrinsic properties, there can be no individual entities whatsoever, or Kant may retain his residual faith in individual entities, but only by giving up his philosophy, indeed, only by rejecting the philosophical demand for justification altogether. Now we have another way of expressing the motivation for the German idealist rejection of things in themselves. In effect, the German idealists take the horn of Jacobi's dilemma. They regard an appeal to transcendentally real things in themselves, which are supposed hypothetically to possess intrinsic properties and to ground irreducibly relational appearances, as an unhappy compromise that fails to achieve its goal of avoiding nihilism. First, the appeal is incompatible with a thoroughgoing commitment to absolute grounding at the transcendental level because it involves the modal transcendence of the absolute, as discussed in Chapter 2. Second, even if the appeal were compatible with a thoroughgoing commitment to absolute grounding, it would still be incapable of restoring individuality and thus of undoing nihilism at the empirical level. This reformulated version of what Jacobi calls nihilism counts, I claim, as a kind of post-Kantian skepticism. 60. It amounts to the puzzle, after Kant's Copernican revolution, how is everyday knowledge of individual things and persons so much as possible? Or how is it so much as possible that there are any everyday individuals to know? As these two formulations are supposed to suggest, the question may be put epistemologically, but it seems primarily metaphysical or, say, ontological. Any post-Kantian skepticism should, I think, have this characteristic, since it will inherit some version of the claim, central to Kant's revolution, that the API-01I conditions of a possible experience in general are at the same time conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience. Or if Jacobi prefers to speak of nihilism rather than skepticism, it is because he believes he has uncovered a deeper diagnosis of philosophy's power of negation than the notions of doubt or ignorance would suggest. One might also express the challenge of nihilism by asking, how is it so much as possible that there are any individuals to be? This makes it clear that the question is not merely academic, but also, to speak anachronistically, existential. Now we have arrived at an adequately reformulated version of the worry that Kant expressed in the second critique: without intrinsic properties on the transcendental level, how may the freedom of the moral agent be saved? To show that it can, and, more generally, that the immediacy of everyday beliefs, objects, and persons can be saved is one of the main burdens undertaken by German idealist systems. A central idea is that what we might call a locus of agency can be constituted through reciprocal interactions. In particular, Fichte pioneers the idea that a person can come to be through an event of reciprocal recognition, in which a pre-existing person summons a latent person to act, thus recognizing that latent person as a latent person, and in which the previously latent person becomes an actual person by responding to the summons positively, negatively, or even with indifference, and hence by recognizing both the other and Hernell herself as persons. Schelling and Hegel develop the idea and undertake to show that organisms can come to be through the reciprocal interaction of physical forces, that consciousness can arise through the reciprocal interaction of organisms, and that self-consciousness can arise through the reciprocal interaction of conscious beings. Here I want only to note what is at stake in such accounts. By accepting Jacobi's original twist on the Agrippan problematic and by rejecting Kant's doctrine of things in themselves, they must either show how there can be immediacy without intrinsic properties, or they must concede the charge of nihilism. 3.5. One effect of Jacobi's work is to orient the German idealist conception of the empirical decisively towards the everyday or the ordinary, where the ordinary is contrasted, indeed, in tension with the philosophical. Now, as we saw earlier in this chapter, the factum of mathematical and natural science plays a significant role in Kant's thinking about the empirical and its relation to skepticism. If scientific knowledge claims were not continuous with everyday knowledge claims, then the unquestionably respectable epistemic status of the former could not confirm the latter against skeptical doubt. What, then, does Jacobi have to say about science? Is natural science an ordinary exercise, part of what Jacobi wants to save from nihilism? Or is it another manifestation of philosophy's doomed quest for the absolute? It is clear that Jacobi views science as philosophical, hence as nihilistic. Scientific comprehension, according to Jacobi, involves the construction of ideal mechanisms of generation that are substituted for the real things for which they are intended to account. Instead of explaining real things, the scientist annihilates them. 63. Although this view is not based on a detailed examination of natural science, it finds a certain confirmation in the thinking of Maimon, who is deeply engaged with the natural and mathematical sciences of his day. Maimon's attitude is roughly the opposite of Jacobi's. Jacobi wants to save the everyday from annihilation, whereas Maimon regards the everyday as something like superstition and would be only too glad to see it go. But their arguments tend in the same direction. For the German idealists influenced by them, the everyday and philosophy are locked in a life and death struggle. No appeal to science as it stands can resolve the struggle, for mechanistic physics annihilates the everyday no then metaphysics. Only the construction of the system can save the everyday from philosophy, and philosophy from itself. But this can have two possible consequences for natural science. One possibility is that we can save ourselves from the nihilistic effects of natural science by deriving its first principle from the absolute first principle of philosophy, hence by subordinating natural science to philosophy. This would show the justification for a mechanistic understanding of nature and would prevent us from attempting to understand ourselves mechanistically. But it would also leave natural science as philosophy finds it. This is Fichte's view. Another possibility is that, insofar as we derive the first principle of natural science from the absolute first principle of philosophy, we can save ourselves from nihilism by grounding and encouraging non-mechanistic approaches to physics. This is the view of Schelling and Hegel, and underlies their development of nature philosophy. 64. 3.6. For an initial understanding of what is at stake in the inclusion of nature philosophy within the German idealist project, it is helpful to consider a form of post-Kantian skepticism rooted in Maimon's work. Unlike Jacobi, Maimon does not think Kantian dualism involves a distinction between the mental and the physical, so he does not reduce Kant to a Cartesian empirical idealist who cannot escape Cartesian skepticism. As we have seen in Chapter 1, however, Maimon misinterprets Kantian dualism as involving a real distinction between finite and infinite intelligibility. So we must consider whether the post-Kantian skepticisms developed by Maimon depend, either for their being or their force, on a misinterpretation of Kantian dualism. This second possibility for post-Kantian skepticism involves accepting as valid Kant's argument that synthetic a priori or categoriali principles make experience possible, while at the same time finding reason to doubt that we actually have experience, hence reason to doubt that the categories may be justifiably applied to the objects of perception. 111 Maimon's usage is drawn from but not identical with Kant's the question whether we actually have experience is the quaestio quid facti. 66 This must sound bizarre. For, in the Anglophone philosophical tradition, to have experience is roughly equivalent to having a life of the mind in the thinnest sense. This may be understood either in empiricist fashion as the raw impressions given to the senses prior to conceptualization or in Cartesian fashion as the flow of mental events within the self-enclosed space of an individual mind. Kant's transcendental deduction has frequently been construed as an attempt to show that categorial principles make experience in one of these thin senses possible that they make possible a life of the mind. This view has attracted so many interpreters in part because it allows them to view Kant as attempting a refutation of skepticism as arguing, from a premise that not even a skeptic would deny, to a conclusion incompatible with skepticism. But Maimon does not in fact doubt the actuality of experience in the thinnest empiricist or Cartesian sense. his view seems less bizarre when situated within the context of a line of interpretation initiated by Johann Friedrich Schulz, Kant's friend and, later, designated spokesman. As Frederick Beiser has pointed out, Schulz is the first to draw attention to the difficulties attending Kant's conception of experience and its role in the deduction. Indeed, Schulz's discussion is fateful because it is determined, not directly by the deduction, but by Kant's distinction in the prolegomena between judgments of perception and judgments of experience, a distinction whose relationship to the A and B versions of the deduction remains controversial and oblique. Other contemporaneous discussians, including Maimons, follow Schulz's path, whether under his influence or because of the direct impact of the prolegomena. Thus, when Maimon argues that Kant has illicitly assumed the actuality of experience, he is construing Kantian experience as the employment of judgments of experience, in which pure concepts of the understanding are applied to objects given to the senses, expressing putatively necessary and universal connections among appearances. As Maimon reads the transcendental deduction, Kant's argument depends on the assumption that we actually have experience in this sense. This assumption is open to dispute not only by Cartesian skeptics but also and, for Maimon, more significantly by Humean empiricists. It is helpful to review Schulz's brief but seminal discussion. The premise of the deduction, he writes, seems to be either that we make judgments of percept.ion or t.hat. We make judgments of experience. Either alternative encounters difficulties. First, suppose the premise to be that we make judgments of perception. Then Kant seems committed to the absurd claim that every particular judgment of perception, example the sun shining on the stone precedes t.stone becoming warm, necessarily presupposes some particular judgment of experience, example the sunshine warmed the stone, and thus presupposes the objective validity of the categories. Besides, there appears to be an outright contradiction between Kant's claim in the prolegomena that judgments of perception require only logical, not categorical connection, and Kant's argument in the deduction. Second, suppose the premise to be that we make judgments of experience which, Schulz says, is probably Kant's true meaning in the deduction. Then, as Johann August Heinrich Ulrich had already pointed out in the work Schulz is reviewing, the deduction seems trivial. To be sure, everyone sees that no judgment of experience would be possible without the principle of causality, that without it we could never infer that B must always and necessarily follow A. However, this proposition is almost identical and much too scanty. It could not be Kant's intention to demonstrate nothing more than this. In any event, a deduction from judgments of experience would surely beg the question, not only against Herne, but also against a certain kind of rationalism. For the existence of universal and necessary connections among sensible appearances is exactly what is doubted by Hume and is exactly what is denied by the proponent of pre-established harmony without real connection between the empirical and rational orders. 74. Maimon reads Kant according to a version of Schulz's second proposal, as an argument from the actuality of judgments of experience. But Maimon's version is superior to Schulz's because it does not trivialize Kant's deduction. In Maimon's view, the deduction proceeds as follows: 1. We make particular judgments of experience, e.g. the sunshine warms the stone, which claim necessary and universal connections among sensible appearances. 2. But no matter how many times one repeats particular judgments of a certain type, repetition can never justify belief in a universal principle, that every event is necessarily the effect of a cause from which it follows according to a law. 3. However, we could not make judgments of experience, as we actually do, unless we presupposed universal principles. 4. Therefore, the pure concepts of the understanding may be validly applied, with universality and necessity, to sensuously given objects. Unlike Schulz's version, Maimon's does not render the deduction almost identical because it distinguishes between particular judgments of experience and universal categorical principles. But, like Schulz's version, Maimons leaves the Humean skeptic untouched. For it assumes that we actually make judgments of experience, that we actually apply the pure concept of, say, causality, to sensibly given objects and events. But that is exactly what the Humean skeptic doubts or denies. Maimon has two grounds for doubting that we actually make judgments of experience. A. His first argument is that Kant has given an inaccurate description of our actual practices of judgment, and that the inadequacy of this account has led Kant to assume without justification that no Humean, psychological account of those practices can ever be given. Although the texts are far from clear, I think that, if we are to avoid contradictions and to be faithful to Maimon's language, we must explain his claim in two ways. Scientific causal judgments do not apply the category of causality because their analysis shows that they make no claims whatsoever about universal and necessaire connections. Ordinary causal judgments do not apply the category of causality because, although they purport to make claims about universal and necessary connections, their use belies the claims they purport to make. 77 The account of causal judgments given in the Versuch and in Maimon's commentary to chapter 68 of Maimonides' Guide of the Perplexed is an account of the use of the concept of causality in natural science. For what does one understand in natural science, Naturlehre, by the Wort die cause, except the development and dissolution of a phenomenon, that one finds the sought after continuity between it and the antecedent phenomenon. When continuity, maximal identity or minimal difference is judged to occur between two phenomena, then the transition from the first to the second is judged to be an alteration of a single underlying determinable, not a transition between phenomena grounded in distinct determinables. But no claim is made about the necessity of the transition or about its exemplification of a universal law governing relations between phenomena of the relevant types. If this analysis is correct, then scientific causal judgments do not apply a category, a concept of necessary and universal connection to sensuously given objects. Maimon sometimes argues, not that the meaning of cause is non-categorial, but that its use is based on an illusion or self-deception. In these passages, I suggest, he is discussing ordinary causal judgments. Unlike scientific causal judgments, ordinary causal judgments have the form of claims about necessary and universal connections. But this form, revealed by analysis, misrepresents the synthesis by which we actually arrive at the judgment, a synthesis that involves psychologically explainable habituation, not the application of a transcendentally necessary appli-01I principle. Thus, for example, Maimon writes, "I deny, says my skeptical friend, that fire decomposes wood." This expression, so very useful in practical employment, is a judgment of the understanding, having necessity and universality. With justification, one can assert only that one has found it to be so whenever one has perceived fire in the vicinity of wood, but not that it must be so. The fact that the common man gives this expression the form of a necessary and universal judgment rests upon a lack of philosophical knowledge and of insight into the difference between a putatively necessary and universal judgment made with justification, and this judgment which is taken for one by means of an illusion. In passages like these, Maimon's point is that Kant has not refuted Humean skepticism, and has therefore failed to deduce the objective reality of the categories, even if Kant has argued validly that we would have no experience without the validity of categorial principles. Maimon is indeed responding to a genuine feature of Kant's thinking. For, in Kant's view, a Humean approach to the categories may be legitimately excluded in advance of the detailed argument offered in the Transcendental deduction. Kant seems to have two reasons for holding this view. First, any empirical derivation of, say, the concept of causality would be not an explanatory account but rather a revision of our practices of causal judgment. To the synthesis of cause and effect there belongs a dignity that can never be expressed empirically, namely, that the effect does not merely come along with the cause but is posited through it and arises from it. The strict universality of the rule is therefore not any property of empirical rules, which cannot acquire anything more through induction than comparative universality, i.e., widespread usefulness. But now the use of the pure concepts of understanding would be entirely altered if one were to treat them only as empirical products. Second, the categories may be deduced either empirically or transcendentally, but not both. If they may be empirically deduced, then skepticism about their application to sensuously given objects is insuperable. But the empirical derivation, however, to which both of them Locke and Hume resorted, cannot be reconciled with the reality of the scientific cognition a priori that we possess, that namely of pure mathematics and general natural science, and is therefore refuted by the fact 81. Now, Maimon agrees with Kant that Hume cannot account / or the a priori knowledge attained in pure mathematics. The concepts of mathematics can be neither empirically derived nor reduced to relations of ideas. As we have seen in Chapter 2, Maimon thinks that the concepts of pure mathematics are immediately constitutive of their objects and that it is in this respect alone that human cognition is like divine cognition / but this has no clear implications for the categories, which Kant claims can be constitutive only through the mediation of pure sensible intuition. Furthermore, Maimon does not see why Kant is entitled to assume that the possibility of an empirical deduction of the categories hence. The possibility of empirical skepticism has been excluded by the fact of natural science. First, he does not think that Kant is entitled to assume without argument that natural science uses the concept of causality to claim necessary and universal connections among phenomena. Second, he does not think that Kant is entitled to assume without argument that natural science and ordinary judgments use the pivotal concept of causality in the same way. This last point entails that, even if Kant were justified in claiming that the actuality of natural science excludes the possibility of empirical skepticism, the possibility of empirical skepticism about ordinary causal judgments would still be a threat that Kant does not even see the need to confront. So Kant begs the question quid facti with respect to natural science, and he fails even to raise the question with respect to ordinary judgments / finally, Maimon does not accept Kant's argument that an empirical derivation of a putatively a priori concept amounts to a revision, not an explanation. This argument rules out, in effect, any explanation of a judgmental practice that entails skepticism about that practice. Rather than weighing the consequences of a putative explanation, we should consider whether the explanation is a good one. A 5 Maimon says, it is a well-known proposition, which Newton lays at the foundation of his philosophy of nature, that one should assume no new principle for the explanation of a phenomenon, which may be explained from other, long since known principles. If there is a good empirical explanation of the acquisition of the concept of cause and Kant has not argued that there is not, then we should not throw away the explanation we have, in order to seek a transcendental explanation. But that is exactly what Kant does, just before he begins his transcendental deduction, when he assumes that the question quid facti has been answered because there can be no empirical derivation of the categories. b. At this point, a Kantian may raise the following objection, to which Maimon's second reason for doubting that we actually have experience may be seen as a response. To be sure, the Kantian may concede, Kant says, before beginning the transcendental deduction, that skepticism is refuted by the fact of pure mathematics and natural science. Nevertheless, the argument of the deduction as a whole provides independent grounds for excluding a Humean empirical derivation of the categories. For it is not a premise of the deduction that we actually make judgments of experience, subsuming the sensuously given under some category. The relevant premise is rather that we have some empirical knowledge, that we actually make synthetic a posteriori judgments that do not apply any category and that make no claims to necessity and universality. B.S. Kant argues, in brief, that such judgments presuppose the transcendental unity of apperception strikingly absent from the discussions of both Schultz and Maimon. In turn requires principles for the unification of the sensuously given manifold provided only by the categories. Such an argument does not purport to refute the Cartesian skeptic. But it does not obviously beg the question against the Humean skeptic by assuming any actual judgments of experience. This is an important objection because Maimon's reading of the transcendental deduction is obviously objectionable as it stands. However, Maimons' second argument does not depend on the disputable claim that Kant assumes the actuality of judgments of experience as a premise. For even if Kant assumes only the actuality of some empirical knowledge, without any claims of universality and necessity, he surely wishes, in the argument of the analytic of the whole, to show that the principles presupposed by that knowledge render judgments of experience possible. Maimons' second argument, if correct, can be taken to entail that even if we actually have some empirical knowledge that presupposes categorical principles, the presupposed principles are nevertheless indeterminate and cannot be rendered determinately applicable to the sensuously given in particular judgments of experience. Thus it is the analytic of principles, rather than the analytic of concepts containing the transcendental deduction, that is directly threatened by Maimons' second argument. Still, if the analytic of principles yields only indeterminate principles, then the deduction seems to accomplish less than one hoped for, less than a demonstration of the objective reality of the categories, their applicability to determinate, sensuously given objects. In the second analogy, Kant argues that the possibility of judging that some successions of perceptions are not subjective but objective, that they express, not just events in the mental life of the subject, but events in the careers of objects, depends on the assumed principle that every event presupposes something from which it follows according to a rule. Thus the a priori assumption of the principle of causality plays a crucial role. It makes synthetic a posteriori judgments of objective succession possible. But Maimon argues that Kant has not shown that, in order to distinguish objective from subjective successions, we actually need to apply or even to be able to apply the concept of causality to given objects. Kant has shown only that we need to assume that every event has some indeterminate cause, but he has not shown that we need to assign any determinate cause to any event. Nor has he shown how we could assign any determinate cause. Manon is prepared to endorse some version of Kant's argument and even to argue that the mere perception of subjective succession presupposes a version of the principle of causality. But he does not think that Kant's argument shows either the necessity or the possibility of determinate applications of the principle in causal judgments. Maimon's point is of great importance and has only recently attracted the attention of interpreters of Kant's second analogy, who seem unaware that Maimon anticipated them. But the extent to which it counts against Kant is unclear, because it is a point of which Kant himself, unlike some of-eyes interpreters, is fully aware. Thus Kant says, there is an order among our representations, in which the present one, insofar as it has come to be, points to some preceding state as a correlate, to be yours till undetermined, of this event that is given, which is, however, determinately related to the latter, as its consequence, and necessarily connected with it in the temporal series 89. Kant is no less explicit in his statement that determinate causal judgments require determinate experiences, not the causal principle alone. Now, how in general anything can be altered? How it is possible that upon a state in one point of time an opposite one may follow in the next of these, we have a priori not the least concept. For this acquaintance with actual forces is required, which can only be given empirically, example acquaintance with moving forces. Or what comes to the same thing, with certain successive appearances, as motions, which indicate such forces. But this is mysterious. Since Kant insists on the impossibility of arriving at any genuinely causal judgment by induction from experiences. As Michael Friedman has emphasized, Kant's full story about how we arrive at determinate causal judgments requires not only the analytic of principles, but also the account of the mathematization of appearances in Kant's metaphysical foundations of natural science. 91. In Kant's own words, a separate metaphysics of corporeal nature does excellent and indispensable service to general metaphysics, insofar as the former furnishes examples, instances in Co and Series 2, in which to realize the concepts and propositions of the latter, properly transcendental philosophy, that to provide a mere form of thought with sense and mirun. So Kant concedes Maimon's claim that the result, not only of the transcendental deduction, but also of the analytic of principles, is nothing more than categorical principles that are necessary conditions of possible experience, but only as mere forms of thought, without determinate realizations. but he also promises to make up for this merely formal result in his account of the metaphysical foundations of mathematical physics. Marmon's assessment of Kant's ability to fulfill this promise must depend on his misunderstanding of Kantian dualism as involving a real distinction between sensibility and understanding. For it is hard to see how a position committed to such a real distinction can bridge the gap between intellectual form and sensibly given matter. Nevertheless, even if Maimon's misunderstanding is set aside, he has still raised difficulties for Kant. First, Kant presupposes that Newtonian physics is genuine science, for which no argument is given. Now Kant maintains that in every special doctrine of nature only so much science proper can be found as there is mathematics in it. 93. Consequently, he could show that Newtonian physics is genuine science only by showing the genuineness of the Newtonian mathematization of the sensusly given. Maimon raises serious questions about whether this could be done. But, second, even if it could be done, there would still be a major problem, by Kant's own lights. For Kant's view is that biology can never become a genuine natural science, since it can never attain the level of mathematization found in Newtonian physics. It would seem, then, that on Kant's view our knowledge claims about many natural phenomena are not on the road to science, and thus either lack adequate grounding or are at least subject to reasonable doubt. This is a significant form of post-Kantian skepticism. Indeed, the situation is even worse than I have so far suggested. Kant's view seems to be that everyday knowledge claims are protected against skepticism by the factum of mathematical and natural science, together with the thesis that everyday and scientific knowledge claims share the same constitutive principles. This might be convincing if it could be shown that the constitutive principles that ground scientific knowledge claims could in principle also ground everyday knowledge claims or, perhaps, scientific versions of everyday knowledge claims. But in fact this cannot be shown. After all, human beings are both organisms and agents, with natural and moral ends, and the concepts we apply to everyday objects are typically formed within teleological ways of thinking. If, in Kant's view, there is no hope of biology becoming genuine science and being grounded in constitutive principles, because biology is irreducibly teleological, then there must also be no hope of everyday knowledge claims becoming scientific knowledge claims. Hence there is no hope of grounding those claims in constitutive principles. Kant's transcendental questions, when raised about everyday judgments of experience, turn out to be skeptical after all. When hope vanishes, Humean despair returns. Maimon's skepticism is a coin with two sides. On one side, there is the anxiety that, even if one succeeded in the Kantian endeavor, tracing the a priori conditions of knowledge, those conditions would be irrational without application to the empirical world and without grounding any of our actual practices of judgment except for mathematics, in which form immediately constitutes object. On the other side, there is the anxiety that, in the absence of such a grounding, the reasons we ordinarily give ourselves and each other are not genuine justifications at all, the anxiety that what we take to be rational relations are merely psychological and are to be explained within the empirical science of human psychology. With respect to philosophy, Maimon's skepticism takes the form of what might be called empty formalism. With respect to much of our supposed knowledge of nature, as well as our ordinary claims about ourselves and others, it takes the form of what might be called syllogism. German idealists are addressing the first aspect of Maimon's skepticism when they undertake to show that their philosophical thinking is real, not merely formal. They are addressing the second side when they undertake to show that reason is actual in nature, in the self and in society. 3.7. Maimon sometimes puts his skepticism in the form of an antinomy. In this stronger form, doubt pertains, not merely to whether experience is actual, but to whether it is so much as possible. Thus, in his article on truth, reprinted in the Philosophisch Wörterbuch of 1791, Maimon sketches what Hegel's a general antinomy of thinking as such. For thinking as such consists in relating a form, rule of the understanding, to a matter, the given subsumed under it. Without matter one can never attain consciousness of the form, consequently the matter is a necessary condition of thinking, that is, for real thinking of a form or rule of the understanding, a matter to which it relates must necessarily be given. However, on the other hand, completeness in thinking of an object requires that nothing be given therein, rather that everything should be thought. 96. In the passage Maimon speaks not of experience but of thinking as such. But what he means is, I think, something very like what Kant means by experience. For Maimon, thinking is not merely conjoining concepts, or even conjoining concepts and objects, in a grammatically permissible way and without contradiction. To think is to make things intelligible. An arbitrary thought, which predicates a concept of an object without exhibiting any reason for the predication, is not a genuine thought at all. 97. For a genuine thought would make some actual thing intelligible and would exhibit the conceptual structure of actuality by grounding what is actual in rational principles. A genuine thought would be what Kant calls a synthetic a priori judgment. It would be a judgment of experience. Transcendental investigation of the human condition leads Maimon to the conclusion that experience necessarily presupposes the simultaneous satisfaction of two incompatible demands. On the one hand, experience involves the subsumption of sensibly given matter under intellectual form. Ideally, an object is completely experienced when the form immediately constitutes the object. Only then can the experience in question be completely grounded in the absolute. Maimon thinks that this occurs in pure mathematical construction, which is entirely independent of sensible intuition. However, we humans can become aware of forms only through engagement with what is immediately given in sensible intuition, so experience is both independent of, and dependent upon, sensible intuition. Put in this way, it is clear that Maimon's skepticism belongs to the family that Jacobi calls nihilism. For Maimon regards genuine knowledge as incompatible with the immediacy of the given, though not with the immediacy of constructive constitution. Suppose it has been shown that both object constituting form and immediate givenness are necessary conditions for the possibility of experience. One Kantian response to the antinomy would be to suggest that the necessity for object constituting form be granted only regulative status, as the ideal to which our knowledge claims should increasingly approximate. In fact, this is Maimon's response. He thinks that only mathematical judgments are of the ideal sort. Indeed, not all mathematical judgments are purely of this sort. Thus, for example, geometrical theorems, proven by construction in sensible intuition, are impure because we understand only that the form of our sensing immediately constitutes its object one but not why it does. We need, Maimon thinks, to free mathematical construction from its dependence on intuition, to form concepts enabling us to grasp more fully what we now grasp only intuitively. This is a gradual process that goes on indefinitely. First we grasp an object intuitively, without grasping conceptually why it is as it is, then we form appropriate concepts that enable us to construct the object. Thus the given, though initially necessary, is eliminated, our grasp of objects approximates to experience, and our finite understanding approximates to the divine, infinite understanding. Although profoundly impressed by Maimon, and taking his response as a model for their own, the German idealists take a different route. According to Kant, it will be recalled, there can be no science without math. Emetization, this is because Kant holds that a science must relate a priori to its objects. Consequently, he says, not only a priori concepts are required, for in order to cognize the possibility of determinate natural things, and thus to cognize them a priori, it is still required that the intuition corresponding to the concept be given a priori, that is, that the concept be constructed. P. Kant also maintains that all construction is mathematical and that all mathematical construction is in pure sensible intuition. Here Maimon and the German idealists part ways with Kant and with each other. All agree that science requires construction of a priori concepts, in which form immediately constitutes its object. However, whereas Maimon wants to free mathematical construction from its dependence on intuition, the German idealists want to free construction in intuition from its restriction to mathematics. For Fichte, a non-mathematical a priori intuition may be found, above all, in moral consciousness of myself as autonomous. It is difficult to see how this conception of constitutive knowledge can extend beyond the teleological realm of human agency to the teleological realm of organic nature. Fichte himself is inclined to think that no such extension is possible, and hence that natural science, although it is a human endeavor grounded in philosophy's absolute first principle, must remain mechanistic. For Schelling and the early Hegel, a non-mathematical a priori intuition may also be found in perceptions of purposiveness, thus in perceptions of both organisms and works of art. Hence they seek to develop a conception of constitutive knowledge that can be operative within a non-mechanistic natural science. 3.8. Strikingly, Hegel's dialectical method incorporates all of the forms of post-Kantian skepticisms discussed in this chapter. This is already clear in his early essay on skepticism, in which he rejects Schultz's account of skepticism as dogmatic. There says, first, that Plato's Parmenoides is the most perfect and self-sustaining document and system of genuine skepticism, because it is not concerned with doubting these truths of the understanding, rather it is intent on the complete denial of all truth to the sort of cognition. Because it destroys the kind of knowledge in question, it is itself the negative side of the cognition of the absolute, and directly presupposes reason as its positive side. Lo 2. In other words, nihilism is the negative aspect of philosophy, and the most perfect skepticism is nihilism abstracted from philosophy's positive aspect. Here is Hegel's inheritance of Jacobi. Second, Hegel says that this destruction occurs when an attempt is made to express the absolute by means of a merely formal proposition, which leads directly to antinomy. Thus the principle of skepticism against every argument there is an equal one on the other side comes on the scene at its full strength. To say that a proposition is merely formal, means for reason, that it is posited alone and on its own account, without the equal affirmation of the contradictory that is opposed to it, and just for that reason it is false. Hegel illustrates his point with the first definition of Spinoza's ethics. The suggestion is that insofar as one tries to understand Spinoza's definition of cause of itself in abstraction from the totality of which the absolute is the first principle, one inevitably finds that one can think only of a mere form that cannot be applied to any object. For one seeks to apply the form in question to objects within the totality, among which the absolute is not to be found. The very attempt to think of the absolute as a member of the totality leads to contradictions, as the third antinomy shows. Here, however, Hegel is inheriting not only Kant's discussion of antinomies, along with Jacobi's Spinozist response to the third antinomy, but also Maimond's ideas that a priori conditions are threatened by mere empty formality, and that philosophy as such may be seen as responsive to a general antinomy. Hegel adds that this nihilistic skepticism is properly directed against dogmatism, whose essence is that it posits something finite, something burdened with an opposition, example pure subject or pure object, or in dualism the duality as opposed to the identity, as the absolute. So it is properly directed, in the first place, against the dogmatism of ordinary consciousness and, in the second, against philosophy perverted into dogmatism, but not against philosophy properly speaking. It is when skepticism targets the second, pseudo-philosophical dogmatism that the Agrippine trilemma plays a central role. 105 In this early essay, written during Hegel's alliance with Schelling, this skepticism nihilism, exhibition as mere form, and demonstration of antinomies remains only the negative side of the cognition of the absolute that is philosophy properly speaking, while the positive side involves transcendental or speculative intuition. Hegel's break with Schelling involves the idea of what, in the phenomenology oj spirit, he calls thoroughgoing skepticism, the idea that the skeptical destruction of dogmatism, taken to its ultimate, can also constitute the positive content of philosophy, through whrtt he calls determinate negation, without any need for intuition. Thus Hegel's dialectical logic may be seen to emerge from an identification of the post-Kantian skepticisms discussed in this chapter with nothing than logic itself, or with the self-expression of the absolute. To a Kantian, the emergence of post-Kantian skepticisms must seem perverse. Yet, for all that, their emergence should not be surprising. Elicitation of more radical forms of skepticism is a risk that transcendental philosophy cannot help but run. For transcendental philosophy, as practiced by Kant, aims not to refute skepticism but to domesticate it, to tumb skeptical doubts into the founding questions of a philosophical science within which the intellect can live in peace. And the anxiety of skepticism is alleviated, for Kant, because of the established facts of mathematical and natural science. If there are grounds for anxiety about those putative facts, or about the relevance of those putative facts to everyday practices of judgment, then skepticism is bound to re-emerge, shedding any domestic habits it may have acquired. And if transcendental philosophy has succeeded in exposing conditions for the possibility of experience that are at the same time conditions for the possibility of objects of experience, then the newly emergent skepticism will now concern the very possibility of experience, or the very possibility of there being any objects to experience, or the very possibility of being an experiencing subject. 3 points of contrast between Kant and the German idealists emerge from the discussion in this chapter. First, skepticism is for Kant an academic, or in his terminology a scholastic problem. It can trouble you only if and when you philosophize professionally, but not when you lead your everyday life, and not at all if you do not philosophize. For the skepticism in question arises through a conflict between physical views about the individuation and interaction of objects and the metaphysical demand for entities individuated through their absolutely intrinsic properties. No argument has been given that either the physical views or the metaphysical demand arise within everyday life. Without some such argument, it seems either that the conflict does not impact everyday life at all, or at most that the conflict casts doubt on fundamental presuppositions of everyday life that come to light only upon philosophical investigation. Either way, those who are not professional philosophers are entitled to go on living their lives as they always have, untroubled by skeptical problems and unaffected by their solutions. For the German idealists, however, skepticism is a lived problem, or at least one that affects one's life. Following Jacobi, they think that, in all the forms philosophy takes prior to the eventual construction of the German idealist system including Kant says, it either cannot account for, or it actually annihilates those immediacies that are essential to everyday life. The more rigorous the philosophy, the more thorough and overt is the incompatibility or annihilation. Nihilism destroys the humanity in every human being. The results range from the lowliness of those who, as a result of spiritual servitude, have lost their own selves and, along with this loss of themselves, have lost any feeling for their own conviction, as well as any belief in the conviction of others. 107 To the sublime nobility of Spinoza's attempt to fulfill what he takes to be reason's command, annihilate thyself. Lose yourself in the absolute. The post-Kantian skepticisms to which German idealism responds are justly called neo-Humean. But there are some important differences between neo-Humean skepticism and Hume's own views. Like Jacobi and Maimon, Hume thinks that philosophical scrutiny leads inexorably to an unmitigated skepticism about everyday beliefs. But unlike Jacobi and Maimon, Verne regards reason as the impotent slave of the passions and of custom or habit. Consequently, although it is true that, when he takes an intense view of the contradictions and imperfections in human reason, he has no alternative but skeptical doubt about our ability to give justifications and suspension of all judgment, nevertheless, as soon as he leaves his closet and returns to the common affairs of life, he is once more a judgmental creature. For his everyday judgments and beliefs do not depend on reason and are therefore not annihilated by an unmitigated skepticism that is inescapable in theory but unlivable in practice. On another point, Maimon is closer to Hume than Jacobi. For Hume thinks that philosophical skepticism has a salutary effect in one's everyday life. Liberated from the illusion that we form beliefs because of reasons, rather than because of the force and vivacity of the beliefs, we will be inclined than before to enthusiasm and fanaticism. Similarly, Maimon regards skepticism about everyday beliefs and psychological accounts of belief formation, especially of the formation of beliefs in supernatural phenomena, as part of an enlightenment program that, for him, is rooted in Maimonides and in a tradition of naturalistic interpretation of Maimonides. In contrast, although Jacobi traces his own notion of faith back to Hume, he wants to uncover the immediate character of everyday justification, not to show that everyday belief formation is a psychological process to be studied within a branch of natural science. To be sure, Jacobi is not the anti-enlightenment irrationalist he is reputed to be. He wants to abandon philosophical misconceptions of reason, not to abandon reason itself, and he is opposed to the Berlin Enlightenment, which he regards as wanting to tyrannize with its philosophically formed views but not to every strand of Enlightenment thought. Still, Jacobi allies himself with figures whom Maimon and Hume would regard as fanatics, figures like Thomas Wiseman and Johann Georg Hamann, and his emphasis on immediacy can seem to give aid and comfort to fanaticism, rather than to support the Enlightenment campaign against it. The German idealists agree with Hume that unmitigated skepticism is inescapable prior, that is, to the construction of the system, but, like Jacobi and Marmon, they do not find that this skepticism loses its power when they leave their closets. Thus German idealism must assume the burden not only of responding to a skepticism whose full force has been brought out by Spinoza, Hume, and Kant, but also of healing everyday life, returning to it an immediacy that has been destroyed. In this respect, the German idealists are closer to Jacobi than to Maimon and Hume. For them, the psychologization of the everyday is a descent into the abyss, not a sign of progress. However, differing decisively from Jacobi, they think that the underlying problems lie in philosophy as it has practiced so far, not in philosophy as such. The second point of contrast follows from the first. Whereas Kant's conception of empirical reality is oriented by natural science, in particular by Newtonian physics, the German idealists' conceptions are oriented by everyday experience. This is not to say either that Kant intends only to specify the necessary conditions for the possibility of science, or that the German idealists intend only to ground everyday life. Kant's categories are intended to specify the conditions for the possibility of both natural science and everyday practices of judgment. But natural science is doubly privileged for him. It is privileged, first, because what secures Kant against skeptical despair is the factum or Tatsache of science, not of common sense. And it is also privileged because, to the end of his life, Kant is occupied primarily with the task of connecting the categorical principles with the principles underlying physics. By comparison, he seems quite uninterested in what should be the parallel project of connecting the categorical principles with the principles underlying ordinary practices of judgment. Has two privileges are connected, because the factum of science dispels skeptical despair. It is for that factum that an adequate transcendental philosophy, see one that is not to be merely formal and hypothetical, must account, above all. In contrast, for the German idealists, the success of modern physics has only made their nihilistic effects worse. To account for everyday life, that is, for an everyday life that deserves the name, a life of immediacy, saved from nihilism, is the most urgent task. The factum of Newtonian science offers no philosophical help because it is part of the problem. And the factum of everyday practices offers no philosophical help against skepticism because it is precisely that which is under skeptical attack, that whose inability to repel nihilism makes the German idealist project seem so pressing. No. Although the redemption of the everyday must be the first order of business, this does not mean that natural science is to be neglected. By providing an account of how everyday life can both employ ground-consequence relations that are subject to the Agrippentrilemma and be grounded in the absolute, the German idealist system to account not only for our rational relations to ourselves and to each other, but also for our rational relations to nature. It will thereby ground the possibility of natural, although the identification of that science with Newtonian physics is not assured in advance, as it is for Kant. Indeed, Schelling and Hegel actively encourage and even engage in non-Newtonian physics. A third point of contrast emerges when one considers Kant's view that skepticism is not merely a vexing problem, for which a solution must be sought. It is a necessary